Perhaps there were survivors in the water, but I did not hear any and did not feel impelled to try to find any, other than Mary, and no way to find her, as I was not well equipped to rescue anyone, even myself. I looked around, spotted what was left of the loom of sunset, swam toward it. After a while I lost it, turned over on my back, searched the sky. Broken clouds and no moon. I spotted Arcturus, then both the Bears and Polaris, and I head north. I then corrected my course so that I was swimming west. I stayed on my back because, if you take it easy, you can swim forever and 2 years past on your back. Never any problem to breathe, and if you get a touch weary, you can just hold still and twiddle your fingers a trifle until you are rested. I wasn't in any hurry. I just wanted to reach the Imperium on the Arkansas side. But of crash priority importance, I did not want to drift back down into Texas. Problem: to navigate correctly at night with no map on a river a couple of kilometers wide, when your object is to reach a west bank you can't see, without giving any southing as you go. Impossible? The way the Mississippi winds around like a snake with a broken back? But impossible is not a word one should use concerning the Mississippi River. There is no one place where it is possible to make 3 short portages totaling less than 90 meters, float down the river in 2 bites totaling about 30 kilometers, and end up more than 100 kilometers up the river. No map, no sight of my destination. I knew only that I must go west and that I must not go south. So that is what I did. I stayed on my back and kept checking the stars to hold course west. I had no way of telling how much I might be losing to the south through the current, save for the certainty that, if and when the river turned south, my own progress west through the water would fetch me up on the bank on the Arkansas side. And it did. An hour later, 2 hours later, a lot of water later, and Vega was high in the east, but still far short of meridian. I realized that the bank was looming over me on my left side. I checked and corrected course west and kept on swimming. Shortly I bumped my head on a snag, reached behind me and grabbed it, pulled myself up, then pulled my way through endless snags to the bank. Scrambling up on the bank was no problem, as it was only half a meter high about at that point. The only hazard was that the mud was thick and loose underfoot. I managed it, stopped, and took stock. Still inky black all around, with stars the only light. I could tell the smooth black of the water from the thick black of the brush behind me only by the faint glint of starlight on the water. Directions? Polaris was now blocked by cloud, but the Big Dipper told me where it had to be, and this was confirmed by Spica blazing in the south and Antares in the southeast. This orientation by the stars told me that west sliced straight into that thick black brush. My only alternative was to get back into the water, stick with the river, and wind up sometime tomorrow in Vicksburg. No thanks. I headed into the bush. I'm going to skip rapidly over the next several hours. It may not have been the longest night of my life, but it was surely the dullest. I'm sure that there must be thicker and more dangerous jungles on Earth than the brush on the bottomland of the lower Mississippi, but I do not want to tackle them, especially without a machete, not even a scout knife. I spent most of my time backing out, having decided, no, not through there. Now, how can I go around? No, not on its south side. How can I get around it to the north? My track was as contorted as the path of the river itself, and my progress was possibly 1 kilometer per hour. Or perhaps I exaggerate. It could have been less. Much of the time was spent reorienting, a necessity every few meters. Flies, mosquitoes, gnats, crawly things I never saw, twice snakes underfoot that may have been water moccasins, but I did not wait to find out. Endless disturbed birds with a dozen different sorts of cries. Birds that often flew up almost in my face to our mutual distress. My footing was usually mud and always included something to trip over, ankle high, shin high, or both. 3 times, 4 times, I came to open water. Each time I held course west, and when the water was deep enough, I swam. Stagnant bayou mostly, but one stretch seemed to have a current and may have been a minor channel of the Mississippi. Once there was something large swimming by me. Giant catfish? Aren't they supposed to stay on the bottom? Alligator? But there aren't supposed to be any there at all. Perhaps it was the Loch Ness Monster on tour. I never saw it, simply felt it, and levitated right out of the water through sheer fright. About 800 years after the sinking of the Skip and the Myrtle came the dawn. West of me about a kilometer was the high ground of the Arkansas side. I felt triumphant. I also felt hungry, exhausted, dirty, insect-bitten, disreputable, and almost unbearably thirsty. 5 hours later, I was the guest of Mr. Asa Hunter as a passenger in his Studebaker farm wagon hitched to a fine span of mules. We were approaching a small town named Eudora. I still had not had any sleep, but I had had the next best and everything but water, food, a wash-up. Mrs. Hunter had clucked over me, lent me a comb, and given me breakfast. Basted fried eggs, home-cured bacon thick and fat, cornbread, butter, sorghum, milk, coffee made in a pot and settled with eggshell. And to appreciate in fullness Mrs. Hunter's cooking, I recommended swimming all night, alternated with crawling through the thickets of Old Man River's bottomland mud. Ambrosia! I ate wearing her wrapper, as she insisted on rinsing out my bedraggled jumpsuit. It was dry by the time I was ready to leave, and I looked almost respectable. I did not offer to pay the Hunters. There are human people who have very little, but are rich in dignity and self-respect. Their hospitality is not for sale, nor is their charity. I am slowly learning to recognize this trait in human people who have it. In the Hunters, it was unmistakable. We crossed Macon Bayou, and then the road dead-ended into a slightly wider road. Mr. Hunter stopped his mules, got down, came around to my side. "Miss, I'd thank you kindly to get down here." I accepted his hand, let him hand me down. "Is something wrong, Mr. Hunter? Have I offended you?" He answered slowly, "No, miss, not at all." He hesitated. "You told us how your fishing boat was stove in by a snag." "Yes?" "Snags in the river are a pesky hazard." He paused. "Yesterday evening come sundown, something bad happened on the river. 2 explosions, about at Kentucky Bend. Big ones. Could see 'em and hear 'em from the house." He paused again. I didn't say anything. My explanation of my presence and of my deplorable condition had been feeble at best, but the next best explanation was a flying saucer. Mr. Hunter went on. "Wife and I never had any words with the Imperial Police. We don't aim to. So if you don't mind walking a short piece down this road to the left, you'll come to Eudora, and I'll turn my team around and go back to our place." "I see. Mr. Hunter, I wish there were some way I could repay you and Mrs. Hunter." "You can." "Yes?" Was he going to ask for money? "No." "Someday you'll find somebody needs a hand. So give him a hand, and think of us." "Oh, I shall. I surely shall." "But don't bother to write us about it. People who get mail get noticed. We don't crave to be noticed." "I see. But I'll do it and think about you. Not once, but more than once." "That's best. Bread cast upon the waters always comes back, miss. Mrs. Hunter told me to tell you that she plans to pray for you." My eyes watered so quickly that I could not see. "Oh, and please tell her that I will remember her in my prayers, both of you." I'd never prayed in my life, but I would, for the Hunters. "Thank you kindly. I will tell her. Miss, may I offer you a word of advice and not have you take it amiss?" "I need advice." "You don't plan to stop in Eudora?" "No, I must get north." "So you said. Eudora's just a police station and a few shops, Lake Village is farther away, but the Greyhound APV stops there. That's about 12 kilometers down the road to the right. If you can cover that distance between now and noon, you could catch the midday bus, but it's a dog-trotting distance in a pretty hot day. I can do it. I will. Greyhound will take you to Pine Bluff, even to Little Rock. Bus costs money. Mr. Hunter, you've been more than kind. I have my credit card with me. I can pay for the bus. I had not come through the swim in the mud in very good shape, but my credit cards, IDs, passport, and cash money had all been in that waterproof money belt Janet had given me so many light years ago. All had come through untouched. Someday I would tell her. Good. Thought I'd better ask. One more thing. Folks around here mind their own business mostly. If you just go straight aboard the Greyhound, the few nosy ones won't have any excuse to bother you. Better so, maybe. Well, goodbye, and good luck. I told him goodbye and got moving. I wanted to kiss him goodbye, but strange women do not take liberties with such as Mr. Hunter. I caught the noon APV and was in Little Rock at 12:52. An express capsule north was loading as I reached the tube station. I was in St. Louis 21 minutes later. From a terminal booth in the tube station, I called Boss's contact code to arrange for transportation to headquarters. A voice answered. The call code you have used is not in service. Remain in circuit and an operator. I slapped the disconnect and got out fast. I stayed in the underground city several minutes, walking at random and pretending to window shop, but putting distance between me and the tube station. I found a public terminal in a shopping mall some distance away and tried the fallback call code. When the voice reached, the call code you have used is not, I slapped the disconnect, but the voice failed to cut off. I ducked my head, dropped to my knees, got out of that booth, cutting to the right and being conspicuous, which I hate, but possibly avoiding being photographed through the terminal, which could be disaster. I spent minutes mixing with the crowd. When I felt reasonably sure that no one was following me, I dropped down one level, entered the city's local tube system, and went to East St. Louis. I had one more top emergency fallback call code, but I did not intend to use it without preparation. Boss's new underground headquarters was just 60 minutes from anywhere, but I did not know where it was. I mean to say that when I left its infirmary to take a refresher course, the APV trip had taken exactly 60 minutes. When I returned, it had taken 60 minutes. When I went on leave and asked to be placed to catch a capsule for Winnipeg, I had been dropped in Kansas City in exactly 60 minutes. And there was no way for a passenger to see out of an APV used for this. By geometry, geography, and simplest knowledge of what an APV can do, Boss's new headquarters had to be someplace more or less around Des Moines. But in this case, more or less meant a radius of at least 100 kilometers. I did not conjecture. Nor did I conjecture as to which ones of us actually knew the location of HQ. It was a need to know, and trying to guess how Boss decided such things was a waste of time. In East St. Louis, I bought a light cloak with a hood, then a latex mask in a novelty shop, picking one that was not grotesque. Then I took careful pains to randomize my choice of terminal. I was of strong but not conclusive opinion that Boss had been hit again, and this time smeared. And the only reason that I had not panicked was that I am trained not to panic until after the emergency. Masked and hooded, I punched the last resort call code. Same result, and again the terminal could not be switched off. I turned my back on the pickup, pulled off that mask and dropped it on the floor, and got out of there slow march, around a corner. Shed that cloak as I walked, folded it, shoved it into a trash can, went back to St. Louis. Where I, bold as brass, used my Imperial Bank of St. Louis credit card to pay my tube fare to Kansas City. An hour earlier in Little Rock, I had used it without hesitation, but at that time I had no suspicion that anything had happened to Boss. In fact, I held a religious conviction that nothing could happen to Boss. Religious equals absolute belief without proof. But now I was forced to operate on the assumption that something had indeed happened to Boss, which included the assumption that my St. Louis MasterCard, based on Boss's credit, not my own, could drop dead on me at any moment. I might stick it into a slot to pay for something and have it burned out by a destruction bolt when the machine recognized the number. So 400 kilometers and 15 minutes later, I was in Kansas City. I never left the tube station. I made a free call at the information desk about service on the KC Omaha Sioux Falls Fargo Winnipeg tube, and was told that there was full service to Pembina at the border, none beyond. 56 minutes later, I was at the British-Canadian border, directly south of Winnipeg. It was still early afternoon. 10 hours earlier, I had been climbing up out of the bottomland of the Mississippi, and wondering lightheadedly whether I was in the Imperium or if I had floated back into Texas. Now I was even more overpoweringly anxious to get out of the Imperium than I had been to get in. So far, I had managed to stay one flea hop ahead of the Imperial Police, but there was no longer any doubt in my mind that they wanted to talk to me. I did not want to talk to them because I had heard tales about how they conducted an investigation. The laddies who had questioned me earlier this year had been moderately rough, but the Imperial Police were reputed to burn out a victim's brain. 19. 14 hours later, I had moved only 25 kilometers east of where I had to leave the tube station. An hour of that I had spent in shopping, most of an hour in eating, over 2 hours in close consultation with a specialist, a heavenly 6 hours in sleeping, and almost 4 in moving cautiously east parallel to the border fence without getting too close to it. And now it was dawn, and I did approach the fence, right up to it, and was walking it, a bored repairman. Pembina is just a village. I had to go back to Fargo to find a specialist, a quick trip by local capsule. The specialist I wanted was the same sort as Artists Limited of Vicksburg, save that such entrepreneurs do not advertise in the Imperium. It took time and some cautious grease to find him. His office was downtown near Main Avenue and University Drive, but it was behind a more conventional business. It would not easily be noticed. I was still wearing the faded blue neo-denim jumpsuit I had been wearing when I dived off the Skip to Malou. Not through any special affection for it, but because a one-piece blue suit of coarse cloth is the nearest thing to an international unisex costume you can find. It will get by even at L5 or in Luna City, where a monokini is more likely. Add a scarf, and a smart housewife will wear it to shop. Carry a briefcase, and you are a respected businessman. Squat with a hat full of pencils, and it's a beggar's garb. Since it is hard to soil, easy to clean, won't wrinkle, and almost never wears out, it is ideal for a courier who wishes to fade into the scene and can't waste time or luggage on clothes. To that jumpsuit had been added a greasy cap with my union badge pinned to it, a well-worn hip belt with old but serviceable tools, a bandolier of repair links over one shoulder, and a torch kit to install them over the other. Everything I had was well worn, including my gloves. Zippered into my right hip pocket was an old leather wallet with IDs showing that I was Hannah Jensen of Moorhead. A worn newspaper clipping showed that I had been a high school cheerleader. A spotted Red Cross card gave my blood type as O-RH Pos sub 2, which in fact it is, and credited me with having won my gallon pin. But the dates showed that I'd neglected to donate for over 6 months. Other mundane trivia gave Hannah a background in depth. She even carried a Visa card issued by Moorhead Savings and Loan Company. But on this item I had saved Boss more than 1,000 crowns. Since I did not expect to use it, it lacked the invisible magnetic signature without which a credit card is merely a piece of plastic. It was just full light, and I had, I figured, a maximum of 3 hours to get through that fence. Only that long because the real fence maintenance men started working then, and I was most unanxious to meet one. Before that time, Hannah Jensen should disappear, possibly to resurface in the late afternoon for a final effort. Today was go for broke. My cash crowns were used up. True, I still had my Imperium credit card, but I was extremely leery of electronic sleuths. Had my 3 attempts yesterday to call Boss, all with the same card, tripped some sub-program under which I could be identified? I seemed to have gotten away with using the card for tube fare immediately thereafter. But had I really escaped all electronic traps? I did not know and did not want to find out. I simply wanted to get through that fence. I sauntered along, resisting a powerful urge to fall out of character by hurrying. I wanted a place where I could cut the fence without being watched, despite the fact that the ground was scorched for about 50 meters on each side of the fence. I had to accept that. What I wanted was a stretch shielded along the scorched band by trees and bush, about like Normandy hedgerows. Minnesota does not have Normandy hedgerows. Northern Minnesota almost does not have trees, or at least not in the stretch of border I was covering. I was eyeing a piece of fence, trying to tell myself that a wide reach of open space with no one in sight was just as good as being shielded, when a police APV came into sight, cruising slowly west along the fence. I gave them a friendly wave and kept on trudging east. They circled, came back, and squatted about 50 meters from me. I turned and went toward them, reaching the car as the best boy got out, followed by his driver. And I saw by their uniforms, hell, damn, and spit, that they were not Minnesota Provincial Police, but Imperials. Best boy says to me, "What are you doing here this early?" His tone was aggressive. I answered it to match. "I was working until you interrupted me." "The hell you say? You don't go on until 800 hours. I answered, "Get the news, big man. That was last week. 2 shifts now. First shift comes on at can. Shifts change at noon. Second shift goes off at can't. Nobody notified us. You want the superintendent to write you a personal letter? Give me your badge number, and I'll tell him you said so. None of your lips, Slitch. I'd as lief run you in as look at you. Go ahead. A day's rest for me, while you explain why this stretch was not maintained." "Stow it." They started climbing back in. "Either of you turkeys got a toke?" I asked. The driver said, "We don't hit on duty, and neither should you." "Brown nose," I answered politely. The driver started to reply, but Best Boy slammed the lid, and they took off, right over my head, forcing me to duck. I don't think they liked me. I went back to the fence while concluding that Hannah Jensen was not a lady. She had no excuse to be rude to the greenies merely because they are unspeakably vile. Even black widows, body lice, and hyenas have to make a living, although I could never see why. I decided that my plans were not well thought out. Boss would not approve. Cutting that fence in broad daylight was too conspicuous. Better to pick a spot, then hide until dark and return to it. Or spend the night on plan number 2, check the possibility of going under the fence at Roseau River. I wasn't too crazy about plan number 2. The lower reach of the Mississippi had been warm enough, but these northern streams would chill a corpse. I had checked the Pembina late the day before yesterday. Brrr, a last resort. So pick a piece of fence. Decide exactly how you are going to cut it, then try to find some trees. Wrap yourself in some nice warm leaves, and wait for dark. Rehearse every move so that you go through that fence like pea through snow. At this point, I topped a slight rise and came face to face with another maintenance man, male type. When in doubt, attack. "What the hell are you doing, Buster?" "I'm walking the fence. My stretch of the fence. What are you doing, sister?" "Oh, for God's sake, I'm not your sister, and you are either on the wrong stretch or the wrong shift." I noticed with unease that the well-dressed fence walker carries a walkie-talkie. Well, I had not been one very long. I was still learning the job.
"Like hell," he answered. "Under the new schedule, I come on at dawn. I'm relieved at noon. Maybe by you, huh? Yeah, that's probably it. You read the roster wrong. I'd better call in."
"You do that," I said, moving toward him. He hesitated.
"On the other hand, maybe—"
I did not hesitate. I do not kill everyone with whom I have a difference of opinion, and I would not want anyone reading this memoir to think that I do. I didn't even hurt him, other than temporarily, and not much. I merely put him to sleep rather suddenly. From a roll on my belt, I taped his hands behind him and fastened his ankles together. If I had had some wide surgical tape, I would have gagged him, but all I had was 2-centimeter mechanics friction tape, and I was far more anxious to cut fence than I was to keep him from yelling for help to the coyotes and jackrabbits. I got busy. A torch good enough to repair fence will cut fence, but my torch was a bit better than that. I had bought it out the back door of Fargo's leading fence, the other sort of fence. It was a steel-cutting laser, rather than the oxyacetylene job it appeared to be. In moments, I had a hole big enough, barely, for Friday. I stooped to leave.
"Hey, take me with you."
I hesitated. He was saying insistently that he was just as anxious to get away from the goddamn greenies as I was. Untie me. What I did next is matched in folly only by Lot's wife. I grabbed the knife at my belt, cut the tape at his wrists and his ankles, dived through my scuttle hole, and started to run. I didn't wait to see whether or not he came through, too. There was one of the rare stands of trees about half a kilometer north of me. I headed that way at a new record speed. That heavy tool belt impeded me. I shucked it without slowing. A moment later I brushed that cap off, and Hannah Jensen went back to Never Never Land, as torch, gloves, and repair links were still in the Imperium. All that was left of her was a wallet I would jettison when I was not so busy. I got well inside the trees, then circled back and found a place to observe my backtrack, as I was uncomfortably aware that I was wearing a tail. My late prisoner was about halfway from fence to trees, and 2 APVs were homing in on him. The one closer to him carried the big maple leaf of British Canada. I could not see the insignia on the other, as it was headed right toward me, coming across the international boundary. The Brit-Can police car grounded. My quondam guest appeared to surrender without argument. Reasonable, as the APV from the Imperium grounded immediately thereafter, at least 200 meters inside British Canada. And yes, Imperial police, possibly the car that had stopped me. I'm not an international lawyer, but I'm sure wars have started over less. I held my breath, extended my hearing to the limit, and listened. There were no international lawyers among those 2 sorts of police either. The argument was noisy, but not coherent. The Imperials were demanding surrender of the refugee under the doctrine of hot pursuit, and a Mountie corporal was maintaining, correctly, it seemed to me, that hot pursuit applied only to criminals caught in the act. But the only crime here was entering British Canada, not at a port of entry. A matter not lying in the jurisdiction of the Imperial Police.
"Now get that crock off Brit-Can soil."
The greenie gave a monosyllabic non-response that annoyed the Mountie. He slammed the lid and spoke through his loudspeaker.
"I arrest you for violation of British-Canadian air and ground space. Get out and surrender. Do not attempt to take off."
Whereupon the greenie's car took off at once and retreated across the international border, then went elsewhere, which may have been exactly what the Mountie intended to accomplish. I held very still, as now they would have time to give their attention to me. I assume conclusively that my companion escapee now paid me for his ticket through the fence. No search was made for me. Certainly he saw me run into the woods, but it is unlikely that the RCMP saw me. No doubt cutting the fence sounded alarms in police stations on both sides of the border. This would be a routine installation for electronics people, even to pinpointing the break, and so I had assumed in planning to do it fast. but counting the number of warm bodies that passed through a gap would be a separate electronics problem. Not impossible, but an added expense that might not be considered worthwhile. As may be, my nameless companion did not snitch on me. No one came looking for me. After a time, a Brit can car fetched a repair crew. I saw them pick up the tool belt I had discarded near the fence. After they left, another repair crew showed up on the Imperium side. They inspected the repair and went away. I wondered a bit about tool belts. On thinking back, I could not recall seeing such a belt on my erstwhile prisoner when he surrendered. I concluded that he had had to shed his belt to go through the fence. That hole was just barely big enough for Friday. For him, it must have been a jam fit. Reconstruction. The Britcans saw one belt on their side. The Greenies saw one belt on their side. Neither side had any reason to assume that more than one wetback had passed through the hole, as long as my late prisoner kept mum. Pretty decent of him, I think. Some men would have held a grudge over that little tap I had to give him. I stayed in those woods until dark, 13 tedious hours. I did not want to be seen by anyone until I reached Janet, and with luck, Ian. An illegal immigrant does not seek publicity. It was a long day, but in middle training my mind control guru had taught me to cope with hunger, thirst, and boredom when it is necessary to remain quiet, awake, and alert. When it was full dark, I started out. I knew the terrain as well as one can from maps, as I had studied all of it most carefully in Janet's house less than 2 weeks earlier. The problem ahead of me was neither complex nor difficult. Move approximately 110 kilometers on foot before dawn while avoiding notice. The route was simple. I must move east a trifle to pick up the road from Lancaster in the Imperium to La Rochelle in British Canada, at the port of entry. Easy to spot. Go north to the outskirts of Winnipeg, swing to the left around the city, and pick up the north-south road to the port. Stonewall was just a loud shout from there, with the Tormey estate nearby. All of the last and more difficult part I knew not just from maps, but from having recently been over it in a surrey with nothing to distract me but a little friendly groping. It was just dawn when I spotted the Tormey outer gates. I was tired, but not in too bad shape. I can maintain the walk-jog-run routine for 24 hours if necessary, and have done so in training. Keeping it up all night is acceptable. Mostly my feet hurt, and I was very thirsty. I punched the announcing button in happy relief, and at once heard, "Captain Ian Tormey speaking. This is a recording. This house is protected by the Winnipeg Werewolf Security Guards, Incorporated. I've retained this firm because I do not consider their reputation for being trigger-happy to be justified. They are simply zealous in protecting their clients. Calls coded to this house will not be relayed, but mails sent here will be forwarded. Thank you for listening." And thank you, Ian. Oh, damn! I knew that I had no reason to expect them to remain at home, but my mind had never entertained the thought that they might not be at home. I had transferred, as the shrinks call it. With my NZ family lost, boss missing and perhaps dead, the Tormey estate was home, and Janet, the mother I never had. I wished that I were back on the Hunter's farm, bathed in the warm protectiveness of Mrs. Hunter. I wished that I were in Vicksburg, sharing mutual loneliness with Georges. In the meantime, the sun was rising, and soon the roads would begin to fill, and I was an illegal alien with almost no Britcan dollars and a deep need not to be noticed, not to be picked up and questioned, and lightheaded from fatigue and lack of sleep and hunger and thirst. But I did not have to make difficult decisions, as one was forced on me. Hobson's choice. I must again hole up like an animal and quickly before traffic filled the roads. Woods are not common anywhere near Winnipeg, but I recalled some hectares left wild, black and around to the left off the main road, and more or less behind the Tormey place, uneven land below the low hill on which Janet had built. So I went in that direction, encountering one delivery wagon, milk, but no other traffic. Once abreast the scrub, I left the road. The footing became very uneven, a series of gullies, and I was going across the furrows. But quickly I encountered something even more welcome than trees, a tiny stream, so narrow I could step across it, which I did, but not until I had drunk from it. Clean? Probably contaminated, but I gave it not a thought. My curious birthright protects me against most infection. The water tasted clean, and I drank quite a lot and felt much better physically, but not the sick weight in my heart. I went deeper into the scrub, looking for a place where I could not only hide, but could dare risk sleeping. 6 hours of sleep 2 nights ago seemed awfully far away, but the trouble with hiding in this wild this close to a big city is that a troop of Boy Scouts is awfully likely to come tromping through and step on your face. So I hunted for a spot not only bushy, but inaccessible. I found it. Quite a steep stretch up one side of a gully, and made still more inaccessible by thorn bushes, which I located by braille. Thorn bushes? It took me about 10 minutes to find it, as it looked like an exposed face of a boulder left over from the time when the great ice flow had planed all this country down. But when I looked closely, it did not look quite like rock. It took still longer to get my fingers into any purchase and lift it. Then it swung up easily, partly counterbalanced. I ducked inside quickly and let it fall back into place, and found myself in darkness, save for fiery letters, "Private property, keep out." I stood very still and thought. Janet had told me that the switch that disarmed the deadly booby traps was concealed a short distance inside. How long is a short distance? And how concealed? It was concealed well enough simply because the place was dark as ink, except for those ominous glowing letters. They might as well have spelled, "All hope abandon, ye who enter here." So whip out your pocket torch, Friday, powered with its own tiny lifetime shipstone, and search. But don't go too far. There was indeed a torch in a jump bag I had left behind me in the skip to Maloo. It might even be shining, entertaining fish on the bottom of the Mississippi. And I knew that there were other torches stockpiled straight down this black tunnel. I didn't even have a match. If I had a Boy Scout, I could make a fire by rubbing his hind legs together. Ugh, shut up, Friday. I sank down to the floor and let myself cry a little. Then I stretched out on that hard, cold, welcome and soft concrete floor and went to sleep. 20. I woke up a long time later, and the floor was indeed hard and cold, but I felt so enormously rested that I did not mind. I stood up and rubbed the kinks out and realized that I no longer felt hopeless, just hungry. The tunnel was now well lighted. That glowing sign still warned me not to go any farther, but the tunnel was no longer black. The illumination seemed about equal to a well-lighted living room. I looked around for the source of light. Then my brain came back into gear. The only illumination came from the glowing sign. My eyes had adjusted while I slept. I understand that human people also experience this phenomenon, but possibly to a lesser degree. I started to hunt for the switch. I stopped and started using my brain instead. That's harder work than using muscles, but it's quieter and burns fewer calories. It's the only thing that separates us from the apes, although just barely. If I were a concealed switch, where would I be? The significant parameters of this switch had to be that it must be well enough hidden to frustrate intruders, but it nevertheless must save Janet's life and that of her husband's. What did that tell me? It would not be too high for Janet to reach, therefore I could reach it. We are much the same size. So that switch was in my reach without using a stool. Those floating glowing letters were about 3 meters inside the door. The switch could not be much past that point, because Janet had told me that the second warning, the one that promised death, was triggered not far inside. A few meters, she had said. A few is rarely over 10. Janet would not hide the switch so thoroughly that one of her husbands, dodging for his life, would have to remember exactly where it was. The simple knowledge that there was such a switch must be sufficient clue to let him find it. But any intruder who did not know that there was such a switch must not notice it. I moved down the tunnel until I stood right under that glowing sign, looked up. The light from that warning sign made it easy to see anywhere but that small part of the tunnel arch just above the letters. Even with my dark-adjusted and enhanced vision, I could not see the ceiling directly over the sign. I reached up and felt the ceiling where I could not see it. My fingers encountered something that felt like a button, possibly the end of a solenoid. I pushed it. The warning sign blinked out. Ceiling lights came on, shining far down the tunnel. Frozen food and the means to cook it, and big towels and hot and cold running water, and a terminal in the hole on which I could get the current news and summaries of past news. Books and music and cash money stored in the hall against emergency, and weapons and shipstones and ammunition, and clothes of all sorts that fit me because they fitted Janet, and a clock calendar in the terminal that told me that I had slept 13 hours before the hardness of the concrete bed woke me, and a comfy soft bed that invited me to finish the night by sleeping again after I had bathed and eaten and satisfied my hunger for news. A feeling of total security that let me calm down until I no longer had to use mind control to suppress my real feelings in order to function. The news told me that British Canada had scaled the emergency down to limited emergency. The border with the Imperium remained closed. The Quebec border was still closely controlled, but permits were granted for any legitimate business. The remaining dispute between the two nations lay in how much reparation Quebec should pay for what was now admitted to be a military attack made through error and/or stupidity. The internment order was still in effect, but over 90% of Quebecois internees had been released on their own paroles, and about 20% of internees from the Imperium. So I had done well to dodge because, no question about it, I was a suspicious character. But it looked as if Georges could come home whenever he wished, or were there angles I did not understand? The Council for Survival promised a third round of educational killings 10 days plus or minus 2 days from the last round. The stimulators followed this a day later with a matching statement, one which again condemned the so-called Council for Survival. The Angels of the Lord did not this time make any announcement, or at least none that issued through the BritCan datanet. Again, I had tentative conclusions. Shaky ones. The stimulators were a dummy organization, all propaganda, no field operatives. The Angels of the Lord were dead and/or on the run. The Council for Survival had extremely wealthy backing, willing to pay for more unprofessional stooges to be sacrificed in mostly futile attempts. But that was merely a guess, to be dropped in a hurry if the third round of attacks turned out to be efficient and professional, which I did not expect. But I have a long record for being wrong. I still couldn't decide who was back of this silly reign of terror. It could not be, I felt certain, a territorial nation. It might be a multinational, or a consortium, although I could see no sense in it. It could even be one or more extremely wealthy individuals, if they had holes in their heads. Under retrieval, I also punched Imperium and Mississippi River and Vicksburg as singles, each pair, and the triple. Negative. I added in the names of the two vessels and tried all the combinations. Still negative. Apparently what had happened to me and several hundred others had been suppressed. Or was it considered trivial? Before I left, I wrote Janet a note telling her what clothes I had taken, how many BritCan dollars I had taken, and added that amount to what she had given me earlier. And I detailed what I had charged to her Visa card. 1 capsule fare Winnipeg to Vancouver, 1 shuttle fare Vancouver to Bellingham, nothing since. Or had I paid my fare to San Jose with her card? Or was that when Georges started being masterful? My expense accounts were in the bottom of the Mississippi. Having taken enough of Janet's cash to get me out of British Canada, I hoped, I was strongly tempted to leave her Visa card with my note to her. But a credit card is an insidious thing, just a cheap little piece of plastic that can equate to great stacks of gold bullion. It was up to me to protect that card personally and at any cost until I could place it in Janet's hand. Nothing less was honest. A credit card is a leash around your neck. In the world of credit cards, a person has no privacy. Or, at best, protects her privacy only with great effort and much chicanery. Besides that, do you ever know what the computer network is doing when you poke your card into a slot? I don't. I feel much safer with cash. I've never heard of anyone who had much luck arguing with a computer. It seems to me that credit cards are a curse, but I'm not human and probably lack the human viewpoint. In this, as in so many, many other things. I set out the next morning, dressed in a beautiful three-piece pantsuit in powder blue glass. I felt sure that Janet was beautiful in it, and it made me feel beautiful, despite the evidence of mirrors, and intending to hire a rig in nearby Stonewall, only to find that I had a choice of a horse-drawn omnibus or a Canadian Railways APV, both going to the tube station, Perimeter and McPhillips, where George and I had left on our informal honeymoon. Much as I prefer horses, I picked the faster method. Going into town would not let me pick up my luggage, still in bond at the port. But was it possible to pick it up from transit bond without being pinpointed as an alien from the Imperium? I decided to order it forwarded from outside British Canada. Besides, those bags were packed in New Zealand. If I could live without them this long, I could live without them indefinitely. How many people have died because they would not abandon their baggage? I have this moderately efficient guardian angel who sits on my shoulder. Only days ago, George and I had walked right up to the proper turnstile, stuck Janet's and Ian's credit cards into the slot without batting an eye, and zipped merrily to Vancouver. This time, although a capsule was then loading, I discovered that I was headed on past the turnstiles toward the British-Canadian Tourist Bureau Travel Office. The place was busy, so there was no danger of an attendant rubbernecking what I was doing. But I waited until I could get a console in the corner. One became available. I sat down and punched for capsule to Vancouver, then stuck Janet's card into the slot. My guardian angel was awake that day. I snatched the card out, got it out of sight fast, and hoped that no one had caught the stink of scorched plastic. And I left, quick march and nose in the air. At the turnstiles, when I asked for a ticket to Vancouver, the attendant was busy studying the sports page for the Winnipeg Free Press. He lowered his paper slightly, peered at me over it. "Why don't you use your card like everyone else? Do you have tickets to sell? Is this money legal tender?" "That's not the point." "It is to me. Please sell me a ticket. And give me your name and clock number in accordance with that notice posted back of your head." I handed him the exact amount. "Here's your ticket." He ignored my demand for his identification. I ignored his failure to comply with regulations. I did not want a hoorah with his supervisor. I simply wanted to create a diversion from my own conspicuous eccentricity in using money rather than a credit card. The capsule was crowded, but I did not have to stand. A Galahad left over from the last century stood up and offered me his seat. He was young and not bad-looking, and clearly was being gallant because he classed me as having the opposite female qualities. I accepted with a smile, and he stood over me, and I did what I could to repay him by leaning forward a bit and letting him look down my neckline. Young Lochinvar seemed to feel repaid. He stared the whole way, and it cost me nothing and was no trouble. I appreciated his interest and what it got me in comfort. 60 minutes is a long time to stand up to the heavy surges of an express capsule. As we got out at Vancouver, he asked me if I had any plans for lunch, because if I didn't, he knew of a really great place, the Bayshore Inn, or if I liked Japanese or Chinese food. I said that I was sorry, but I had to be in Bellingham by noon. Instead of accepting the brush-off, his face lit up. That's a happy coincidence, because I'm going to Bellingham too, but I thought I would wait until after lunch. We can have lunch together in Bellingham. Is it a deal? Isn't there something in international law about crossing international boundaries for immoral purposes? But can the simple, straightforward rut of this youngster correctly be classed as immoral? An artificial person never understands human people's sexual codes. All we can do is memorize them and try to stay out of trouble. But this isn't easy. Human sexual codes are as contorted as a plate of spaghetti. My attempt at a polite brush-off having failed, I was forced to decide quickly whether to be rude or to go along with his clear purpose. I scolded myself. Friday, you are a big girl now. You know better. If you intended to give him no hope whatever of getting you into bed, the time to back out was when he offered you a seat at Winnipeg. I made one more attempt. It's a deal, I answered, if I am allowed to pay the check with no argument. This was a dirty trick on my part, as we both knew that if he let me pay for lunch, that canceled his investment in me of 1 hour of standing up and hanging on and fighting the surge of the capsule. But barnyard protocol did not allow him to claim the investment. His act of gallantry was supposed to be disinterested, nightly, no reward expected. The dirty, sneaking, underhanded, ruddy scoundrel proceeded to chuck protocol. All right, he answered. I swallowed my astonishment. No argument later? It's my check? No argument, he agreed. Obviously, you don't want to be under the nominal obligation of the price of a lunch, even though I issued the invitation, and therefore should have a host privilege. I don't know what I have done to annoy you, but I will not force on you even a trivial obligation. There is a McDonald's at surface level as we arrive in Bellingham. I'll have a Big Mac and a Coke, you pay for it, then we can part friends. I answered, I'm Marjorie Baldwin. What is your name? I'm Trevor Andrews, Marjorie. Trevor, that's a nice name. Trevor, you are dirty, sneaky, underhanded, and despicable. So take me to the best restaurant in Bellingham, ply me with fine liquor and gourmet food, and you pay the check. I'll give you a fair chance to sell your fell designs, but I don't think that you will get me into bed. I'm not feeling receptive. That last was a lie. I was feeling receptive and very ruddy. Had he possessed my enhanced sense of smell, he would have been certain of it, just as I was certain of his rut toward me. A human male cannot possibly dissemble with an AP female who has enhanced senses. I learned this at menarche. But of course, I am never offended by male rut. At most, I sometimes imitate a human woman's behavior by pretending to be offended. I don't do this often, and tend to avoid it. I'm not that convincing an actress. From Vicksburg to Winnipeg, I had felt no sexual urge. But with a double night's sleep, a hot bath with lots of soap, plenty of food, my body was now restored to its normal behavior. So why was I lying about it to this harmless stranger? Harmless? In any rational sense, yes. Short of corrective surgery, I am sterile. I am not inclined to catch even a sniffle, and I am specifically immunized against the 4 commonest venereal diseases. I was taught in creche to class coition with eating, drinking, breathing, sleeping, playing, talking, cuddling, the pleasant necessities that make life a happiness instead of a burden. I lied to him because human rules call for a lie at that point in the dance, and I was passing as human and didn't dare be honestly myself. He blinked down at me. You feel that I would be wasting my investment? I'm afraid so. I'm sorry. You're mistaken. I never try to get a woman into bed. If she wants me in her bed, she will find some way to let me know. If she does not want me there, then I would not enjoy being there. But you seem to be unaware of the fact that it is worth the price of a good lunch just to sit and look at you, while ignoring any silly babble that comes out of your mouth. Babble? That had better be a very good restaurant. Let's catch the shuttle. I'd thought that I might have to argue my way through the barrier on arrival, but the CHI officer looked most carefully at Trevor's IDs before validating his tourist card, then barely glanced at my San Jose MasterCard and waved me on through. I waited for Trevor just past the CHI barrier and looked at the sign, The Breakfast Bar, while feeling double déjà vu. Trevor joined me. "If I had seen," he said mournfully, "that gold card you were flashing just now, I would not have offered to pay for the lunch. You're a wealthy heiress." "Now look, Buster," I answered, "a deal's a deal. You told me it was worth the price just to sit and drool over me. In spite of my babble, I'm willing to cooperate to the extent of easing the neckline a little. 1 button, maybe 2, but I won't let you back out. Even a rich heiress likes to show a profit now and then." "Oh, the shame and the pity of it all. Quit complaining. Where's this gourmet restaurant?" "Well now, Marjorie, I'm forced to admit that I don't know the restaurants in this glittering metropolis. Will you name the one you prefer?" "Trevor, your seduction technique is terrible." "So my wife says." "I thought you had that harness-broken look. Get out her picture. Back in a moment. I'm going to find out where we eat." I caught the CHI officer between shuttles, asked him for the name of the best restaurant. He looked thoughtful. "This isn't Paris, you know." "I noticed. Or even New Orleans. If I were you, I would go to the Hilton dining room." I thanked him, went back to Trevor. "We're eating in the dining room, 2 floors up. Unless you want to send out for your spies. Now, let's see her picture." He showed me a wallet picture. I looked at it carefully, then gave a respectful whistle. Blondes intimidate me. When I was little, I thought I could get to be that color if I scrubbed hard enough. "Trevor, with that at home, why are you picking up loose women on the streets?" "Are you loose?" "Quit trying to change the subject." "Marjorie, you wouldn't believe me, and you would babble. Let's go up to the dining room before all the martinis dry up." Lunch was okay, but Trevor did not have Georges' imagination, knowledge of cooking, and skill at intimidating a maître d'hôtel. Without Georges' flair, the food was good, standard, North American cuisine. The same in Bellingham as in Vicksburg. I was preoccupied. Discovering that Janet's credit card had been invalidated had upset me almost more than the horrid disappointment of not finding Ian and Janet at home. Was Janet in trouble? Was she dead? And Trevor had lost some of the cheerful enthusiasm a stud should display when the game is afoot. Instead of staring lecherously at me, he too seemed preoccupied. Why the change in manner? My demand to see a picture of his wife? Had I made him self-conscious thereby? It seems to me that a man should not engage in the hunt unless he is in such terms with his wife or wives that he can recount the lurid details at home to be giggled over, like Ian. I don't expect a man to protect my reputation because, to the best of my knowledge and belief, they never do. If I want a man to refrain from discussing my sweaty clumsiness in bed, the only solution is to stay out of bed with him. Besides, Trevor had mentioned his wife first, hadn't he? I reviewed it. Yes, he had. After lunch, he perked up some. I was telling him to come back here after his business appointment because I was punching in as a guest in order to have comfort as well as privacy in making satellite calls. True. And I might stay overnight. Also true. So come back and call me, and I would meet him in the lounge. Conditionally true. I was so lonely and troubled, I suspected that I would tell him to come straight up. He answered, "I'll call first so that you can get that man out, but I'll come straight up. No need to make the trip twice. But I'll send the bubbly up. I won't carry it." "Hold on," I said. "You have not yet sold me your nefarious purpose. All I promised was the opportunity to present your sales talk. In the lounge, not in my bedroom." "Marjorie, you're a hard woman." "No, you're a hard man. I know what I'm doing." A sudden satori told me that I did know. "How do you feel about artificial persons? Would you want your sister to marry one?" "Do you know one who might be willing? Sis is getting to be a bit long in the tooth. She can't afford to be particular." "Don't try to evade me. Would you marry one?" "What would the neighbors think?" Marjorie, how do you know I haven't? You saw my wife's picture. Artifacts are supposed to make the very best wives, horizontally or vertically.
Concubines, you mean. It isn't necessary to marry them. Trevor, you not only are not married to one, you don't know anything about them but the popular myths, or you wouldn't say artifact when the subject is artificial persons.
I'm sneaky, underhanded, and despicable. I misused the term so that you would not suspect that I am one.
Oh, babble. You aren't one, or I would know it. And while you probably would go to bed with one, you wouldn't dream of marrying one. This is a futile discussion. Let's adjourn it. I need about 2 hours. Don't be surprised if my room terminal is busy. Tape a message and curl up with a good drink. I'll be down as soon as possible.
I punched in at the desk and went up, not to the bridal suite. In the absence of Georges, that lovely extravagance would have made me triste, but to a very nice room with a good big wide bed, a luxury I had ordered from a deep suspicion that Trevor's low-key, almost reverse, salesmanship was going to cause him to wind up in it. The difficult louse. I put the thought aside and got to work. I called the Vicksburg Hilton. No Mr. and Mrs. Perot had punched out. No forwarding address. Sorry. So was I, and that synthetic computer voice was no comfort. I called McGill University in Montreal and wasted 20 minutes learning that, yes, Dr. Perot was a senior member of this university, but was now at the University of Manitoba. The only new fact was that this Montreal computer synthesized English or French with equal ease and always answered in the language in which it was addressed. Very clever, these electron pushers. Too clever, in my opinion. I tried Janet's, Ian's call code in Winnipeg. Learned that their terminal was out of service at the subscriber's request. I wondered why I'd been able to receive news on the terminal in the hole earlier this day. Did out of service mean only no incoming calls? Was such an arcanum a close-held secret of ST&T? Anzac Winnipeg bounced me around through parts of its computer meant for the traveling public before I got a human voice to admit that Captain Tormey was on leave because of the emergency and the interruption of flights to New Zealand. Ian's Auckland code answered only with music, and an invitation to record a message, which was no surprise, as Ian would not be there until semi-ballistic service resumed. But I had thought that I might catch Betty or Freddie. How could one go to New Zealand with the SBs out of service? You can't ride a seahorse. They're too small. Did those big waterborne, shipstone-driven freighters ever carry passengers? I didn't think they had accommodations. Hadn't I heard somewhere that some of them didn't even have crews? I believed that I had a detailed knowledge of ways to travel superior to the professional knowledge of travel agents, because as a courier, I often moved around by means that tourists can't use and ordinary commercial travelers don't know about. It vexed me to realize that I had never given thought to how to outwit the fates when all SBs are grounded. But there is a way. There is always a way. I ticked it off in my mind as a problem to solve. Later. I called the University of Sydney, spoke with a computer, but at last got a human voice that admitted knowing Professor Farnese, but he was on sabbatical leave. No, private call codes and addresses were never given out. Sorry. Perhaps customer service might help me. The Sydney Information Service computer seemed lonely, as it was willing to chat with me endlessly. Anything but admit that either Federico or Elizabeth Farnese was in its net. I listened to a sales pitch for the world's biggest bridge. It isn't. And the world's grandest opera house. It is. So come down under and... I switched off reluctantly. A friendly computer with a Strine accent is better company than most people, human or my sort. I then tackled the one I had hoped to be able to skip. Christchurch. There was a probability that Boss's HQ had sent word to me care of my former family when the move was made. If it was a move, and not a total disaster. There was a very remote possibility that Ian, unable to send a message to me in the Imperium, would send one to my former home in hopes that it would be forwarded. I recalled that I had given him my Christchurch call code when he gave me the code for his Auckland flat. So I called my erstwhile home, and got the shock that one gets in stepping on a step that isn't there. Service is discontinued at the terminal you have signaled. Calls are not being relayed. In emergency, please signal Christchurch. A code followed that I recognized as Brian's office. I found myself doing the time zone correction backward to get a wrong answer that would let me put off calling. Then I snapped out of it. It was afternoon here, just past 15, so it was tomorrow morning in New Zealand, just past 10. A most likely time of day for Brian to be in. I punched his call, got a satellite hold of only a few seconds, then found myself staring into his astonished face. "Marjorie." "Yes," I agreed. "Marjorie. How are you?" "Why are you calling me?" I said, "Brian, please, we were married 7 years. Can't we at least speak politely with each other?" "Sorry. What can I do for you?" "I'm sorry to disturb you at work, but I called the house and found the terminal out of service. Brian, as you no doubt know from the news, communications with the Chicago Imperium have been interrupted by the emergency, the assassinations, what the newscasters have been calling Red Thursday. As a result of this, I'm in California. I never did reach my Imperium address. Can you tell me anything about mail or messages that may have come for me? You see, nothing has reached me." I really could not say. "Sorry." "Can't you even tell me whether anything had to be forwarded? Just to know that a message had been forwarded would help me in tracing it." "Let me think. There would have been all that money you drew out. No, you took the draft for that with you." "What money?" "The money you demanded we return to you, or be faced with an open scandal, a bit more than $70,000. Dollars, 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 dollars." "Marjorie, I'm surprised that you have the gall to show your face, when your misbehavior, your lies, and your cold cupidity destroyed our family." "Brian, what in the world are you talking about? I have not lied to anyone. I don't think I've misbehaved, and I have not taken 1 penny out of the family." "Destroyed the family? How? I was kicked out of the family, out of a clear blue sky, kicked out and sent packing all in a matter of minutes. I certainly did not destroy the family. Explain yourself." Brian did, in cold and dreary detail. My misbehavior was all of a piece with my lies, of course. That ridiculous allegation that I was a living artifact, not human, and thereby I had forced the family to ask for an annulment. I tried to remind him that I had proved to him that I was enhanced. He brushed it aside. What I recalled, what he recalled, did not match. As for the money, I was lying again. He had seen the receipt with my signature. I interrupted to tell him that any signature that appeared to be mine on any such receipt had to be a forgery, as I had not received a single dollar. "You're accusing Anita of forgery. Your boldest lie yet." "I'm not accusing Anita of anything, but I received no money from the family." I was accusing Anita, and we both knew it, and possibly accusing Brian as well. I recalled once that Vicky had said that Anita's nipples erected only over fat credit balances, and I had shushed her and told her not to be catty. But there were hints from others that Anita was frigid in bed, a condition that an AP can't understand. In retrospect, it did seem possible that her total passion was for the family, its financial success, its public prestige, its power in the community. If so, she must hate me. I did not destroy the family, but kicking me out appeared to be the first domino in its collapse. Almost immediately after I left, Vicky went to Nuku'alofa and instructed a solicitor to sue for divorce and financial settlement. Then Douglas and Lisbeth left Christchurch, married each other separately, then entered the same sort of suit. One tiny crumb of comfort. I learned from Brian that the vote against me had not been 6-0, but 7-0. An improvement? Yes. Anita had ruled that voting must be by shares. The major stockholders, Brian, Bertie, and Anita, had voted first, casting 7 votes against me, a clear majority to expel me, whereupon Doug, Vicky, and Lisbeth had abstained from voting. A very small crumb of comfort, however. They had not bucked Anita, not tried to stop her. They had not even warned me of what was afoot. They abstained, then stood aside and let the sentence be executed. I asked Brian about the children, and was told bluntly that they were none of my business. He then said that he was quite busy and must switch off, but I held him for one more question. What was done with the cats? He looked about to explode. Marjorie, are you utterly heartless? When your acts have caused so much pain, so much real tragedy, you want to know about something as trivial as cats? I restrained my anger. I do want to know, Brian. I think they were sent to the SPCA, or it might have been to the medical school. Goodbye. Please, do not call me again. The medical school? Mr. Underfoot tied to a surgical table while a medical student took him apart with a knife? I'm not a vegetarian, and I'm not going to argue against the use of animals in science and in teaching. But if it must be done, dear God, if there is one anywhere, don't let it be done to animals who have been brought up to think they are people. SPCA or medical school, Mr. Underfoot and the younger cats were almost certainly dead. Nevertheless, if SBs had been running, I would have risked going back to British Canada to catch the next trajectory for New Zealand in the forlorn hope of saving my old friend. But without modern transportation, Auckland was farther away than Luna City. Not even a forlorn hope. I dug deep into mind control training and put matters I could not help out of my mind, and found that Mr. Underfoot was still brushing against my leg. On the terminal, a red light was blinking. I glanced at the time, noted that it had been just about the 2 hours I had estimated. That light was almost certainly Trevor. So make up your mind, Friday. Put cold water on your eyes and go down and let him try to persuade you? Or tell him to come on up, take him straight to bed and cry on him. At first, that is. You certainly don't feel lecherous this minute, but tuck your face into a nice, warm male shoulder and let your feelings sag, and pretty soon you will feel eager. You know that. Female tears are reputed to be a powerful aphrodisiac to most men, and your own experience bears that out. Cryptosadism? Machismo? Who cares? It works. Invite him up, have some liquor sent up, maybe even put on some lip paint, try to look sexy. No, the hell with lip paint, it would not last long anyway. Invite him up, take him to bed. Cheer yourself up by doing your damnedest to cheer him up. Give it everything you've got. I fitted a smile onto my face and answered the terminal, and found myself speaking to the hotel's robot voice. We are holding a box of flowers for you. May we send them up? Certainly. No matter who or what, a box of flowers is better than a slap in the belly with a wet fish. Shortly, the dumbwaiter buzzed. I went to it and took out a floral package as big as a baby's coffin, put it on the floor to open it. Long-stemmed, dusky red roses. I decided to give Trevor a better time than Cleopatra ever managed on her best days. After admiring them, I opened the envelope that came with them, expecting just a card with perhaps a line asking me to call the lounge or such. No, a note. Almost a letter. Dear Marjorie, I hope that these roses will at least be as welcome as I would have been. Would have been? What the devil? I must confess that I've run away. Something came up that made me realize that I must desist from my attempts to force my company on you. I'm not married. I don't know who that pretty lady is. The picture is just a prop. As you pointed out, my sort is not considered suitable for marriage. I'm an artificial person, dear lady. My mother was a test tube, my father was a knife, so I should not be making passes at human women. I pass for human, yes, but I would rather tell you the truth than to continue to try to pass with you, than have you learn the truth later, as you would eventually, as I am the dirt-proud sort who would sooner or later tell you. So I would rather tell you now than hurt you later. My family name is not Andrews, of course, as my sort do not have families. But I can't help wishing that you were an AP yourself. You really are sweet, as well as extremely sexy, and your tendency to babble about matters such as APs that you don't understand is probably not your fault. You remind me of a little fox terrier bitch I once had. She was cute and very affectionate, but quite willing to fight the whole world by herself if that was the program for the day. I confess to liking dogs and cats better than most people. They never hold it against me that I'm not human. Do enjoy the roses. Trevor. I wiped my eyes and blew my nose and went down fast and rushed through the lounge and then through the bar and then down one floor to the shuttle terminal and stood by the turnstiles leading to the departing shuttles and stood there and waited and waited and waited some more, and a policeman began eyeing me, and finally he came over and asked me what I wanted and did I need help. I told him the truth, or some of it, and he let me be. I waited and waited, and he watched me the whole time. Finally, he came over again. Look here, if you insist on treating this as your beat, I'm going to have to ask to see your license and your medical certificate, and take you in if either one is not in order. I don't want to do that. I've got a daughter at home about your age, and I'd like to think that a cop would give her a break. Anyhow, you ought not to be in the business. Anybody can see from your face that you're not tough enough for it. I thought of showing him that gold credit card. I doubt that there is a streetwalker anywhere who carries a gold credit card. But the old dear really did think that he was taking care of me, and I had humiliated enough people for one day. I thanked him and went up to my room. Human people are so cocksure that they can always spot an AP. Blah! We can't even spot each other. Trevor was the only man I had ever met whom I could have married with an utterly clear conscience, and I had chased him away. But he was too sensitive. Who was too sensitive? You are, Friday. But damn it, most humans do discriminate against our sort. Kick a dog often enough and he becomes awfully jumpy. Look at my sweet NZ family. The Finks. Anita probably felt self-righteous about cheating me. I'm not human. Score for the day? Humans 9. Friday 0. Where is Janet? 21. After a short nap that I spent standing on an auction block waiting to be sold, I woke up. Woke up because prospective buyers were insisting on inspecting my teeth, and I finally bit one, and the auctioneer started giving me a taste of the whip and woke me. The Bellingham Hilton looked awfully good. Then I made the call I should have made first. But the other calls had to be made anyhow, and this call cost too much and would have been unnecessary if my last call had paid off. Besides, I don't like to phone the moon. The time lag upsets me. So I called Ceres and South Africa Acceptances, Boss's banker, or one of them, the one who took care of my credit and paid my bills. After the usual hassle with synthetic voices that seemed more deliberately frustrating than ever through the speed-of-light lag, I finally reached a human being, a beautiful female creature who clearly, it seemed to me, had been hired to be a decorative receptionist. 1/6 G is far more effective than a bra. I asked her to let me speak to one of the bank's officers. "You are speaking to one of the vice presidents," she answered. "You managed to convince our computer that you needed help from a responsible officer. That's quite a trick. That computer is stubborn. How may I help you?" I told a portion of my unlikely story. So it took a couple of weeks to get inside the Imperium, and when I did, all my contact codes were sour. Does the bank have another call code or address for me? We'll see. What is the name of the company for which you work? It has several names. One is System Enterprises. What is your employer's name?
He doesn't have a name. He's elderly, heavy-set, one-eyed, rather crippled, and walks slowly with 2 canes. Does that win a prize?
We'll see. You told me that we backed your MasterCard credit issued through the Imperial Bank of St. Louis. Read the card's number, slowly.
I did so. Want to photograph it?
No, give me a date.
1066.
1492, she answered.
4000 BC,
I agreed. 1776, she reposted.
2012,
I answered. You have a grisly sense of humor, Miss Baldwin. All right, you're tentatively you. But if you're not, I'll make a small bet with you that you won't live past the next checkpoint. Mr. Two Canes is reputed to be unamused by gatecrashers. Take down this call code, then read it back to me.
I did so.
1 hour later, I was walking past the Palace of the Confederacy in San Jose, again headed for the California Commercial Credit Building, and firmly resolved not to get into any fights in front of the palace, no matter what assassinations were being attempted. I thought about the fact that I was on the exact spot I had been on, 2 weeks ago, and if this relay point sent me to Vicksburg, I would go quietly mad. My appointment at the CCC building was not with MasterCard, but with a law firm on another floor, one I had called from Bellingham after obtaining the firm's terminal code from the moon. I had just reached the corner of the building when a voice almost in my ear said, "Miss Friday?" I looked quickly around, a woman in a yellow cab uniform. I looked again. "Goldie!" "You ordered a cab, miss? Across the plaza and down the street. They won't let us squat here." We crossed the plaza together. I started to babble, bursting with euphoria. Goldie shushed me. "Do please try to act like a cab fare, Miss Friday. The master wants us to be inconspicuous."
"Since when do you call me miss?"
"Better so. Discipline is very tight now. My picking you up is a special permission, one that would never have been granted if I had not been able to point out that I could make positive identification without buzzwords."
"Well, all right. Just don't call me miss when you don't have to. Golly gosh, Goldie, darling, I'm so happy to see you, I could cry."
"Me too, especially since you were reported dead just this Monday. And I did cry, and several others."
"Dead? Me? I haven't even been close to dead. Not at all. Not anywhere. I haven't been in the slightest danger. Just lost. And now I'm found."
"I'm glad."
10 minutes later, I was ushered into Boss's office. "Friday reporting, sir," I said. "You're late."
"I came the scenic route, sir, up the Mississippi by excursion boat."
"So I heard. You seem to be the only survivor. I meant that you were late today. You crossed the border into California at 12:05. It is now 17:22.
Damn it, boss, I had problems.
Couriers are supposed to be able to outwit problems and move fast anyhow.
Damn it, boss. I wasn't on duty. I wasn't being a courier. I was still on leave. You've no business chewing me out. If you hadn't moved without notifying me, I wouldn't have had the slightest trouble. I was here 2 weeks ago in San Jose. Just a loud shout from right here."
13 days ago. Boss, you're nitpicking to avoid admitting that it was your fault, not mine. Very well. I will accept the blame, if any, in order that we may cease quibbling and stop wasting time. I made extreme effort to notify you, much more than the routine alert MSG that was sent to other field operatives not at headquarters. I regret that this special effort failed. Friday, what must I do to convince you that you are unique and invaluable to this organization? In anticipation of the events tagged Red Thursday.
Boss, were we in that?
I was shocked. What causes you to entertain such an obscene idea? No, our intelligence staff projected it, in part from data you delivered from L5, and we started making precautionary arrangements in good time, so it seemed. But the first attacks took place in advance of our most pessimistic projection. At the onset of Red Thursday, we were still moving in Pedimenta. It was necessary to crash our way across the border, with bribes, not with force. The notices of change of address and of call code had gone out earlier. but it was not until we were here, and our comm center re-established, that I was notified that you had not made routine acknowledgement.
For the bloody good reason that I did not receive routine notice.
Please. On learning that you had not acknowledged, I attempted to call you at your New Zealand home. Possibly you are aware that there has been an interruption in satellite service?
I heard.
Precisely. The call got through some 32 hours later. I spoke to Mrs. Davidson, a woman about 40, rather sharp features. Senior wife in your S group?
Yes, Anita. Both Lord High Executioner and Lord High everything else.
That was the impression I received. I received also an impression that you had become persona non grata.
I'm sure that it was more than an impression. Go ahead, boss. What did the old bat have to say about me?
Almost nothing. You had left the family quite suddenly. No, you had left no forwarding address or call code. No, she would not accept a message for you or forward any that arrived. I'm very busy. Marjorie has left us in a dreadful mess. Goodbye.
Boss, she had your Imperium address. She also had the address in Luna City of Ceres in South Africa, because I made my monthly payments to her through them.
I could see the situation. My New Zealand representative,
the first I'd ever heard of one,
obtained for me the business address of your S-Group's senior husband, Brian Davidson. He was more polite and somewhat more helpful. From him we learned what shuttle you had taken from Christchurch, and that led us to the passenger list of the semi-ballistic you took from Auckland to Winnipeg. There we lost you briefly, until my agent there established that you had left the port in the company of the skipper of the semi-ballistic. When we reached him, Captain Tormey, he was helpful, but you had left. I am pleased to be able to tell you that we were able to return the favor to Captain Tormey. An inside source enabled us to let him know that he and his wife were about to be picked up by the local police.
For God's sake! What for?
The nominal charge is harboring an enemy alien and harboring an unregistered Imperium subject during a declared emergency. In fact, the Winnipeg office of the provincial police are not interested in you or in Dr. Perot. That is an excuse to pull in the Tormeys. They are wanted on a much more serious charge that has not been filed. A Lieutenant Melvin Dickey is missing. The last trace of him is an oral statement made by him as he left Police HQ that he was going to Captain Tormey's home to pick up Dr. Perot. Foul play is suspected.
But that's not evidence against Jan and Ian, the Tormeys.
No, it is not. That is why the provincial police intend to hold them on a lesser charge. There is more. Lieutenant Dickey's APV crashed near Fargo in the Imperium. It was unoccupied. The police are very anxious to check that wreck for fingerprints. Possibly they are doing so at this very moment, as, about 1 hour ago, a news bulletin reported that the common border between the Chicago Imperium and British Canada had been reopened.
Oh, my God!
Compose yourself. On the controls of that APV, there were indeed fingerprints that were not Lieutenant Dickey's. They matched Captain Tormey's prints on file with Anzac Skyways. Note the tense I used. There were such prints. There no longer are. Friday. Although I found it prudent to move our seat of operations out of the Imperium, after many years I am not without contacts there, and agents, and past favors I can collect. No prints matching those of Captain Tormey are now in that wreckage, but there are prints on it from many sources, living and dead.
Boss, may I kiss your feet?
Hold your tongue. I did not do this to frustrate the British-Canadian police. My field agent in Winnipeg is a clinical psychologist, as well as having our usual training. It is his professional opinion that either Captain Tormey or his wife could kill in self-defense, but that it would take extreme conditions indeed to cause either of them to kill a policeman. Dr. Perot is described as being even less disposed toward violent solutions.
I killed him.
So I assumed. No other explanation fitted the data. Do you wish to discuss it? Is it any of my business?
Perhaps not, except that you made it your business when you got rid of those damning fingerprints. I killed him because he was threatening Janet. Janet Tormey, with a gun. I could have simply disabled him. I had time to pull my punch. But I meant to kill him, and I did.
I would be, and will be, much disappointed in you if you ever simply injure a policeman. A wounded policeman is more dangerous than a wounded lion. I had reconstructed it as much as you described, save that I had assumed that you were protecting Dr. Perot, since you seemed to find him an acceptable surrogate husband.
He's that all right, but it was that crazy fool threatening Janet's life that made me go spung. Boss, until this happened, I didn't know that I loved Janet. Didn't know I could love a woman that intensely. You know more than I do about how I was designed, or so you have hinted. Are my glands mixed up?
I know quite a lot about your design, but I shan't discuss it with you. You have no need to know. Your glands are no more mixed up than those of any healthy human. Specifically, you do not have a redundant Y chromosome. All normal human beings have soi-disant mixed-up glands. The race is divided into two parts, those who know this and those who do not. Stop stupid talk. It ill befits a genius.
Oh, so I'm a genius now? Holly gee, boss.
Don't be pert. You are a super genius, but you're a long way from realizing your potential. Geniuses and super geniuses always make their own rules on sex, as on everything else. They do not accept the monkey customs of their lessers. Let us return to our muttons. Is it possible that this body will be found?
I would bet long odds against it.
Any point in discussing it with me?
I don't think so.
Then I have no need to know, and will assume that the Tormeys can safely return home as soon as the police conclude that they cannot establish corpus delicti. While corpus delicti does not require a corpse, it is enormously more difficult to make a charge of murder stand up without one. If arrested, a good lawyer would have the Tormeys out in 5 minutes, and they would have a very good lawyer, I assure you. You may be pleased to know that you helped them to escape from the country.
I did?
You and Dr. Perot, by leaving British Canada as Captain and Mrs. Tormey, and by using their credit cards, and by filling out tourist card applications in their names. You two left a trail that proved that the Tormeys fled the country immediately after Lieutenant Dickey disappeared. This worked so well that the police wasted several days trying to trace down the suspects in the California Confederacy, and blaming inefficiency of their colleagues in the Confederacy for their lack of success. But I'm somewhat surprised that the Tormeys were not arrested in their own home, as my agent had no great difficulty interviewing them there.
I'm not. If a cop shows up, zip down the hole. If it's not a cop and he satisfies Ian that he is okay... Boss, did your Winnipeg agent mention my name? My Marjorie Baldwin name, I mean?
Yes. Without that name and a picture of you, Mrs. Tormey would never have let him in. Without the Tormeys, I would have lacked necessary data for picking up your rather elusive trail. We benefited each other. They helped you to escape. We helped them to escape, after my agent told them that they were being actively sought. A pleasant ending.
How did you get them out?
Friday. Do you wish to know?
No. When will I learn? Had Boss wished to disclose the method, he would have told me. Careless slips sink ships. Not around Boss. Boss came out from behind his desk and shocked me. Ordinarily, he does not move around much, and in his old office his ubiquitous tea service was within his reach at his desk. Now, he rolled out. No canes, a powered wheelchair. He guided it to a side table, started fiddling with tea things. I stood up. May I pour?
Thank you, Friday. Yes.
He left the service table, rolled back to his place behind his desk. I took over, which let me stand with my back to him. That was what I needed right now. There's no reason to feel shock when a cripple decides to substitute a powered wheelchair for canes. It is simply efficiency. except that this was Boss. If the Egyptians at Giza woke up some morning and found the pyramid switched around and the Sphinx with a new nose, they would not be more shocked than I was. Some things, and some people, are not supposed to change. After I had served his tea, warm milk, 2 lumps, and had poured mine, I sat back down, my composure restored. Boss uses the very latest technology and quite old-fashioned customs. I have never known him to ask a woman to wait on him, but if a woman is present and offers to pour tea, it is a certainty that he will accept graciously and turn the incident into a minor ceremony. He chatted of other matters until we each had finished 1 cup. I refilled his cup, did not myself take another. He resumed business.
Friday, you changed names and credit cards so many times that we were always 1 jump behind you. We might not have traced you to Vicksburg had not your progress suggested something about your plan. Although it is not my practice to interfere with an agent no matter how closely he is being watched, I might have decided to head you off from going up the river, knowing that that expedition was doomed.
Boss, what was that expedition? I never believed the song and dance.
A coup d'etat, a clumsy one. The Imperium has had 3 chairmen in 2 weeks, and the current one is no better and no more likely to survive. Friday, a well-run tyranny is a better base for my work than is any form of free government. But a well-run tyranny is almost as scarce as an efficient democracy. To resume, you got away from us in Vicksburg because you moved without hesitation. You were aboard that comic opera troop ship and gone before our Vicksburg agent knew that you had signed up. I was vexed with him, so much so that I've not yet disciplined him. I must wait.
No reason to discipline him, boss. I moved fast, unless he breathed down my neck, which I notice and always take steps. He could not have kept up with me.
Yes, I know your techniques, but I think that you will agree that I was understandably annoyed when it was reported to me that our man in Vicksburg actually had you physically in sight, and 24 hours later he reports you dead.
Maybe not. A man got too close on my heels coming into Nairobi earlier this year, breathed down my neck, and it was his last breath. If you have me shadowed again, better warn your agents.
I do not ordinarily use a shadow on you, Friday. With you, point checks work better. Fortunately for all of us, you did not stay dead. While the terminals of my contact agents in St. Louis have all been tapped by the government, I still get some use from them. When you attempted to report in 3 times and never got caught, I heard of it at once and deduced that it had to be you, then knew it with certainty when you reached Fargo.
Who in Fargo? The paper artist? Boss pretended not to hear.
Friday, I must get back to work. Complete your report. Make it brief.
Yes, sir. I left that excursion boat when we entered the Imperium, proceeded to St. Louis, found your contact call codes tapped, left, visited Fargo as you noted, crossed into British Canada, 26 clicks east of Pembina, crossed to Vancouver and down to Bellingham today, then reported to you here.
Any trouble?
No, sir.
Any novel aspects of professional interest?
No, sir.
At your convenience, tape a detailed report for my staff analysis. Feel free to suppress facts not yours to disclose. I will send for you sometime in the next 2 or 3 weeks. You start school tomorrow morning, 0900.
Huh?
Don't grunt. It is not pleasing in a young woman. Friday, your work has been satisfactory, but it is time you entered on your true profession. Your true profession at this stage, perhaps I should say. You are woefully ignorant. We will change that. 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Ignorant, huh? Arrogant old bastard. Gosh, I was glad to see him. But that wheelchair fretted me. 22. Pajaro Sands used to be a resort seaside hotel. It's a nowhere place on Monterey Bay, outside a nowhere city, Watsonville. Watsonville is one of the great oil export ports of the world and has all the charm of cold pancakes with no syrup. The nearest excitement is in the casinos and bawdy houses of Carmel, 50 kilometers away. But I don't gamble and am not interested in sex for hire, even the exotic sorts to be had in California. Not many from Boss's headquarters patronized Carmel, as it was too far away to go by horse, other than for a weekend. There was no direct capsule, and, while California is liberal in authorizing power vehicles, Boss did not release his APVs for anything but business. The big excitement for us at Pajaro Sands were the natural attractions that caused it to be built: surf and sand and sunshine. I enjoyed surfboarding until I became skilled at it. Then it bored me. I usually sunned a bit each day and swam a little and stared out at the big tankers suckling at the oil moles, and noted with amusement that the watchstander aboard each ship often was staring back with binoculars. There was no reason for any of us to be bored, as we had full individual terminal service. People are so used to the computer net today that it is easy to forget what a window to the world it can be, and I include myself. One can grow so canalized in using a terminal only in certain ways, paying bills, making telephone calls, listening to news bulletins, that one can neglect its richer uses. If a subscriber is willing to pay for the service, almost anything can be done at a terminal that can be done out of bed. Live music? I could punch in a concert going on live in Berkeley this evening. But a concert given 10 years ago in London, its conductor long dead, is just as live, just as immediate as any listed on today's program. Electrons don't care. Once data of any sort go into the net, time is frozen. All that's necessary is to remember that all the endless riches of the past are available any time you punch for them. Boss sent me to school at a computer terminal, and I had far richer opportunities than any enjoyed by a student at Oxford or the Sorbonne or Heidelberg in any earlier year. At first, it did not seem to me that I was going to school. At breakfast the first day, I was told to report to the head librarian. He was a fatherly old dear, Professor Perry, whom I had met first during basic training. He seemed harried, understandably, as Boss's library was probably the bulkiest and most complex thing shipped from the Imperium to Pajaro Sands. Professor Perry undoubtedly had weeks of work ahead before everything would be straightened out, and in the meantime, all Boss would expect would be utter perfection. The work was not made easier by Boss's eccentric insistence on paper books for much of his library, rather than cassettes or microfiche or discs. When I reported to him, Perry looked bothered, then pointed to a console over in one corner. "Miss Friday, why don't you sit down over there?" "What am I to do?"
"Huh? That's hard to say. No doubt we'll be told. I'm awfully busy now, and terribly understaffed. Why don't you just get acquainted with the equipment by studying anything you wish?"
There wasn't anything special about the equipment, except that there were extra keys giving direct access to several major libraries, such as Harvard's and the Washington Library of the Atlantic Union and the British Museum, without going through a human or network link-up. Plus the unique resource of direct access to Boss's library, the one right beside me. I could even read his bound paper books if I wanted to, on my terminal screen, turning the pages from the keyboard and never taking the volume out of its nitrogen environment. That morning I was speed-searching the index of the Tulane University Library, one of the best in the Lone Star Republic, looking for history of Old Vicksburg, when I stumbled onto a cross-reference to spectral types of stars, and found myself hooked. I don't recall why there was such a cross-referral, but these do occur for the most unlikely reasons. I was still reading about the evolution of stars when Professor Perry suggested that we go to lunch. We did, but I made some notes first about types of mathematics I wanted to study. Astrophysics is fascinating, but you have to talk the language. That afternoon, I got back to Old Vicksburg and was footnoted to Showboat, a musical play concerning that era, and then spent the rest of the day looking at and listening to Broadway musical plays from the happy days before the North American Federation fell to pieces. Why can't they write music like that today? Those people must have had fun, I certainly did. I played Showboat, The Student Prince, and My Fair Lady, one after the other, and noted a dozen more to play later. This is going to school? Next day, I resolved to stick to serious study of professional subjects in which I was weak, because I felt sure that once my tutors, whoever they were, assigned my curriculum, I would have no time at all for my own choices. Earlier training in Boss's outfit had taught me the need for a 26-hour day. But at breakfast, my friend Anna asked me, "Friday, what can you tell me about the influence of Louis XI on French lyric poetry?" I blinked at her. "Is there a prize? Louis XI sounds like a cheese to me. The only French verse I can recall is Mademoiselle from Armentières, if that qualifies." "Professor Perry said that you are the person to ask." "He's pulling your leg." When I reached the library, Papa Perry looked up from his console. I said, "Good morning. Anna said that you had told her to ask me about the effect of Louis XI on French verse." Yes, of course. Would you mind not bothering me now? This bit of programming is very tricky." He looked back down and closed me out of his world. Frustrated and irritated, I punched up Louis XI. 2 hours later, I came up for air. I had not learned anything about poetry. So far as I could tell, the Spider King had never even rhymed tant qu'on with c'est bon, or ever been a patron of the art. But I learned a lot about politics in the 15th century. Violent. Made the little scrapes I had been in seem like kitty quarrels in the creche. I spent the rest of the day punching up French lyric verse since 1450. Good in spots. French is suited to lyric poetry, more so than is English. It takes an Edgar Allan Poe to wring beauty consistently out of the dissonance of English. German is unsuited to lyricism, so much so that translations fall sweeter on the ear than do the German originals. This is no fault of Goethe or Heine, it is a defect of an ugly language. Spanish is so musical that a soap powder commercial in Spanish is more pleasing to the ear than the best free verse in English. The Spanish language is so beautiful that much of its poetry sounds best if the listener does not understand the meaning. I never did find out what effect, if any, Louis XI had on verse. One morning I found my console occupied. I looked inquiringly at the head librarian. Again he looked harried. Yes, we're quite crowded today. Miss Friday, why not use the terminal in your room? It has the same additional controls, and if you need to consult me, you can do so even more quickly than you can here. Just punch local 7 and your signature code, and I'll instruct the computer to give you priority. Satisfactory? Just fine, I agreed. I enjoyed the warm camaraderie of the library study room, but in my own room, I could take off my clothes without feeling that I was annoying Papa Perry. What should I study today? Goodness, isn't there some subject you're interested in that merits further listening? I dislike disturbing number 1. I went to my room and went on with French history since Louis XI, and that led me to the new colonies across the Atlantic, and that led me into economics, and that took me to Adam Smith, and from there to political science. I concluded that Aristotle had had his good days, but that Plato was a pretentious fraud, and that led to my being called 3 times by the dining room, with the last call including a recorded message that any late arrival would mean nothing but cold night rations, and a live message from Goldie threatening to drag me down by my hair. So I rushed down, barefooted and still zipping into a jumpsuit. Anna asked what I had been doing that was so urgent I would forget to eat. Most un-Friday-ish. She and Goldie and I usually ate together, with or without male company. Residents at HQ were a club, a fraternity, a noisy family, and some 24 of them were kissing friends of mine. Improving my brain, I said. You are looking at the world's greatest authority. Authority on what? Goldie asked. Anything. Just ask me. The easy ones I answer at once. The hardest ones I'll answer tomorrow. Prove it, said Anna. How many angels can sit on the point of a needle? That's an easy one. Measure the angels' arses. Measure the point of the needle. Divide A into B. The numerical answer is left as an exercise for the student. Smart, Alec. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Even easier. Switch on a recorder using any nearby terminal. Clap with one hand, play back the result. You try her, Goldie. She's been eating meat. What is the population of San Jose? That's a hard one. I'll report tomorrow. The fiddling went on for over a month before it filtered through my skull that someone, boss of course, was in fact trying to force me to become the world's greatest authority. At one time, there really was a man known as the world's greatest authority. I ran across him in trying to nail down one of the many silly questions that kept coming at me from odd sources. Like this. Set your terminal to research. Punch parameters in succession: North American culture, English speaking, mid-20th century, comedians, the world's greatest authority. The answer you can expect is Professor Irwin Corey. You'll find his routine's timeless humor. Meanwhile, I was being force-fed, like a Strasbourg goose. Nevertheless, it was a very happy time. Often as not, one of my true friends would invite me to share a bed. I don't recall ever refusing. Rendezvous would usually be arranged during afternoon sunbathing, and the prospect added a tingle to the sensuous pleasure of lying in the sun. Because everyone at HQ was so civilized, sweet through and through, it was possible to answer, "Sorry, Terrence asked me first. Tomorrow, maybe? No? Okay, sometime soon," and have no hurt feelings. One of the shortcomings of the S group I used to belong to was that such arrangements were negotiated among the males under some protocol that was never explained to me, but was not free from tension. The silly questions speeded up. I found myself just getting acquainted with the details of Ming ceramics when a message showed up in my terminal, saying that someone in staff wanted to know the relationships between men's beards, women's skirts, and the price of gold. I had ceased to wonder at silly questions. Around boss, anything can happen. But this one seemed super silly. Why should there be any relationship? Men's beards did not interest me. They tickle and are often dirty. As for women's skirts, I knew even less. I've almost never worn skirts. Skirted costumes can be pretty, but they aren't practical for travel, and could have gotten me killed 3 or 4 times. And when you're home, what's wrong with skin, or as near as local custom permits? But I'd learned not to ignore questions merely because they were obvious nonsense. I tackled this one by calling up all the data I could, including punching out some most unlikely association chains. I then told the machine to tabulate all retrieved data by categories. Darned if I didn't begin to find connections. As more data accumulated, I found that the only way I could see all of it was to tell the computer to plot and display a 3-dimensional graph. And that looked so promising that I told it to convert the holographic in color. Beautiful! I did not know why these 3 variables fitted together, but they did. I spent the rest of the day changing scales, X versus Y versus Z in various combinations, magnifying, shrinking, rotating, looking for minor cycloid relations under the obvious gross ones, and noticed a shallow double sinusoidal hump that kept showing up as I rotated the holo. And suddenly, for no reason I can assign, I decided to subtract the double sunspot curve. Eureka! As precise and necessary as a Ming vase. Before dinner time, I had the equation. Just one line that encompassed all the silly data I had spent 5 days dragging out of the terminal. I punched the Chief of Staff's call and recorded that one-line equation, plus definitions of variables. I added no comment, no discussion. I wanted to force the faceless joker to ask for my opinions. I got the same answer back, i.e., none. I fiddled for most of a day waiting, and proving to myself that I could retrieve a group picture from any year, and that through looking only at male faces and female legs, make close guesses concerning the price of gold, falling or rising, the time of that picture relative to the double sunspot cycle, and, shortly and most surprising, whether the political structure was falling apart or consolidating. My terminal chimed. No face. No pat on the back, just a displayed message. Operations requests soonest depth analysis of possibility that plague epidemics of 6th, 14th, and 17th centuries resulted from political conspiracy. Phooey! I had wandered into a funny farm and was locked up with the inmates. Oh well, the question was so complex that I might be left alone a long time while I studied it. That suited me. I had grown addicted to the possibilities of a terminal of a major computer hooked into a world research net. I felt like little Jack Horner. I started by listing as many subjects as possible by free association. Plague, epidemiology, fleas, rats, Daniel Defoe, Isaac Newton, conspiracy, Guy Fawkes, Freemasonry, Illuminati, OTO, Rosicrucians, Kennedy, Oswald, John Wilkes Booth, Pearl Harbor, green bowlers, Spanish influenza, pest control, etc. In 3 days, my list of possibly related subjects was 10 times as long. In a week, I knew that one lifetime was not nearly enough to study in depth all of my list. But I'd been told to tackle the subject, so I started in. But I placed my own meaning on soonest, i.e., I would study conscientiously at least 50 hours per week, but when and how I wished and with no cramming or rawhiding, unless somebody came along and explained to me why I should work harder or differently. This went on for weeks. I was wakened in the middle of the night by my terminal. Override alarm. I had shut it off as usual when I went to bed. Alone. I don't recall why. I answered sleepily. All right, speak up, and it had better be good. No picture. Boss's voice said, Friday, when will the next major Black Death epidemic occur? I answered, 3 years from now, April, starting in Bombay and spreading worldwide at once. Spreading off-planet at first transport. Thank you, good night. I dropped my head to the pillow and went right back to sleep. I woke up at 700 as usual, held still for several moments and thought, while I grew colder and colder, and decided that I really had heard from Boss in the night, and really had given him that preposterous answer. So bite the bullet, Friday, and climb the 13 steps. I punched Local 1. Friday here, boss. About what I told you in the night? I plead temporary insanity. Nonsense. See me at 10:15. I was tempted to spend the next 3 hours in Lotus, chanting my beads, but I have a deep conviction that one should not attend even the end of the world without a good breakfast. And my decision was justified, as the special that morning was fresh figs with cream, corned beef hash with poached eggs, and English muffins with Knott's Berry Farm orange marmalade, fresh milk, Colombian high-altitude coffee. That so improved things that I spent an hour trying to find a mathematical relationship between the past history of plague and the date that had popped into my sleep-drenched mind. I did not find one, but was beginning to see some shape to the curve when the terminal gave me a 3-minute warning I had punched in. I had refrained from having my hair cut and my neck shaved, but otherwise I was ready. I walked in on the tick. Friday reporting, sir. Sit down. Why Bombay? I would think that Calcutta would be a more likely center. It might have something to do with long-range weather forecasts and the monsoons. Fleas can't stand hot, dry weather. 80% of a flea's body mass is water, and if the percentage drops below 60, the flea dies. So hot, dry weather will stop or prevent an epidemic. But, boss, the whole thing is nonsense. You woke me up in the middle of the night and asked me a silly question, and I gave you a silly answer without really waking up. I probably pulled it out of a dream. I've been having nightmares about the Black Death, and there really was a bad epidemic that started in Bombay, 1896 and following. Not as bad as the Hong Kong phase of it 3 years later. Friday, the analytical section of operations says that the next Black Death epidemic won't start until a year later than your prediction, and not Bombay, Jakarta and Ho Chi Minh City. That's preposterous. I stopped abruptly. Sorry, sir, I guess I was back in that nightmare. Boss, can't I study something pleasanter than fleas and rats and Black Death? It's ruining my sleep. You may.
You are through studying plague.
Hooray!
Other than to whatever extent your intellectual curiosity causes you to tidy up any loose ends. The matter now goes to operations for action, but action will be based on your prediction, not on that of the mathematical analysts.
I have to say it again? My prediction is nonsense.
Friday, your greatest weakness is lack of awareness of your true strength. Wouldn't we look silly if we depended on the professional analysts? But the outbreak was 1 year earlier, as you predicted. Catastrophe. But to be a year early in taking prophylactic measures does no harm.
Are we going to try to stop it? People have been fighting rats and fleas throughout history. So far, the rats and fleas are ahead.
Heavens, no. In the second place, the contract would be too big for this organization. But in the first place, I do not accept contracts that I cannot fulfill. This is one such. In the third place, from the strictest humanitarian viewpoint, any attempt to stop the process by which overcrowded cities purge themselves is not a kindness. Plague is a nasty death, but a quick one. Starvation is also a nasty death, but a very slow one.
Boss grimaced, then continued.
This organization will limit itself to the problem of keeping Pastrella pestis from leaving this planet. How will we do it? Answer at once.
Ridiculous. Any government public health department, faced with such a question, would set up a blue-ribbon study group, insist on ample research funds, and schedule a reasonable time, 5 years or more, for orderly scientific investigation. I answered at once. Explode them.
The space colonies, that seems a drastic solution.
No, the fleas. Back during the global wars of the 20th century, somebody discovered that you could kill off fleas and lice by taking them up to high altitude. They explode. About 5 kilometers, as I recall, but it can be looked up and checked by experiment. I thought of it because I noticed that Beanstalk Station at Mount Kenya was above the critical altitude, and almost all space traffic these days goes up the beanstalk. Then there's the simple method of heat and dryness. Works, but not as fast. But the key to it, boss, is absolutely no exceptions. Just one case of diplomatic immunity or one VIP allowed to skip the routines and you've had it. One lapdog, one gerbil, one shipment of laboratory mice. If it took the mnemonic form, L5 would be a ghost town in a week. Or Luna City.
If I did not have other work for you, I would put you in charge. How about rats?
I don't want the job. I'm sick of this subject. Boss, killing a rat's no problem. Stuff it into a sack, beat the sack with an axe, then shoot it, then drown it. Burn the sack with the dead rat in it. Meanwhile, its mate has raised another litter of pups, and you now have a dozen rats to replace it. Boss, all we've ever been able to do with rats is fight them to a draw. We never win. If we let up for a moment, the rats pull ahead. I added sourly, I think they're the second team. This plague assignment had depressed me.
Elucidate.
If Homo sapiens doesn't make it, he keeps trying to kill himself off, there are the rats, ready to take over.
Piffle, soft-headed nonsense. Friday, you overstress the human will to die. We have had the means to commit racial suicide for generations now, and those means are and have been in many hands. We have not done so. In the second place, to replace us, rats would have to grow enormously larger skulls, develop bodies to support them, learn to walk on 2 feet, develop their front paws into delicate manipulative organs, and grow more cortex to control all this. To replace man, another breed must become man. Bah, forget it. Before we leave the subject of plague, what conclusions did you reach concerning the conspiracy theory?
The notion is silly. You specified 6th, 14th, and 17th centuries, and that means sailing ships or caravans and no knowledge of bacteriology. So here we have the sinister Dr. Fu Manchu in his hideaway, raising 1 million rats, and the rats are infested with fleas. Easy. Rats and fleas are infected with bacillus, possibly even without theory. But how does he hit his target city? By ship? In a few days, all the 1,000,000 rats will be dead, and so would be the crew. Even harder to do it over land. To make such a conspiracy work in those centuries would require modern science and a largish time machine. Boss, who thought up that silly question?
I did.
I thought it had your skid to it. Why?
It caused you to study the subject with a much wider approach than you otherwise would have given it, did it not?
I had spent much more time studying relevant political history than I had spent studying the disease itself. I suppose so.
You know so.
Well, yes. Boss, there ain't no such animal as a well-documented conspiracy. Or sometimes too well-documented, but the documents contradict each other. If a conspiracy happened quite some time ago, a generation or longer, it becomes impossible to establish the truth. Have you ever heard of a man named John F. Kennedy?
Yes. Chief of State in the middle 20th century of the Federation then occupying the land between Canada, British Canada and Quebec, and the Kingdom of Mexico. He was assassinated.
That's the man. Killed in front of hundreds of witnesses, and every aspect before, during, and after, heavily documented. All that mountain of evidence adds up to this. Nobody knows who shot him, how many shot him, how many times he was shot, who did it, why it was done, and who was involved in the conspiracy, if there was a conspiracy. It isn't even possible to say whether the murder plot was foreign or domestic. Boss, if it's impossible to entangle one that recent and that thoroughly investigated, what chance is there of figuring out the details of the conspiracy that did in Gaius Iulius Caesar, or Guy Fawkes in the gunpowder plot? All that can truthfully be said is that the people who come out on top write the official versions found in the history books. History that is no more honest than his autobiography.
Friday, autobiography is usually honest.
Ha! Boss, what have you been smoking?
That'll do. Autobiography is usually honest, but it is never truthful.
I missed a turn.
Think about it. Friday, I can't spend more time on you today. You chatter too much and change the subject. Hold your tongue while I say some things. You are now permanently on staff work. You are getting older. No doubt your reflexes are a touch slower. I will not again risk you in field work.
I'm not complaining.
Pipe down. But you must not get swivel chair spread. Spend less time at the console, more time in exercise. The day will come when your enhanced reflexes will again save your life, and possibly the lives of others. In the meantime, give thought to the day when you will have to shape your life unassisted. You should leave this planet. For you, there is nothing here. The balkanization of North America ended the last chance of reversing the decay of the Renaissance civilization. So you should think about off-planet possibilities, not only in the solar system but elsewhere, planets ranging from extremely primitive to well-developed. Investigate for each the cost and the advantages of migrating there. You will need money. Do you want my agents to collect the money of which you were cheated in New Zealand?
How do you know I was cheated?
Come, we're not children.
May I think about it?
Yes. Concerning your ex-migration, I recommend that you not move to the planet Olympia. Otherwise, I have no specific advice other than to migrate. When I was younger, I thought I could change this world. Now, I no longer think so. But for emotional reasons I must keep on fighting, holding action. But you're young, and because of your unique heritage, your emotional ties to this planet and to this portion of humanity are not great. I could not mention this until you shuffled off your sentimental connection in New Zealand.
I didn't shuffle it off. I was kicked out on my arse.
So, while you are deciding, look up Benjamin Franklin's Parable of the Whistle. Then tell me, no, ask yourself, whether or not you paid too much for your whistle. enough of that. 2 assignments for you. Study the Shipstone Corporation complex, including its interlocks outside the complex. Second, the next time I see you, I want you to tell me precisely how to spot a sick culture. That's all.
Boss turned his attention to his console, so I stood up. But I was not ready to accept so abrupt a dismissal, as I had had no opportunity to ask important questions. Boss, don't I have any duties? Just random study that goes nowhere?
It goes somewhere. Yes, you have duties. First, to study. Second, to be awakened in the middle of the night or stopped in the hallway to answer silly questions.
Just that?
What do you want? Angels and trumpets?
Well, a job title, maybe. I used to be a courier. What am I now? Court jester?
Friday, you are developing a bureaucratic mind. Job title indeed. Very well. You are Staff Intuitive Analyst, reporting to me only. But the title carries an injunction. You are forbidden to discuss anything more serious than a card game with any member of the analytical section of the General Staff. Sleep with them if you wish. I know that you do, in 2 cases, but limit your conversation to the veriest trivia.
Boss, I could wish that you spent less time under my bed.
Only enough to protect the organization. Friday, you are well aware that the absence of eyes and ears today simply means that they are concealed. Be assured that I am shameless about protecting the organization.
You are shameless unlimited. Boss, answer me one more question. Who is behind Red Thursday? The 3rd wave sort of fizzled. Will there be a 4th? What's it all about?
Study it yourself. If I told you, you would not know. You simply would have been told. Study it thoroughly, and some night, when you are sleeping alone, I will ask you. You will answer, and then you will know.
For God's sake, do you always know when I'm sleeping alone?
Always.
He added, dismissed, and turned away. 23. As I left the sanctum sanctorum, I ran into Goldie coming in. I was feeling grouchy and simply nodded. Not sore at Goldie. Boss, damn him. Supercilious, arrogant voyeur. I went to my room and got to work so that I could stop fuming. First, I punched for the names and addresses of all the Shipstone corporations. While these were printing, I called for histories of the complex. The computer named 2, an official company history, combined with a biography of Daniel Shipstone, and an unofficial history footnoted muckrake. Then the machine suggested several other sources. I told the terminal to print out both books, and asked it for printouts of other sources, if 4,000 words or less, summarized if not. Then I looked over the corporations list. Daniel Shipstone Estate, Incorporated. Muriel Shipstone Memorial Research Laboratories. Shipstone Tempe. Shipstone Gobi. Shipstone Aden. Shipstone Sahara. Shipstone Arica. Shipstone Death Valley. Shipstone Karoo. Coca-Cola Holding Company. Interworld Transport Corporation. OutSystems Colonial Corporation. Wolf Creek Pass Nature Preserve. Shipstone Never Never. Shipstone L4. Shipstone L5. Shipstone Stationary. Shipstone Tycho. Shipstone Aries. Shipstone Deep Water. Shipstone Unlimited, Limited. Sears Montgomery, Incorporated. Prometheus Foundation. Billy Shipstone School for Handicapped Children. Jack and the Beanstalk, Pty. Morgan Associates. Año Nuevo Wildlife Refuge. Shipstone Visual Arts Museum and School. I looked at this list with easily controlled enthusiasm. I had known that the Shipstone Trust had to be big. Who does not have a half-dozen Shipstones within easy reach, not counting the big one in your basement or foundation? But now it seemed to me that studying this monster would be a lifetime career. I was not that much interested in shipstones. I was nibbling around the edges when Goldie stopped by and told me that it was time to put on the nosebag. And I've instructions to see to it that you do not spend more than 8 hours a day at your terminal, and you are to take a full weekend every week. Ah, so, tyrannical old bastard. We started for the refectory. Friday? Yes, Goldie? You're finding the master grumpy and sometimes difficult? Correction, he is always difficult. Yes, but what you may not know is that he is in constant pain. She added, he can no longer take drugs to control it. We walked in silence while I chewed and swallowed that one. Goldie, what's wrong with him? Nothing, really. I would say that he is in good health, for his age. How old is he? I don't know. From things I have heard, I know that he is over 100. How much over, I can't guess. Oh, no. Goldie, when I went to work for him, he could not have been more than 70. Oh, he used canes, but he was very spry. He moved as fast then as anyone. Well, it's not important, but you might remember that he hurts. If he is rude to you, it is pain talking. He thinks highly of you. What makes you think so? I've talked too much about my patient. Let's eat. In studying the Shipstone corporate complex, I did not attempt to study shipstones. The only way to study shipstones would be to go back to school, get a PhD in physics, add on some intense postdoctoral study in both solid state and plasma, get a job with one of the shipstone companies, and so impress them with your loyalty and your brilliance that you are at long last part of the inner circle controlling fabrication and quality. Since that involves about 20 years that I should have started back in my teens, I assume that Boss did not intend me to take that route. So let me quote from the official or propaganda history. Prometheus, a brief biography and short account of the unparalleled discoveries of Daniel Thomas Shipstone, B.S., M.A., Ph.D., LL.D., L.H.D., and of the benevolent system he founded. Thus young Daniel Shipstone saw at once that the problem was not a shortage of energy, but lay in the transporting of energy. Energy is everywhere, in sunlight, in wind, in mountain streams, in temperature gradients of all sorts wherever found, in coal, in fossil oil, in radioactive ores, in green growing things. Especially in ocean depths and in outer space, energy is free for the taking in amounts lavish beyond all human comprehension. Those who spoke of energy scarcity and of conserving energy simply did not understand the situation. The sky was raining soup. What was needed was a bucket in which to carry it. With the encouragement of his devoted wife Muriel, née Greentree, who went back to work to keep food on the table, young Shipstone resigned from General Atomics and became the most American of myth heroes, the basement inventor. 7 frustrating and weary years later, he had fabricated the first shipstone by hand. What he had found was a way to pack more kilowatt-hours into a smaller space and a smaller mass than any other engineer had ever dreamed of. To call it an improved storage battery, as some early accounts did, is like calling an H-bomb an improved firecracker. What he had achieved was the utter destruction of the biggest industry, aside from organized religion, of the Western world. For what happened next, I must draw from the muckraking history and from other independent sources, as I just don't believe the sweetness and light of the company version. Fictionalized speech attributed to Muriel Shipstone. Danny boy, you are not going to patent the gadget. What would it get you? 17 years at the most, and no years at all in 3/4 of the world. If you did patent or try to, Edison and PG&E and Standard would tie you up with injunctions and lawsuits and claimed infringements and I don't know what all. But you said yourself that you could put one of your gadgets in a room with the best research team GA has to offer, and the best they could do would be to melt it down, and the worst would be that they would blow themselves up. You said that. Did you mean it? Certainly, if they don't know how I insert the hush, I don't want to know, and walls have ears, we don't make any fancy announcements. We simply start manufacturing, wherever power is cheapest today. Where is that? The muckraking author fairly frothed at the cruel, heartless monopoly held by the Shipstone complex over the prime necessities of all the little people everywhere. I could not see it that way. What Shipstone and his companies did was to make plentiful and cheap what used to be scarce and dear. This is cruel and heartless? The Shipstone companies do not have a monopoly over energy. They don't own coal or oil or uranium or water power. They do lease many, many hectares of desert land, but there is far more desert not being cropped for sunshine than the Shipstone Trust is using. As for space, it is impossible to intercept even 1% of all the sunshine going to waste inside the orbit of Luna. Impossible by a factor of many millions. Do the arithmetic yourself, otherwise you'll never believe the answer. So what is their crime? Twofold. A. The Shipstone companies are guilty of supplying energy to the human race at prices below those of their competitors. B. They meanly and undemocratically decline to share their industrial secret of the final assembly stage of a Shipstone. This latter is, in the eyes of many people, a capital offense. My terminal dug out many editorials on the people's right to know, others on the insolence of giant monopolies, and other displays of righteous indignation. Nation. 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 The Shipstone complex is mammoth, all right, because they supply cheap power to billions of people who want cheap power and want more of it every year. But it is not a monopoly because they don't own any power. They just package it and ship it around to wherever people want it. Those billions of customers could bankrupt the Shipstone complex almost overnight by going back to their old ways. Burn coal, burn wood, burn oil, burn uranium, distribute power through continent-wide stretches of copper and aluminum wires and/or long trains of coal cars and tank cars. But no one, so far as my terminal could dig out, wants to go back to the bad old days, when the landscape was disfigured in endless ways, and the very air was loaded with stinks and carcinogens and soot, and the ignorant were scared silly by nuclear power, and all power was scarce and expensive. No. Nobody wants the bad old ways. Even the most radical of the complainers want cheap and convenient power. They just want the Shipstone companies to go away and get lost. The people's right to know. The people's right to know what? Daniel Shipstone, having first armed himself with great knowledge of higher mathematics and physics, went down into his basement and patiently suffered 7 lean and weary years, and thereby learned an applied aspect of natural law that let him construct a Shipstone. Any and all of the people are free to do as he did. He did not even take out a patent. Natural laws are freely available to everyone equally, including flea-bitten Neanderthals crouching against the cold. In this case, the trouble with the people's right to know is that it strongly resembles the right of someone to be a concert pianist, but who does not want to practice. But I am prejudiced, not being human and never having had any rights. Whether you prefer the Saccharine Company version or the vitriolic muckrakers version, the basic facts about Daniel Shipstone and the Shipstone complex are well known and beyond argument. What surprised me, shocked me in fact, was what I learned when I started digging into ownership, management, and direction. My first hint came from that basic printout when I saw what companies were listed as Shipstone complex companies, but did not have Shipstone in their names. When one pauses for a Coke, the deal is with Shipstone. Ian had told me that Interworld had ordered the destruction of Acapulco. Does this mean that the trustees of Daniel Shipstone estate ordered the killing of 250,000 innocent people? Can these be the same people who run the best hospital school for handicapped children in the world? And Sears Montgomery. Hell's bells, I own some Sears Montgomery stock myself. Do I share by concatenation some part of the guilt for the murder of Acapulco? I programmed the machine to display how the directorates interlocked inside the Shipstone complex, and then what directorships in other companies were held by directors of Shipstone companies. And the results were so startling that I asked the computer to list stock ownership of 1% or more of the voting stock in all Shipstone companies. I spent the next 3 days fiddling with and rearranging and looking for better ways to display the great mass of data that came back in answer to those two questions. At the end of that time, I wrote out my conclusions. A. The Shipstone complex is all one company. It just looks like 28 separate organizations. B. The directors and/or stockholders of the Shipstone complex own or control everything of major importance in all the major territorial nations in the solar system. C. Shipstone is potentially a planet-wide, system-wide government. I could not tell from the data whether it acted as such or not, as control, if indeed it were exerted, would be through corporations not overtly part of the Shipstone empire. D. It scared me. Something I had noticed in connection with one Shipstone company, Morgan Associates, caused me to run a search on credit companies and banks. I was unsurprised, but depressed to learn that the very company now extending me credit, MasterCard of California, was in effect the same company as the one guaranteeing payment, Ceres and South Africa Acceptances, and that was duplicated right down the line, whether it was Maple Leaf, Visa, Credit Quebec, or what. This is not news. Fiscal theorists have been asserting that as long as I can remember. But it struck home when I saw it spelled out in terms of directorates interlocking and ownership shared. On impulse, I suddenly asked the computer, "Who owns you?" I got back, "Null program." I rephrased it, conforming most carefully to its language. The computer represented by this terminal was a most forgiving machine and very smart. Ordinarily, it did not mind somewhat informal programming. But there are limits to what one may expect in machine understanding of verbal language. A reflexive question such as this might call for semantic exactness. Again, null program. I decided to sneak up on the idea. I asked it the following question, doing it step by step exactly in accordance with this computer's language, computer grammar, computer protocol. What is the ownership of the information processing network that has terminals throughout British Canada? The answer was displayed and flashed several times before wiping, and it wiped without my order. Requested data are not in my membanks. That scared me. I knocked off for the day and went swimming, and sought out a friend to share a bed with me that night, not waiting to be asked. I wasn't super horny. I was super lonely, and darn well wanted a warm living body close to mine to protect me from an intelligent machine that refused to tell me what it really was. During breakfast next morning, Boss sent me word to see him at 10:00. I reported, somewhat mystified, because in my opinion there had not been nearly enough time for me to complete my 2 assignments, Shipstone and the marks of a sick culture. But when I came in, he handed me a letter, of the old-fashioned sort, sealed into an envelope and physically forwarded, just like junk mail. I recognized it, for I had sent it to Janet and Ian. But I was surprised to see it in Boss's hands, as the return address on it was phony. I looked and saw that it had been readdressed to a law firm in San Jose, the one that had been my contact to find Boss. Pixies. "You can hand it back to me, and I will send it to Captain Tormey when I know where he is." When you know where the Tormeys are, I will write a very different letter. This one is sort of blind." "Commendably so." "You've read it?" "Damn it, Boss." "I read everything that is to be forwarded to Captain and Mrs. Tormey, and Dr. Perot, by their request." "I see. Nobody tells me a damn thing. I wrote the way I did, phony name and all, because the Winnipeg police might open it.
They undoubtedly did. I think you covered adequately. I regret that I did not inform you that all mail sent to their home would be forwarded to me, if indeed the police are forwarding all of it. Friday, I do not know where the Tormeys are, but I have a contact method that I can use once. The plan is to use it when the police drop all charges against them. I expected that weeks ago. It has not taken place. From this, I conclude that the police in Winnipeg are very much in earnest in their intention of hanging the disappearance of Lieutenant Dickey on the Tormeys as a murder charge. Let me ask you again, can that body be found?
I thought hard, trying to put worst case on it. If the police ever moved in on that house, what would they find? Boss, have the police been inside that house?
Certainly, they searched it the day after the owners departed.
In that case, the police had not found the body the morning of the day I reported here. If they found it, or were to find it since that date, would you know?
I think it probable. My lines of communication into that police headquarters are less than perfect, but I pay highest for freshest information.
Do you know what was done with the livestock? 4 horses, a cat and 5 kittens, a pig, maybe other animals?
Friday, where is your intuition leading you?
Boss, I don't know exactly how that body is hidden, but Janet, Mrs. Tormey, is an architect who specialized in 2-tier active defense of buildings. What she did about her animals would tell me whether or not she thought there was the slightest possibility of that body ever being found. Boss made a notation.
We'll discuss it later. What are the marks of a sick culture?
Boss, for God's sake, I'm still learning the full shape of the Shipstone complex.
You will never learn its full shape. I gave you 2 assignments at once so that you could rest your mind with a change of pace. Don't tell me that you've given no thought to the second assignment.
Thought is about all I've given to it. I've been reading Gibbon and studying the French Revolution. Also Smith's From the Yalu to the Precipice.
A very doctrinaire treatment. Read also Penn's The Last Days of the Sweet Land of Liberty.
Yes, sir. I did start making tallies. It's a bad sign when the people of a country stop identifying themselves with the country and start identifying with a group, a racial group, or a religion, or a language, anything, as long as it isn't the whole population.
A very bad sign. Particularism. It was once considered a Spanish vice, but any country can fall sick with it.
I don't really know Spain. Dominance of males over females seems to be one of the symptoms. I suppose the reverse would be true, but I haven't run across it in any of the history I've listened. Why not, boss?
You tell me. Continue.
So far as I've listened, before a revolution can take place, the population must lose faith in both the police and the courts.
Elementary. Go on.
Well, high taxation is important, and so is inflation of the currency and the ratio of the productive to those on the public payroll. But that's old hat. Everybody knows that a country is on the skids when its income and outgo get out of balance and stay that way, even though there are always endless attempts to wish it away by legislation. But I started looking for little signs, what some call silly season symptoms. For example, did you know that it is against the law here to be naked outside your own home? Even in your own home if anybody can see in?
Rather difficult to enforce, I suspect. What significance do you see in it?
Oh, it isn't enforced, but it can't be repealed either. The Confederacy is loaded with such laws. It seems to me that any law that is not enforced and can't be enforced weakens all other laws. Boss, did you know that the California Confederacy subsidizes whores?
I had not noticed it. To what end? For their armed forces? For their prison population? Or as a public utility? I confess to some surprise.
Oh, not that way at all. The government pays them to keep their legs crossed, taken off the market entirely. They are trained, licensed, examined, and stockpiled. Only it doesn't work. The designated surplus artists draw their subsidy checks, then go right ahead peddling tail, when they aren't supposed to do it even for fun because that hurts the market for the unsubsidized whores. So the Hookers Union, who sponsored the original legislation to support the union scale, is now trying to work out a voucher system to plug up the holes in the subsidy law. And that won't work either.
Why won't it work, Friday?
Boss, laws to sweep back the tide never do work. That's what King Canute was saying. Surely you know that.
I wanted to be sure that you knew it.
I think I've been insulted. I ran across a goodie. In the California Confederacy, it is against the law to refuse credit to a person merely because that person has taken bankruptcy. Credit is a civil right.
I assume that it does not work, but what form does noncompliance take?
I have not yet investigated, boss, but I think a deadbeat would be at a disadvantage in trying to bribe a judge. I want to mention one of the obvious symptoms: violence, muggings, sniping, arson, bombing, terrorism of any sort, riots, of course. But I suspect that little incidents of violence, pecking away at people day after day, damage a culture even more than riots that flare up and then die down. I guess that's all for now. Oh, conscription and slavery and arbitrary compulsion of all sorts, and imprisonment without bail and without speedy trial. But those things are obvious. All the histories list them.
Friday, I think you have missed the most alarming symptom of all.
I have? Are you going to tell me, or am I going to have to grope around in the dark for it?
This once I shall tell you, but go back and search for it, examine it. Sick cultures show a complex of symptoms such as you have named, but a dying culture invariably exhibits personal rudeness, bad manners, lack of consideration for others in minor matters. A loss of politeness, of gentle manners, is more significant than is a riot.
Really?
Phooey, I should have forced you to dig it out for yourself. Then you would know it. This symptom is especially serious in that an individual displaying it never thinks of it as a sign of ill health, but as proof of his or her strength. Look for it. Study it. Friday, it is too late to save this culture, this worldwide culture, not just the freak show here in California. Therefore, we must now prepare the monasteries for the coming dark age. Electronic records are too fragile. We must again have books of stable inks and resistant paper. But that may not be enough. The reservoir for the next Renaissance may have to come from beyond the sky.
Boss stopped and breathed heavily.
Friday.
Yes, sir?
Memorize this name and address.
His hands moved at his console. The answer appeared on his high screen. I memorized it.
Do you have it?
Yes, sir.
Shall I repeat it for check?
No, sir.
You are sure?
Repeat it if you wish, sir.
Friday, would you be so kind as to pour a cup of tea for me before you leave? I find that my hands are unsteady today.
My pleasure, sir. 24. Neither Goldie nor Anna showed up next day at breakfast. I ate by myself, and consequently, fairly quickly. I dawdle over food only when shared with company. This was just as well, for I was standing up, finished, when Anna's voice came over the speaking system.
Attention, please. I have the unhappy duty to announce that during the night, our chairman died. By his wish, there will be no memorial service. The body has been cremated. At 900 hours in the large conference room, there will be a meeting to wind up the affairs of the company. Everyone is urged to attend and be on time. I spent the time until 9 o'clock crying. Why? Feeling sorry for myself, I suppose. I'm certain that's what Boss would think. He didn't feel sorry for himself. He didn't feel sorry for me, and he scolded me more than once for self-pity. Self-pity, he said,
is the most demoralizing of all vices. Just the same, I was feeling sorry for myself. I had always spatted with him, even way back when he broke my indentures and made me a free person after I had run away from him. I found myself regretting every time I had answered him back, been impudent, called him names. Then I reminded myself that Boss would not have liked me at all if I had been a worm, subservient, no opinions of my own. He had to be what he was, and I had to be what I was, and we had lived for years in close association that had never, not once, involved even touching hands. For Friday, that is a record, one I am not interested in surpassing. I wonder if he knew, years ago when I first went to work for him, how quickly I would have swarmed into his lap had he invited it. He probably did know. As may be, even though I had never touched his hand, he was the only father I ever had. The big conference room was very crowded. I'd never seen even half that number at meals, and some of the faces were strange to me. I concluded that some had been called in and had been able to arrive quickly. At a table at the front of the room, Anna sat with a total stranger. Anna had folders of paper, a formidable terminal relay, and secretarial gear. The stranger was a woman about Anna's age, but with a stern, schoolmarmish look instead of Anna's warmth. At 2 seconds past 9, the stranger rapped loudly on the table. "Quiet, please. I am Rhoda Wainwright, Executive Vice Chairman of this company and Chief Counsel to the late Dr. Baldwin. As such, I am now Chairman pro tem and Paymaster for the purpose of winding up our affairs. You each know that each of you was bound to this company by contract to Dr. Baldwin personally." Had I ever signed such a contract? I was bemused by the late Dr. Baldwin. Was that really Boss's name? How did it happen that his name matched my communist nom de guerre? Had he picked it? That was so very long ago. "Since you are all now free agents. We are an elite outfit, and Dr. Baldwin anticipated that every free country in North America would wish to recruit from our ranks once his death released you. There are hiring agents in each of the small conference rooms and in the lounge. As your names are called, please come forward to receive and sign for your packet. Then examine it at once, but do not, repeat, do not stand at this table and attempt to discuss it. For discussion, you must wait until all the others have received their termination packets. Please remember that I have been up all night." Hire out with some other free company at once? Did I have to? Was I broke? Probably, except for what was left of that 200,000 Bruins I had won in that silly lottery. And most of that I probably owed to Janet on her Visa card. Let me see. I had won 230.4 grams of fine gold, deposited with MasterCard as BR 200,000, but credited as gold at that day's fix. I had drawn 36 grams of that as cash But I must reckon my other account, too, the one through Imperial Bank of St. Louis, and the cash and the Visa credit I owed Janet. And Georges ought to let me pay half of... Someone was calling my name. It was Rhoda Wainwright, looking vexed. "Please be alert, Miss Friday. Here is your packet, and sign here to receipt for it. Then move aside to check it." I glanced at the receipt. "I'll sign after I've checked it. Miss Friday, you're holding up the proceedings." "I'll step aside, but I won't sign until I confirm that the packet matches the receipt list." Anna said soothingly, "It's all right, Friday. I checked it." I answered, "Thanks, but I'll handle it just the way you handle classified documents, sight and touch." The Wainwright biddy was ready to boil me in oil, but I simply moved aside a couple of meters and started checking. A fair-sized packet, 3 passports in 3 names, an assortment of IDs, very sincere papers matching one or another identity, and a draft to Marjorie Friday Baldwin, drawn on series in South Africa acceptances, Luna City. in the amount of AU 0.999 grams 297.3, which startled me, but not nearly as much as the next item did. Adoption papers by Hartley M. Baldwin and Emma Baldwin for female child Friday Jones, renamed Marjorie Friday Baldwin, executed at Baltimore, Maryland, Atlantic Union. Nothing about Landsteiner Creche or Johns Hopkins, but the date was the day I left Landsteiner Creche. And 2 birth certificates. One was a delayed birth certificate for Marjorie Baldwin, born in Seattle, and one was for Friday Baldwin, born by Emma Baldwin, Boston, Atlantic Union. 2 things were certain about each of these documents. Each was phony, and each could be relied on utterly. Boss never did things by halves. I said, "It checks, Anna." I signed. Anna accepted the receipt from me, adding quietly, "See me after." "Suits. Where?" "See Goldie." "Miss Friday, your credit card, please." Wainwright again. "Oh." Well, yes, with Boss gone and the company dissolved, I could not use my St. Louis credit card again. "Here it is." She reached for it. I held on. "The punch, please, or the shears, whatever you're using." "Oh, come now. I'll incinerate yours along with many others after I check the numbers." "Miss Wainwright, if I am to surrender a credit card charged against me, and I am, no argument about that. It will be destroyed or mutilated, rendered useless right in front of me." "You are very tiresome. Don't you trust anyone?" "No." "Then you'll have to wait, right here, until everyone else is through." "Oh, I don't think so." I think MasterCard of California uses a phenolic glass laminate. In any case, their cards are tough, as credit cards must be. I had been careful not to show any enhancements around HQ, not because it would matter there, but because it isn't polite. But this was a special circumstance. I tore the card 2 ways, handed her the bits. "I think you can still make out the serial number." "Very well." She sounded as annoyed as I felt. I turned away. She snapped, "Miss Friday, your other card, please." "What card?" I was wondering who among my dear friends was suddenly being deprived of that utter necessity of modern life, a valid credit card, and being left with only a draft and some small change. Clumsy, inconvenient. I felt certain that Boss had not planned it that way. "MasterCard of California, Miss Friday, issued in San Jose. Hand it over." "The company has nothing to do with that card. I arranged that credit on my own." "I find that hard to believe. Your credit on it is guaranteed by Ceres in South Africa, that is to say, by the company, the affairs of which are being liquidated, so hand over that card." "You're mixed up, Counselor. While payment is made through Ceres in South Africa, the credit involved is my own. It's none of your business." "You'll soon find out whose business it is. Your account will be canceled." "At your own risk, Counselor. If you want a lawsuit that will leave you barefooted, better check the facts." I turned away, anxious not to say another word. She had me so angry that, for the moment, I was not feeling grief over Boss. I looked around and found that Goldie had already been processed. She was sitting, waiting. I caught her eye, and she patted an empty chair by her. I joined her. "Anna said for me to see you." "Good. I made a reservation at Cabana Hyatt in San Jose for Anna and me for tonight, and told them that there might be a third. Do you want to come with us?" "So soon? Are you already packed?" What did I have to pack? Not much, as my New Zealand luggage was still sitting in bond in Winnipeg port because I suspected that the Winnipeg police had placed a tag on it. So there it would sit until Janet and Ian were in the clear. I had expected to stay here tonight, but I really hadn't thought about it. "Anyone can sleep here tonight, but it's not being encouraged. The new management, wants to get everything done today. Lunch will be the last meal served. If anyone is still here tonight at dinner time, it's cold sandwiches. Breakfast? Knit." For gosh sake, that doesn't sound like anything Boss would have planned. It isn't. This woman, the master's arrangements were with the senior partner who died 6 weeks ago. But it doesn't matter. We'll just leave. Coming with us? I suppose so. Yes. But I'd better see these recruiters first. I'm going to need a job. Don't. Why not, Goldie? I'm looking for a job, too. But Anna warned me. The recruiters here today all have arrangements with La Wainwright. If any of them are any good, we can get in touch with them at Las Vegas Labor Mart without handing this snapping turtle a commission. I know what I want. Head nurse in a field hospital of a crack mercenary outfit. All the best ones are represented in Las Vegas. I guess that's the place for me to look too, Goldie. I've never had to hunt for a job before. I'm confused. You'll do all right. 3 hours later, after a hasty lunch, we were in San Jose. 2 APVs were shuttling between Pajaro Sands and the National Plaza. Wainwright was getting rid of us as fast as possible. I saw 2 flatbed trucks, big ones, each drawn by 6 horses, being loaded as we left, and Papa Perry looking harried. I wondered what was being done with Boss's library, and felt a little separate, selfish sadness that I might never again have such an unlimited chance to feed the elephant's child. I'll never be a big brain, but I'm curious about everything, and a terminal hooked directly to all the world's best libraries is a luxury beyond price. When I saw what they were loading, I suddenly recalled something with near panic. Anna, who was Boss's secretary? He didn't have one. I sometimes helped him if he needed an extra hand. Seldom. He had a contact address for my friends Ian and Janet Tormey. What would have become of it? Unless it's in this? She took an envelope from her bag and handed it to me. It's gone. Because I've had standing orders for a long time to go to his personal terminal as soon as he was pronounced dead and to punch in a certain program. It was a wipe order, I know, although he did not say so. Everything personal he had in the memory banks was erased. Would this item be personal? Very personal. Then it's gone, unless you have it there. I looked at what she had handed me, a sealed envelope with nothing but Friday on the outside. Anna added, That should have been in your packet, but I grabbed it and held it out. That nosy Slitch was reading everything she could get her hands on. I knew that this was private from Mr. Toucane's, Dr. Baldwin, I should say now. To you. I was not going to let her have it. Anna sighed. I worked with her all night. I didn't kill her. I don't know why I didn't. Goldie said, We had to have her sign those drafts. Riding with us was one of the staff officers, Burton McNye, a quiet man who rarely expressed opinions, but now he spoke. I'm sorry you restrained yourself. Look at me. I have no cash. I always used my credit card for everything. That snotty shyster wouldn't give me my closing check until I handed over my credit card. What happens with a draft on Lunar Bank? Can you cash it, or do they simply accept it for collection? I may be sleeping in the plaza tonight. Mr. McNye? Yes, Miss Friday? I'm no longer Miss Friday, just Friday. Then I'm Bert. Okay, Bert. I've got some cash Bruins and a credit card that Wainwright could not touch, although she tried. How much do you need? He smiled and reached over and patted my knee. All the nice things I've heard about you are true. Thanks, dear, but I'll handle it. First, I'll take this to the Bank of America. If they won't cash it offhand, perhaps they will advance me some pending collection. If not, I shall go to her office in the CCC building and stretch out on her desk and tell her that it is up to her to find me a bed. Damn it, the chief would have seen to it that each of us got a few hundred in cash. She did it on purpose. Maybe to force us to sign up with her buddies. I wouldn't put it past her. If she makes any fuss, I'm feeling just ornery enough to find out whether or not I remember any of the things they taught me in basic. I answered, Bert, don't ever tackle a lawyer with your hands. The way to fight a lawyer is with another lawyer, a smarter one. Look, we'll be in the cabana. If you can't cash that draft, better accept my offer. It won't inconvenience me. Thanks, Friday, but I'm going to choke her until she gives in. The room Goldie had reserved turned out to be a small suite, a room with a big waterbed and a living room with a couch that opened into a double bed. I sat down on the couch to read Boss's letter while Anna and Goldie used the bath, then got up to use it myself when they came out. When I came out, they were on the big bed, sound asleep. Not surprising. Both of them had been up all night in nervously exhausting work. I kept very quiet and sat back down, resumed reading the letter.
Dear Friday, since this is my last opportunity to communicate with you, I must tell you things I have not been able to say while alive and still your employer. Your adoption. You do not remember it because it did not happen that way. You will find that all records are legally correct. You are indeed my foster daughter. Emma Baldwin has the same sort of reality as your Seattle parents, i.e., real for all practical and legal purposes. You need be careful of only one thing. Don't let your several identities trip each other. But you have walked that tight wire many times professionally. Be sure to be present or represented at the reading of my will, since I am a Luna citizen. Huh? This will be at Luna City immediately after my death, Luna Republic not having all the lawyer-serving delays one finds in most Earthside countries. Call Fong, Tomasawa, Rothschild, Fong, and Finnegan, Luna City. Do not anticipate too much. My will does not relieve you of the necessity of earning a living. Your origin. You have always been curious about this, understandably so. Since your genetic endowment was assembled from many sources, and since all records have been destroyed, I can tell you little. Let me mention 2 sources of your genetic pattern in whom you may take pride, 2 known to history as Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Green. There is a memorial to them in a crater near Luna City, but it is hardly worth the trip, as there is nothing much to see. If you will query the Luna City Chamber of Commerce concerning this memorial, you can obtain a cassette with a reasonably accurate account of what they did. When you hear it, you will know why I told you to suspend judgment on assassins. Assassination is usually a dirty business, but honorable hatchet men can be heroes. Play the cassette and judge for yourself. The Greens were colleagues of mine many years ago. Since their work was very dangerous, I had caused each of them to deposit genetic material, 4 of her ova, a supply of his sperm. When they were killed, I caused gene analysis to be made with an eye to posthumous children, only to learn that they were incompatible. Simple fertilization would have caused reinforcement of some bad alleles. Instead, when creation of artificial persons became possible, their genes were used selectively. Yours was the only successful design. Other attempts at including them were either not viable or had to be destroyed. A good genetic designer works the way a good photographer does. A perfect result derives from a willingness to discard drastically any attempt less than perfect. There will be no more attempts using the Greens. Gail's ova are gone, and Joe's sperm is probably no longer useful. It is not possible to define your relationship to them, but it is equivalent to something between granddaughter and great-granddaughter, the rest of you being from many sources, but you can take pride in the fact that all of you was most carefully selected to maximize the best traits of H. sapiens. This is your potential. Whether or not you achieve your potential is up to you. Before your records were destroyed, I once scratched my curiosity by listing the sources that went into creating you. As near as I can recall, they are Finnish, Polynesian, Amerindian, Inuit, Danish, Red Irish, Swazi, Korean, German, Hindu, English, and bits and pieces from elsewhere, since none of the above is pure. You could never afford to be racist. You would bite your own tail.
All that the above really means is that the best materials were picked to design you, regardless of source. It is sheer luck that you wound up beautiful as well." "Beautiful? Boss, I do own a mirror." Was it possible that he had really thought so? "Surely I'm built okay. That just reflects the fact that I'm a crack athlete, which in turn reflects the fact that I was planned, not born. Well, it's nice that he thought so if he did, because it's the only game in town. I'm me, whatever." "On one point I owe you an explanation, if not an apology. It was intended that you should be reared by selected parents as their natural child. But when you still weighed less than 5 kilos, I was sent to prison. Although I was able eventually to escape, I could not return to Earth until after the Second Atlantic Rebellion. The scars of this mix-up are still with you, I know. I hope that you someday will purge yourself of your fear and mistrust of human persons. It gains you nothing and handicaps you mightily. Someday, somehow, you must realize emotionally what you know intellectually, that they are as tied to the wheel as you are. As for the rest, what can I say in a lost message? That unfortunate coincidence, my conviction at just the wrong time, left you too easily bruised, much too sentimental. My dear, you must cure yourself utterly of all fear, guilt, and shame. I think you have rooted out self-pity." "The hell I have." "But if not, you must work on it. I think that you are immune to the temptations of religion. If you are not, I cannot help you, any more than I could keep you from acquiring a drug habit. A religion is sometimes a source of happiness, and I would not deprive anyone of happiness. But it is a comfort appropriate for the weak, not for the strong. And you are strong. The great trouble with religion, any religion, is that a religionist, having accepted certain propositions by faith, cannot thereafter judge those propositions by evidence. One may bask at the warm fire of faith, or choose to live in the bleak uncertainty of reason, but one cannot have both. I have one last thing to tell you, for my own satisfaction, for my own pride. I am one of your ancestors, not a major one, but some of my genetic pattern lives on in you. You are not only my foster daughter, but also in part my natural daughter as well, to my great pride. So let me close this with a word I could not say while I was alive. Love, Hartley M. Baldwin." I put the letter back into its envelope and curled up and indulged in that worst of vices, self-pity, doing it thoroughly with plenty of tears. I don't see anything wrong with crying. It lubricates the psyche. Having gotten it out of my system, I got up and washed my face, and decided that I was all through grieving over Boss. I was pleased and flattered that he had adopted me, and it warmed me all through to know that a bit of him was used in designing me. But he was still Boss. I thought that he would allow me one cathartic session of grief, but if I kept it up, he would be annoyed with me. My chums were still sawing wood, exhausted, so I closed the door that shut them off, was pleased to note that it was a sound silencer door, and I sat down at the terminal, stuck my card into the slot, and coded Fong, Tomasawa, and so forth, having routed through exchange service to get the code, then coding directly. It's cheaper that way. I recognized the woman who answered. Low G certainly is better than a bra. If I lived in Luna City, I would wear only a monokini, too. "Oh, stilts, maybe. An emerald in my belly button." "Excuse me," I said. "Somehow I've managed to code series in South Africa when I intended to punch for Fong, Tomasawa, Rothschild, Fong, and Finnegan. My subconscious is playing tricks. Sorry to have bothered you, and thanks for the help you gave me a few months ago." "Whoops," she answered. "You didn't punch wrong. I'm Gloria Tomasawa, senior partner in Fong, Tomasawa et al., now that Grandpa Fong has retired. But that doesn't interfere with my being a vice president of series and South Africa acceptances. We are also the legal department of that bank, and I'm the chief trust officer, too, which means that I'm going to have business with you. Everyone here is sorry as can be at the news of Dr. Baldwin's death, and I hope that it did not distress you too much, Miss Baldwin."
"Hey, back up and start over."
"Sorry. Usually when people call the moon, they want to make it as brief as possible because of the cost. Do you want me to repeat all that, a sentence at a time?"
"No, I think I've assimilated it. Dr. Baldwin left a note telling me to be at the reading of his will or to be represented. I can't be there. When will it be read, and can you advise me as to how I can get someone in Luna City to represent me?"
"It will be read as soon as we get official notification of death from the California Confederacy, which should be any time now as our San Jose representative has already paid the squeeze. Someone to represent you. Will I do? Perhaps I should say that Grandpa Fong was your father's Luna City attorney for many years, so I inherited him, and now that your father has died, I inherit you, unless you tell me otherwise."
"Oh, would you, Mrs. Tomasawa? Is it Miss or Mrs.?"
"I could, and I would, and it's Mrs.
"It had better be. I have a son as old as you are." "Impossible." "This beauty contest winner twice my age?"
"Most possible. Here in Luna City we are all old-fashioned cubes, not like California. We get married, and we have babies, and always in that order."
"I wouldn't dare be a miss with a son your age. Nobody would retain me." "I mean the idea that you have a son my age. You can't have a baby at the age of 5, 4.
She chuckled. "You say the nicest things. Why don't you come here and marry my son? He's always wanted an heiress."
"Am I an heiress?"
She sobered. I can't break the seal on that will until your father is officially dead, which he is not, in Luna City, not yet. But he will be shortly, and there's no sense in making you call back. I drafted that will. I checked it for changes when I got it back. Then I sealed it and put it into my safe, so I know what's in it. What I'm about to tell you, you don't know until later today. You're an heiress, but fortune hunters won't be chasing you. You are not getting a gram in cash. Instead, the bank is instructed, that's me, to subsidize you in migrating off Earth. If you pick Luna, we pay your fare. If you picked a bounty planet, we would give you a scout knife and pray for you. If you pick a high-priced place like Cowie or Halcyon, the trust pays your fare and your contribution and assists you with starting capital. If you never do migrate off Terra, on your death, funds earmarked to assist you revert to the other purposes of the trust. But your migration needs have first call. Exception. If you migrate to Olympia, you pay for it yourself. Nothing from the trust."
Dr. Baldwin said something about that. What's so poisonous about Olympia? I don't recall a colony world named that.
You don't? No, I guess you're too young. That's where those self-styled supermen went. No real point in warning you against it, however. The corporation doesn't run ships there. Dear, you're running up a fancy comm bill.
I guess so, but it would cost me more if I had to call back. All I mind is having to pay for the speed of light dead time. Can you switch hats and be serious in South Africa for a moment? Or maybe not. I may need legal advice.
I'm wearing both hats, so fire away. Ask anything. Today there's no fee. My advertising loss leader.
No, I pay for what I get.
You sound like your late father. I think he invented Tan Stoffel.
He's not really my father, you know, and I never thought of him as such.
I know the score, dear. I drew up some of the papers about you. He thought of you as his daughter. He was inordinately proud of you. I was most interested when you first called me, having to keep quiet about things I knew, but looking you over. What's on your mind?
I explained the trouble I had had with Wainwright over credit cards. Certainly MasterCard of California has given me a credit ceiling far beyond my needs or assets. But is that any of her business? I haven't even used up my pre-deposit, and I'm about to back it up with my closing pay. 297 3/10 grams, fine.
Rhoda Wainwright never was worth a hoot as a lawyer. When Mr. Esposito died, your father should have changed representation. Of course, it's none of her business what credit MasterCard extends to you, and she has no authority over this bank. Miss Baldwin, call me Friday. Friday, your late father was a director of this bank and is, or was, a major stockholder. Although you do not receive any of his wealth directly, you would have to run up an enormous unsecured debt and neglect to reduce it for quite some time and refuse to answer queries about it before your account would be red-flagged. So forget it. But now that Pajaro Sands is closing down, I do need another address for you.
Right now? You are the only address I have.
I see. Well, get me one as soon as you have one. There are others with that same problem, a problem unnecessarily made worse by Rhoda Wainwright. There are others who should be represented at the reading of the will. She should have notified them, did not, and now they have left Pajaro Sands. Do you know where I can find Anna Johnson or Sylvia Havenile?
I know a woman named Anna who was at the Sands. She was the classified documents clerk. The other name I don't recognize.
She must be the right Anna. I have her listed as confidential clerk. Havenile is a trained nurse.
Oh, both of them are just beyond a door I'm looking at, sleeping. Up all night, Dr. Baldwin's death.
My lucky day. Please tell them, when they wake up, that they should be represented at the reading of the will. But don't wake them. I can fix it afterwards. We aren't all that fussy here.
Could you represent them?
On your say-so, yes. But have them call me. I'll need new mailing addresses for them, too. Where are you now?
I told her. We said goodbye and switched off.
Then I held very still and let my head catch up with events.
But Gloria Tomasawa had made it easy. I suspect that there are just two sorts of lawyers, those who spend their efforts making life easy for other people, and parasites. A little jingle and a red light caused me to go to the terminal again. It was Burton McNye. I told him to come on up, but be mouse quiet. I kissed him without stopping to think about it, then remembered that he was not a kissing friend. Or was he? I did not know whether he had helped rescue me from the Major or not. Must ask.
No trouble, he told me. Bank of America accepted it for deposit subject to collection, but advanced me a few hundred bruins for overnight money. They tell me that a gold draft can be cleared through Luna City in about 24 hours. That, combined with our late employer's sound financial reputation, got me out of the bind. So, you don't have to let me sleep here tonight.
I'm supposed to cheer? Bert, now that you are solvent again, you can take me out to dinner. Out, because my roommates are zombies. Dead, maybe. The poor dears were up all night.
It's too early for dinner.
It wasn't too early for what we did next. I hadn't planned on it, but Bert claimed that he had, in the APV, and I didn't believe him. I asked him about that night on the farm, and sure enough, he was part of the combat team. He claimed that he had been held in reserve, and thus was merely along for the ride. But nobody yet has admitted doing anything dangerous that night. But I recall Boss telling me that anybody at all was taken because bodies were so scarce, even Terrence, who doesn't really have to shave yet. He didn't protest when I started taking his clothes off. Bert was just what I needed. Too much had happened, and I felt emotionally battered. Sex is a better tranquilizer than any of those drugs, and much better for your metabolism. I don't see why human people make such a heavy trip out of sex. It isn't anything complex. It is simply the best thing in life, even better than food. The bath in that suite could be reached without going through the bedroom, laid out that way probably, because the living room could double as a second bedroom. So we each tidied up a bit, and I put on that superskin jumpsuit with the wet look that had been the bait with which I had hooked Ian last spring, and learned that I had put it on through thinking sentimentally about Ian, but that I was no longer worried about Ian and Jan, and Georges. I would find them. I was now serenely sure. Even if they never went home, I would at worst track them down through Betty and Freddie. Bert made appropriate animal noises over how I looked in the superskin job, and I let him look and wiggled some, and told him that was exactly why I had bought it, because I was a slitch who wasn't even mildly ashamed of being female, and I wanted to thank him for what he had done for me.
My nerves had been twanging like a harp, and now they were so relaxed they dragged on the ground, and I decided to pay for dinner to show my appreciation. He offered to wrestle me for it. I didn't tell him that I had to be very careful in moments of passion not to break male bones. I just giggled. I guess giggling looks silly on a woman my age, but there it is. When I'm happy, I giggle. I was careful to leave a note for my chums. When we got back, late-ish, they were gone, so Bert and I went to bed, this time stopping to open out that folding double bed. I woke up when Anna and Goldie tiptoed through, returning from supper, but I pretended not to wake, figuring that morning was soon enough. Sometime the next morning, I became aware that Anna was standing over us, and not looking happy. And, truthfully, that was the very first time that it occurred to me that Anna might be displeased at finding me in bed with a man. Certainly I had realized which way she leaned a long time ago. Certainly I knew that she leaned in my direction. But she herself had cooled it, and I had stopped thinking of her as unfinished business I would have to cope with someday. She and Goldie were simply my chums, hair-down friends who trusted each other. Bert said plaintively, "Don't scowl at me, lady. I just came in to get out of the rain." "I wasn't scowling," she answered too soberly. "I was simply trying to figure out how to get around the end of the bed to the terminal without waking you two. I want to order breakfast." "Order for all of us?" I asked. "Certainly. What do you want?" "Some of everything and fried potatoes on the side. Anna, hun, you know me. If it's not dead, I'll kill it and eat it raw, bones and all." "And the same for me," agreed Bert. "Noisy neighbors." Goldie was standing in the doorway, yawning. "Chatterboxes, go back to bed." I looked at her and realized two things. I had never really looked at her before, even at the beach. And second, if Anna was annoyed with me for sleeping with Bert, she didn't have any excuse for such feelings. Goldie looked almost indecently satiated. "It means Harbor Island," Goldie was saying. "And it really ought to have a hyphen in it because nobody can ever spell it or pronounce it. So I just go as Goldie. Easy to do in the master's outfit where last names were always discouraged. But it's not as hard a name as Mrs. Tomasawa's. After I mispronounced hers about the fourth time, she asked me to call her Gloria." We were finishing off a big breakfast, and both of my chums had talked to Gloria, and the will had been read, and both of them, and Bert too to my surprise and his, were now a bit richer. And we were all getting ready to leave for Las Vegas, 3 of us to shop for jobs. Anna simply to stay with us and visit until we shipped out, or whatever. Anna was then going to Alabama. "Maybe I'll get tired of loafing, but I promised my daughter that I would retire, and this is the right time. I'll get reacquainted with my grandchildren before they get too big." Anna, a grandmother? Does anyone ever know anyone else? 25. Las Vegas is a 3-ring circus with a hangover. I enjoy the place for a while, but after I've seen all the shows, I reach a point where the lights and the music and the noise and the frenetic activity are too much. 4 days is a plenty. We reached Vegas about 10, after a late start because each of us had business to do. Everybody but me with arrangements to make for the collection of monies from Boss's will, and me to deposit my closing draft with MasterCard. That is, I started to. I stopped abruptly when Mr. Chambers said, "Do you want to execute an order for us to pay your income tax on this?" Income tax? What a filthy suggestion! I could not believe my ears. "What was that, Mr. Chambers?" "Your Confederacy income tax. If you ask us to handle it, here's the form. Our experts prepare it and we pay it and deduct it from your account and you aren't bothered. We charge only a nominal fee. Otherwise you have to calculate it yourself and make out all the forms and then stand in line to pay it." "You didn't say anything about any such tax when I made the deposit the day I opened this account." "But that was a national lottery prize. That's yours, utterly free. That's the democratic way. Besides, the government gets its cut off the top in running the lottery." "I see. How much cut does the government take?" "Really, Miss Baldwin, that question should be addressed to the government, not to me. If you'll just sign at the bottom, I'll fill in the rest." "In a moment. How much is this nominal fee, and how much is the tax?" I left without depositing my draft, and again poor Mr. Chambers was vexed with me. Even though Bruins are so inflated that you have to line up quite a few of them to buy a Big Mac, I do not consider 1,000 Bruins nominal. It's more than a gram of gold, 37 Brit-Can dollars. With their 8% surcharge on top, MasterCard would be getting a fat fee for acting as stooge for the Confederacy's Internal Revenue Service. I wasn't sure that I owed income tax, even under California's weird laws. Most of that money had not been earned in California, and I couldn't see what claim California had on my salary anyway. I wanted to consult a good shyster. I went back to the Cabana Hyatt. Goldie and Anna were still out, but Bert was there. I told him about it, knowing that he had been in logistics and accounting. "It's a moot point," he said. "Personal service contracts with the chairman were all written free of tax, and in the Imperium the bribe was negotiated each year. Here an umbrella bribe should have been paid through Mr. Esposito, that is to say, through Miss Wainwright. You can ask her." "In a pig's eye." "Precisely. She should have notified Internal Revenue and paid any taxes due, after negotiation, if you understand me. But she may be skimming, I don't know. However, you do have a spare passport, do you not?" "Oh, certainly, always." "Then use it. That's what I'll be doing. Then I'll transfer my money after I know where I'll be. Meanwhile, I'll leave it safe on the moon." Bert, I'm pretty sure Wainwright has every spare passport listed. You seem to be saying that they'll be checking us at exit?" "What if Wainwright has listed them? She won't turn over the list to the Confederates without arranging her cut, and I doubt that she's had time to dicker it. So pay only the regular squeeze and stick your nose in the air and walk on through the barrier." This I understood. I had been so indignant at that filthy notion that for a moment I'd ceased to think like a courier. We crossed the border into Vegas Free State at Dry Lake. The capsule stopped just long enough for Confederacy exit stamps. Each of us used an alternate passport with the standard squeeze folded inside. No trouble. And no entrance stamp, as the Free State doesn't bother with CHI. They welcome any solvent visitor. 10 minutes later we checked into the dunes, with much the same accommodations we had had in San Jose, save that this was described as an orgy suite. I could not see why. A mirror on the ceiling and aspirin and Alka-Seltzer in the bath are not enough to justify that designation. My doxology instructor would have laughed in scorn. However, I suppose that most of the marks would not have had the advantages of advanced instruction. I've been told that most people don't have any formal training. I've often wondered who teaches them. Their parents? Is that rigid incest taboo among human persons actually a taboo against talking about it, but not against doing it? Someday I hope to find out such things, but I've never known anybody I could ask. Maybe Janet will tell me. Someday. We arranged to meet for dinner. Then Bert and Anna went to the lounge and/or casino, while Goldie and I went out to the industrial park. Bert intended a job hunt, but expressed an intention of raising a little hell before settling down. Anna said nothing, but I think she wanted to savor the flesh pots before taking up the life of a grandmother in residence. Only Goldie was dead serious about job hunting that day. I intended to find a job, yes, but I had some thinking to do first. I was probably, almost certainly, going to out-migrate. Boss thought I should, and that was reason enough. But besides that, the study he had started me on concerning the symptoms of decay in cultures had focused my mind on things I had long known but never realized. I've never been critical of the cultures I've lived in or traveled through. Please understand that an artificial person is a permanent stranger wherever she is, no matter how long she stays. No country could ever be mine, so why think about it? But when I did study it, I saw that this old planet is in sorry shape. New Zealand is a pretty good place, and so is British Canada. But even those two countries showed major signs of decay. Yet those two are the best of the lot. But let's not rush things. Changing planets is something a person doesn't do twice, unless she is fabulously wealthy, and I was not. I was subsidized for one out-migration, so I had better by a darn sight pick the right planet because no mistakes were going to be corrected after I left the window. Besides, well, where was Janet? Boss had had a contact address or a call code. Not me. Boss had had an ear in the Winnipeg Police HQ. Not me. Boss had had his own Pinkerton net over the whole planet. Not me. I could try to phone them from time to time. I would. I could check with Anzac and the University of Manitoba. I would. I could check that Auckland code and also the biodep of the University of Sydney. I would. If none of those worked, what more could I do? I could go to Sydney and try to sweet-talk somebody out of Professor Farnese's home address or sabbatical address or whatever. But that would not be cheap, and I had suddenly been forced to realize that travel I had taken for granted in the past would now be difficult and perhaps impossible. A trip to New South Wales before semi-ballistics started to run again would be very expensive. It could be done by tube and by float and by going 3/4 the way around the world, but it would be neither easy nor cheap. Perhaps I could sign on as a ship's doxy out of San Francisco for Down Under. That would be cheap and easy, but time-consuming, even if I shipped in a Shipstone-powered tanker out of Watsonville. A sail-powered freighter? Well, no. Maybe I had better hire a Pinkerton in Sydney. What did they charge? Could I afford it? It took less than 36 hours from Boss's death for me to bump my nose into the fact that I had never learned the true value of a gram. Consider this. Up to then, my life had had just 3 modes of economy. A. On a mission, I had spent whatever it took. B. At Christchurch, I spent some but not much, mainly presents for the family. C. At the farm, at the next HQ, then still later at Pajaro Sands, I didn't spend any money, hardly. Room and board were in my contract. I did not drink or gamble. If Anita had not been bleeding me, I would have accumulated a tidy sum. I had led a sheltered life, and had never really learned about money. But I can do simple arithmetic without using a terminal. I had paid in cash my share at Cabana Hyatt. I used my credit card for my fare to the Free State, but jotted down the cost. I noted the daily rate at the dunes and kept track of other costs, whether card or cash or on the hotel bill. I could see at once that room and board in first-class hotels would very shortly use up every gram I owned, even if I spent 0, nit, swabo, nothing on travel, clothes, luxuries, friends, emergencies. QED, I must either get a job or ship out on a one-way colonizing trip. I acquired a horrid suspicion that Boss had been paying me a lot more than I was worth. Oh, I'm a good courier, none better, but what's the going rate on couriers? I could sign up as a private, then, I was fairly sure, make sergeant in a hurry. That did not really appeal to me, but it might be where I would wind up. Vanity isn't one of my faults. For most civilian jobs, I am unskilled labor. I know it. Something else was pulling me. Something else was pushing me. 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 I didn't want to go alone to a strange planet. It scared me. I had lost my NZ family, if indeed I ever had them. Boss had died, and I felt like Chicken Little when the sky was falling. My true friends among my colleagues had gone to the 4 winds, except these 3, and they were leaving quickly. And I had managed to lose George and Janet and Ian. Even with Las Vegas giddy around me, I felt as alone as Robinson Crusoe. I wanted Janet and Ian and George to out-migrate with me. Then I would not be afraid. Then I could smile all the way. Besides, the Black Death. Plague was coming. Yes, I had told Boss that my midnight prediction was nonsense, but he had told me that his analytical section had predicted the same thing in 4 years instead of 3. Small comfort. I was forced to take my own predictions seriously. I must warn Ian and Janet and George. I did not expect to frighten them with it. I don't think you can scare those 3. But I did want to say, if you won't migrate, at least take my warning seriously to the extent of staying out of big cities. If inoculation becomes available, get it, but heed this warning. The industrial park is on the road to Hoover Dam. The Labor Mart is there. Vegas does not permit APVs inside the city, but there are slidewalks everywhere, and one runs out to Industrial Park. To go beyond there, to the dam or to Boulder City, there is an APU commuter line. I plan to use it as Shipstone Death Valley leases a stretch of desert between East Las Vegas and Boulder City for a charging station, and I wanted to see it to supplement my study. Could the Shipstone complex be the corporation state behind Red Thursday? I could see no reason for it, but it had to be a power rich enough to blanket the globe and reach all the way out to Ceres in a single night. There were not many such. Could it be a super-rich man or group of men? Again, not many possibilities. With Boss dead, I probably never would know. I used to slang him, but he was the one I turned to when I didn't understand something. I had not known how much I leaned on him until his support was taken away. The Labor Mart is a large covered mall, with everything from fancy offices of the Wall Street Journal to scouts who have their offices in their hats and never sit down and seldom stop talking. There are signs everywhere and people everywhere, and it reminds me of Vicksburg Rivertown, but it smells better. The military and quasi-military free companies cluster together at the East End. Goldie went from one to the other, and I went with her. She left her name and a copy of her brag sheet with each one. We had stopped in town to get her brag sheet printed, and she had arranged a mail drop with a public secretary. And she had induced me to pay for a mail and telephonic accommodation address, too. Friday, if we are here more than a day or two, I'm moving out of the dunes. You noticed the room tariff, did you not? It's a nice place, but they sell you the bed all over again each day. I can't afford it. Maybe you can, but I can't. So I established an address of sorts and sent my brain a memo to tell Gloria Tomasawa. I paid a year's fee in advance and discovered that it gave me an odd feeling of security. It was not even a little grass shack, but it was a base, an address that would not wash away. Goldie did not sign up that afternoon, but did not seem disappointed. She said to me, "No war going on now, that's all. But peace never lasts more than a month or two. Then they'll start hiring again, and my name will be on file. Meanwhile, I'll list with the city registry and work substitute jobs. One thing about the bedpan business, Friday, a nurse never starves. The current emergency shortage of nurses has been going on for more than a century, and won't let up soon." The second recruiter she called on, representative of Royer's Rectifiers, Caesar's Column, and the Grim Reapers, all crack outfits, worldwide reputations, turned to me after Goldie had made her statement. "How about you? Are you an RN too?" "No," I said. "I'm a combat courier." "Not much call for that. Today most outfits use express mail if a terminal won't serve." I found myself somewhat piqued. Boss has warned me against that. "I'm elite," I replied. "I go anywhere, and what I carry gets there when the mail is shut down, such as the late emergency." "That's true," said Goldie. "She's not exaggerating." "There still isn't much call for your talents. Can you do anything else?" I should not boast. "What's your best weapon? I'll duel you with it, either contest rules or blood. Phone your widow and we'll do it." "My, you're a sparky little slitch. You remind me of a fox terrier I once had. Look, dear, I can't play games with you. I have to keep this office open. Now tell me the truth and I'll put your name on file." "Sorry, Chief. I shouldn't have sounded off. All right, I'm an elite courier. If I carry it, it gets there, and my fees are high. Or my salary if I'm hired as a specialist staff officer. As for the rest, of course I have to be the best, barehanded or with weapons, because what I carry must go through. You can list me as a DI if you wish, barehanded or any weapon, but I'm not interested in combat unless the pay is high. I prefer courier duty. He made notes.
All right, don't get your hopes up. The hairy characters I work for aren't likely to use couriers other than battlefield couriers.
I'm that too. What I carry gets through.
Or you get killed.
He grinned.
They're more likely to use a superdog. Look, sweetheart, a corporate has more need for your sort of messenger than does a military. Why don't you leave your name with each of the multinationals? All the big ones are represented here, and they've got more money. Lots more money.
I thanked him and we left. At Goldie's urging, I stopped in at the local branch post office and made printouts of my own brag sheet. I was going to ease off on the required salary, being sure that Boss had favored me. But Goldie wouldn't let me.
Raise it. This is your best chance. Outfits that need you will either pay without a quiver, or will at least call you and try to dicker. But cut your price? Look, dear, nobody buys at a fire sale if they can afford the best.
I dropped one at each multinational. I didn't really expect any nibbles, but if anyone wanted the world's best courier, they could study my qualifications. When the offices started to close, we slid back to the hotel to keep our dinner date, and found both Anna and Bert just a leetle tipsy. Not drunk, just happy, and a touch too deliberate in their movements. Bert struck a pose and declaimed, "Ladies, look at me and admire. I am a great man."
"You're swacked."
"That too, Friday, my love. But you see before you, whoop, the man who banked the broke at Monte Carlo. I'm a genius, a blinkin', true blue authentic financial genius. You may touch me." I had been planning to touch him later that night. Now I wondered, Anna, did Bert break the bank? No, but he certainly bent it. She stopped to belch carefully, covering up. Excuse me, we dropped a little here, then went over to the Flamingo to change our luck. Got there just before post time for the 3rd at Santa Anita, and Bert put his superbuck on the nose of a little mare with his mother's name, a long shot, and she romped home. So here is a wheel right outside the track room, and Bert puts his winnings on 00.
He was drunk, Goldie stated. I am a genius.
Both. Double hit 0, and Bert put his enormous stack on black and hit, and left it there and hit, and moved it to red and hit, and the croupier sent for the pit boss. Bert wanted to go for broke, but the pit boss limited him to 5 kilobucks.
Peasants, Gestapo, hired menials, not a gentleman sportsman in their entire casino. I took my patronage elsewhere. And lost it all, said Goldie. Goldie, my old friend, you do not show proper respect.
He might have lost it all, agreed Annie, but I saw to it that he followed the pit boss's advice. With 6 of the casino's sheriffs around us, we went straight to their casino office of the Lucky Strike State Bank and deposited it. Otherwise, I would not have let him leave. Imagine, carrying a half a megabuck from the Flamingo to the dunes in cash. He wouldn't have lived across the street.
Preposterous. Vegas has less violent crime than any other city in North America. Anna, my true love, you are a bossy, notional woman, a henpecker. I shall not marry you even when you fall on your knees at Fremont in Maine and beg me to. Instead, I shall take your shoes away from you and beat you and feed you on crusts.
Yes, dear. You can put your own shoes on now because you are going to feed all 3 of us on crusts of caviar and truffles.
And champagne, but not because you are henpeckering me. Ladies, Friday, Goldie, my true loves, will you help me celebrate my financial genius with libations and pheasant under glass and gorgeous showgirls in fancy hats?
Yes, I answered.
Yes, before you change your mind. Anna, did you say half a megabuck?
Bert, show them.
Bert produced a new bank book, let us look at it while he buffed his nails on his stomach and looked smug.
BK 504,000. Over 500,000 in the only hard currency in North America. Slightly over 31 kilos of fine gold.
No, I wouldn't want to carry that much across the street either. Not in bullion, not without a wheelbarrow. It would mass almost half as much as I do. A bank book is more convenient.
Yes, I would drink Bert's champagne, which we did in the theater at the Stardust. Bert knew how much cumshaw to give the captain of waiters to get us ringsides, or paid too much, I don't know which. And we sopped up champagne and had a lovely dinner centered around Cornish game hen, but billed as squab. And the showgirls were young and pretty and cheerful and healthy and smelled freshly bathed. And they had show boys with stuffed cod pieces for us women to look at. Only I didn't, not much, because they didn't smell right, and I got the feeling that they were more interested in each other than they were in women. Their business, of course, but on the whole, I preferred the showgirls. And they had a swell magician who plucked live pigeons out of the air the way most magicians pluck coins. I love magicians, and never understand how they do it, and I watch them with my mouth hanging open. This one did something that had to involve a pact with the devil. At one point, he had one of the showgirls replace his pretty assistant. His assistant was not overdressed, but the showgirl was wearing shoes at one end and a hat at the other, and just a smile in between. The magician started taking pigeons from her. I don't believe what I saw. There isn't that much room, and it would tickle. So it didn't happen. But I'm planning on going back to watch it from a different angle. It simply can't be true. When we got back to the dunes, Goldie wanted to catch the lounge show, but Anna wanted to go to bed, so I agreed to sit with Goldie. Bert said to save him a seat, as he would be right back after he took Anna up. Only he didn't. When we went up, I was unsurprised to find the door to the other room closed. Before dinner, my nose had warned me that it was unlikely that Bert would soothe my nerves 2 nights in a row. Their business, and I had no kick coming. Bert had done nobly by me when I really needed it. I thought perhaps Goldie would have her nose out of joint, but she didn't seem to. We simply went to bed, giggled over the impossibility of where he got those pigeons, and went to sleep. Goldie was snoring gently as I dropped off. Again, I was awakened by Anna, but this morning she was not looking sober. She was radiant. "Good morning, darlings. Pee and brush your teeth. Breakfast will be up in 2 ounces. Bert is just getting out of the bath, so don't dally." Along toward the second cup of coffee, Bert said, "Well, dear?" Anna said, "Shall I?" "Go ahead, hun." "All right. Goldie, Friday? We hope you can spare us some time this morning because we both love you both and want you to be with us. We're getting married this morning." Goldie and I put on fine exhibitions of utter astonishment and great pleasure, along with jumping up and kissing each of them. In my case, the pleasure was sincere. The surprise was faked. With Goldie, I thought that it might have been reversed, kept my suspicions to myself. Goldie and I went out to buy flowers with arrangements to meet at the Gretna Green Wedding Chapel later, and I was relieved and pleased to find that Goldie seemed to be just as happy about it out of their presence as in it. She said to me, "They're going to be very good for each other. I never did think well of Anna's plans to become a professional grandmother. That's a form of suicide." She added, "I hope you didn't get your nose out of joint." I answered, "Huh? Me? Why in the world would I?" "He slept with you night before last. He slept with her last night. Today he's marrying her. Some women would be quite upset." "For God's sake, why? I'm not in love with Bert. Oh, I do love him because he was one of you who saved my life one busy night. So, night before last, I tried to thank him, and he was awfully sweet to me, too, when I needed it. But that's no reason for me to expect Bert to devote himself to me every night or even a second night." "You're right, Friday, but not many women your age can think that straight." Oh, I don't know. I think it's obvious. You didn't get your feelings hurt. Same deal.
Eh? What do you mean?
Exactly the same deal. Night before last, she slept with you. Last night, she slept with him. Doesn't seem to fret you.
Why should it?
It should not, but the cases are parallel. Goldie, please don't take me for a fool, dear. I not only saw your face, but I smelled you. Matter of fact, you surprised me a little. I didn't know you leaned that way. Of course, I knew that Anna did. She surprised me a bit in taking Bert to bed. I wasn't aware that she did. Men, I mean, hadn't known that she had ever been married.
Oh, yes, I suppose it could look that way. But it's much what you said about Bert. Anna and I love each other, have for years, and sometimes we express it in bed, but we're not in love. Each of us leans heavily toward men, no matter what impression you gained the other night. When Anna practically stole Bert out of your arms, I cheered, despite fretting a bit about you. But not fretting too much, because you always have a pack of men sniffing around after you, whereas with Anna, it had become a seldom thing. So I cheered. Hadn't expected it to lead to marriage, but it's grand that it has. Here's the golden orchid. What shall we buy? Wait a moment. I stopped her outside the florist shop. Goldie, at great risk to her life, somebody went charging up to the bedroom of the farmhouse, carrying a basket stretcher. For me. Goldie looked annoyed. Somebody talks too much. I should have talked sooner. I love you. More than I love Bert, for I've loved you longer. Don't need to marry him. Can't marry you. Just love you. All right? 26. Maybe I did marry Goldie. Sort of. Once we had Anna and Bert formally married, we all went back to the hotel. Bert moved them into the bridal suite. No mirror on the ceiling. Interior decorations white and pink instead of black and red, otherwise much the same, but much more expensive. And Goldie and I moved out of the hotel and sublet a little cracker box near where Charleston slants into Fremont. This placed us in walking distance of the slidewalk connecting the Labor Mart with town, and that gave Goldie transportation to any of the hospitals and made it easy for me to shop. Otherwise, we would have had to buy or rent a horse and buggy or bicycles. Location was that house's sole virtue, maybe, but to me, it was a fairy tale honeymoon cottage with roses over the door. It had no roses and was ugly, and the only thing modern in it was a limited service terminal. But for the first time in my life, I had a home of my own and was a housewife. My home in Christchurch had never truly been mine. I certainly was never mistress of that household, and I had been steadily reminded in various ways that I was a guest rather than a permanent fixture. Do you know what fun it is to buy a saucepan for your very own kitchen? I was a housewife at once, as Goldie was called on that very day, and went on watch at 2300 to work all night to 0700. The following day, I cooked my first dinner while Goldie slept, and burned the potatoes beyond salvage and cried, which is, I understand, a bride's privilege. If so, I've used mine up against the day when I'm really a bride, if ever, and not a phony bride as in Christchurch. I was a proper housewife. I even bought sweet pea seeds and planted them in lieu of that missing climbing rose over the door, and discovered that gardening has more to it than sticking seeds in the ground. Those seeds did not germinate. So I consulted the Las Vegas library and bought a book, a real book with loose-leaf pages and pictures of what the complete gardener should do. I studied it. I memorized it. One thing I did not do. Although enormously tempted, I did not get a kitten. Goldie might ship out any day. She warned me that, if I was out of the house, she might be gone without saying goodbye, as I had warned Georges, and did do. Were I to get a kitten, I would be honor-bound to keep it. A courier can't carry a kitten everywhere in a travel case. That's no way to bring up a baby. Someday I would ship out, so I did not adopt a kitten. Aside from that,
I enjoyed all the warm delights of being a housewife, including ants in the sugar and a waste pipeline that broke in the night, two delights that I don't care to repeat. It was a very happy time. Goldie slowly got my cooking straightened out. I had thought I knew how to cook. Now I do know how. And I learned to stir a martini exactly the way she preferred it. Beefeater gin 3.6 to 1 of Noy Pratt dry vermouth, a twist, no bitters, while I took Bristol cream on rocks. Martinis are too rugged for me, but I can see why a nurse with tired feet would want one the minute she is home. Swelp me, had Goldie been male, I would have had my sterility reversed and happily have raised children and sweet peas and cats. Bert and Anna left for Alabama early in this period, and we all made careful arrangements not to lose track of each other. They did not intend to live there, but Anna felt that she owed her daughter a visit, and owed herself, I think, a chance to show off her new husband. Thereafter, they intended to sign up with a military or quasi-military, one that would take both of them and contract to keep them together. In combat, yes. Both were tired of desk work. Both were willing to take a bust in grade to leave staff and join a combat team. Better one crowded hour of life than a cycle of Cathay. Maybe so. It was their life. I kept in touch at the Labor Mart because the day was coming when I not only would want to ship out, but would have to ship out. Goldie was working quite steadily, and she tried to insist on paying all the household expenses. I laid my ears back and insisted on paying half right down the middle. Since I was keeping track of every buck, I knew exactly what it cost to live in Las Vegas. Too much, even in a cracker box. When Goldie left, I could live there a few months. Then I would be broke. But I would not do so. A honeymoon cottage is a no-good place to live alone. I continued to try to reach George and Ian and Janet and Betty and Freddie, but I limited myself to twice a month. The terminal charges were considerable. Twice a week, I spent half a day at the Labor Mart, checking everything. I no longer expected to find a courier job even half as good as the one I had had with Boss, but I still checked the multinationals, who did indeed use experienced couriers. And I checked all other job opportunities, looking for something, anything, to match my decidedly odd talents. Boss had hinted that I was some sort of a Superman. If so, I can testify that there is very little demand for supermen. I considered going to school to become a croupier or dealer, then move that possibility to the bottom of the pile. A skilled dealer or stickman or wheelman can work for many years at good wages, but to me it would be a treadmill, a way to stay alive, but not a life. Better to join up as a private and buck for field rank. But there were other possibilities I had never thought about. Consider these. Host mother, unlimited license, bonded by Transamerica and or Lloyd's. No extra charge for multiple births, up to quadruplets. Fee by arrangement. Standard interview fee with physical examination by your choice physiometricist. Babies Unlimited Incorporated. LV 7962M 4/3. I could try to sign up with Babies Unlimited, or I could freelance. My conditional sterility would be a selling point, as the thing customers of host mothers are most leery of is the host mother who slips one over on the client, gets pregnant on her own just before submitting herself for hosting. Sterility is no handicap, as bringing down an ovum is not the purpose. The technologist simply manipulates to change the body chemistry to make the field ripe for implantation. Ovulation is simply a nuisance. Having babies for other people could be only a stopgap, but a possible one. It paid well. Wanted. 90-day wife for off-planet vacation. All expenses. Luxury 9+, Guild bonus scale. Physical range, S/W. Temperament, sanguine 8. Emotiveness scale, 7 or above. Client holds procreation license Chicago Imperium. Will surrender it to holiday wife if she becomes pregnant, or both will undergo 120-day sterilization. Her choice. See Amelia Trent, licensed sex broker. Number 18/20, New Cortex Mezzanine. Not a bad deal for someone who wanted a 3-month vacation and enjoyed Russian roulette. To me, pregnancy was no danger, and my horny scale rating is higher than 7. Much. But the Doxy bonus scale in the Free State is not high enough to make the accumulated pay enough to justify losing chances at more permanent work. And that faceless client was almost certainly a crashing bore, or he wouldn't consider hiring a stranger for his holiday bed. Urgently needed. 2 time-space engineers, any sex, experienced in n-dimensional design, must be willing to risk non-reversible temporal dislocation. Participation, amenities, assurance terms to be negotiated. Babcock and Wilcox Limited. Care Wall Street Journal, LV Labor Mart. The First Plasmite Church, in the beginning was plasma, without form and void, off the mall had a sign advertising times of services. A smaller notice with movable letters included in it caught my eye. The next virgin will be sacrificed at 0251, October 22nd. That looked like a permanent position, but again, not one for which I was qualified. It fascinated me. While I was gawking, a man came out and changed the sign, and I realized that I had missed last night's sacrament, and the next altar sacrifice was 2 weeks away, which left me undismayed. But my curiosity got me, as usual. I asked him, "Do you actually sacrifice virgins?" He answered, "Not me, I'm just an acolyte, but, well, no, they don't actually have to be virgins, but they do have to look like virgins." He looked me up and down. "I think you could make it. Want to come in and talk to the priest?" No. Do you mean that he actually sacrifices them?" He looked at me again. "You're a stranger here, aren't you?" I admitted it. "Well, it's like this," he went on. "If you were to advertise that you were casting for a snuff film, you could cast every part by noon, and not one of them would ask if they were actually going to be snuffed. It's that kind of town." "Maybe so. More likely I'm a yokel come to town. Or both." There were lots of ads for off-planet jobs or concerning off-planet matters. I did not expect to hire out for an off-planet job, because I did expect to go off-planet as a colonist so lavishly subsidized that I would have free choice of any colony, from Proxima, almost in our laps, to the Realm, so far away that both cargo and people went by N-ship, except that the late word on the Realm was that the first citizen had closed it to migrants at any price, except certain artists and scientists by individual negotiation. Not that I wanted to go to the Realm, rich as it is reputed to be. Too far. But the Proximates are our close neighbors. From South Island, their sun is right overhead, a big bright star. Friendly. But I read all the ads. Transuranics Golden Division on Golden around Procyon B wanted experienced mining engineers to supervise kobolds, 5-year renewable, bonuses, perks. The ad did not mention that on Golden, an unmodified human person seldom lives 5 years. Hyperspace Lines was hiring for the run to the Realm via Proxima, Outpost, Fiddler's Green, Forest, Botany Bay, Halcyon, and Midway. 4 months round trip from stationary station. 1 month paid leave Earthside or Luna, and repeat. I skipped over the requirements and pay for Ultra Astrogator and Warp Engineer and Supercargo and Communicator and Medical Officer, but looked at the other ratings. Waiter, Room Steward, Maintenance Carpenter, Electrician, Plumber, Electronicist, Electronicist Computer, Plumber, Cook, Baker, Sous Chef, Pantryman, Chef, Specialty Cook, Bartender, Croupier/Dealer, Social Director, Holographer/Photographer, dental assistant, singer, dance instructor, games supervisor, companion, secretary, maid/valet, cruise director's assistant, art instructor, cards instructor, cruise hostess, swimming instructor, hospital nurse, children's nurse, master-at-arms armed, master-at-arms unarmed, director/bandmaster, theatrical director, musician, 23 instruments named but doubling on 2 or more required, cosmetician, barber, masseur, stores clerk, retail sales clerk, sales manager, excursion escort, and that's just a sample. In general, if they do it on the ground, they do it or something like it in the sky. Some of the jobs concerned uniquely with spaceship matters I can't even translate. What in the world, or out of it, is an over-Kipsman 2/C? One profession not listed is doxy, despite the fact that Hyperspace Lines is an equal opportunity employer. By word of mouth, I learned how very equal this is. If you want to be hired for any of the not-so-very-technical jobs, it helps enormously to be young, handsome/pretty, healthy, horny, bisexual, money-hungry, and open to any reasonable proposition. The port captain himself has 2 left feet and was purser of the old Newton, up from room steward. In his sky voyaging days, he made certain that his first-class passengers got anything they wanted, and that they paid well for it. As port captain, this is still his purpose. He is said to favor married couples or equivalent over any single, if they can work as a team both in and out of bed. I had heard a story around the mall of one gigolo/doxy team who made themselves rich in only 4 trips. Dance instructors in the morning, swimming instructors in the afternoon, dancing host and hostess before and after dinner, a singing and comedy act, then private entertainment, singly or as a team at night. 4 voyages and ready to retire. And had to retire because they were fired, as they were no longer very attractive, no longer brimming with vitality. They had maintained this impossible pace on uppers and downers. I don't think money can tempt me that much. I'll stay awake all night most any time I'm asked, but I do want to catch up on sleep the next day. I wondered how it was that Hyperspace Lines, with only 4 passenger lines, was apparently hiring all their many ratings all the time. The line's assistant hiring agent said to me, "You really don't know?" I told her I did not. At each of the 3 stops, it takes lots and lots of what makes the world go round to buy your way in. 3 more are not cheap, although some skills are accepted in lieu of contribution. Only 1 is a bounty planet, so desertion is a major problem. Fiddler's Green is so desirable a place that the first officer of the Dirac jumped ship there a few years back. The company does not have too much trouble with crew recruited here, but suppose your home was Rangoon or Bangkok or Canton, and you were working cargo on Halcyon, and the pusher took his eyes off you just long enough? What would you do? She shrugged and went on. I'm telling you no secrets. Anybody who thinks about it knows that the only possible way for most people to get off Earth, even to Luna, is to sign on as crew of a spaceship, then jump ship. I'd do it myself if I could. Why don't you? I asked. Because I have a 6-year-old son. I should learn to mind my own business. Some of the ads stirred my imagination. This was one. New planet just opening, type T8. Guaranteed maximum danger. Couples or groups only. Augmented survival plan. Churchill and Son Realtors, Las Vegas Labor Mart, 96/98. I remembered something Georges had said, that anything above terrain scale 8 called for a big bonus or bounty. But I knew more about that scale now. 8 was Earth's own basic rating. Most of this planet wasn't too easy to tame. Most of it had to be worked over, rebuilt. This very land I stood on had been fit only for Gila monsters and desert crawlies until it had been treated with tons of money and man, many tons of water. I wondered about that maximum danger. Was it something that called for the talents of a woman who was fast on her feet when triggered? I really didn't yearn to be a platoon leader of Amazons, because some of my girls would get killed, and I wouldn't like that. But I wouldn't mind tackling a saber-toothed tiger or equivalent, because I felt certain that I could move in, clobber him, and back off while he was still finding out that something was up. Maybe a raw T8 would be a better place for Friday than a manicured place like Fiddler's Green. On the other hand, that maximum danger might derive from too many volcanoes or too much radioactivity. Who wants to glow in the dark? Find out first, Friday. You won't get 2 chances. I stayed quite late at the mall that day because Goldie was again on the night shift. I had served her dinner when she got home that morning, put her to bed about 10, and hoped that she would sleep till at least 18. So I dallied until the mall offices started closing. When I got home, our house was dark, which pleased me, as it tended to indicate that Goldie had slept straight through. With luck, I could get her breakfast before she woke up. So I let myself in most quietly, and realized that the house was empty. I won't try to define this, but an empty house doesn't feel, smell, sound, or taste like one with a person sleeping in it. I went straight to the bedroom. Empty bed, empty bath. I switched on lights, and presently I found it, a long printout for me in the terminal. Dearest Friday, it looks now as if you won't be home before I leave, and that is probably just as well because we would just cry on each other, and that's no help. My job came through, but not as expected. Keeping in touch with my former boss paid off. Dr. Krasny called me shortly after I went to bed. He is CO of a brand-new MASH being set up to serve the Sam Houston Scouts. And expanded Scouts, of course. Each battalion is cadre for a triangular combat team, a pony brigade. I'm not supposed to tell you where we are mounting or where we will go, but burn this printout after you read it. If you were to go west from Plainville, you might run across us in Los Llanos Estacados before you reach Portales. Where are we going? That's really classified. But if we don't hit Ascension, some wise will draw a pension. I called Anna and Bert. They're meeting me in El Paso at 18:10. 18:10? Then Goldie is already in Texas? Oh, dear. Because Dr. Krasny assured me that they would have jobs either as combat troops or as auxiliary medical if any hitch develops. There's a job for you too, my dear. Combat if that's what you want. Or I'll rate you MedTech 3 and use you myself and upgrade you to Master Sergeant, Med Admin, in nothing flat, as I know your quality and so does Colonel Krasny. It would be good to have all 4 of us, 5 I mean, back together again. But I'm not trying to twist your arm. I know you have things troubling you about your Canadian friends who disappeared. If you feel that you must stay loose to look for them, bless you and good luck. But if you want to get in a little action with bonus pay, come straight to El Paso. The address is Panhandle Investments, El Paso Division, Field Operations Officer, Environmental Factors. Attention, John Krasny, Chief Engineer. Don't laugh. Just memorize it and destroy it. Once this operation is in the news, you can reach any of us openly through the Houston office of the Scouts. But in the meantime, I am Personnel Chief Clerk in Environmental Factors. May gracious God watch over you and keep you safe from harm. All my love, Goldie. 27. I burned it at once. Then I went to bed. I didn't feel like eating dinner. Next morning I went to the Labor Mart, looked up Mr. Fawcett, agent for Hyperspace Lines, and told him that I wanted to sign on as a master-at-arms, unarmed. The supercilious slob laughed at me. I glanced at his assistant for moral support, but she kept her eyes averted. I restrained my temper and said gently, "Would you mind explaining the joke?" He stopped his raucous cawing and said, "Look, chicken, master as in master in arms designates a male, although we might be able to hire you as mistress in some other department. Your sign says equal opportunity employer. The fine print under it states that waiter includes waitress, steward includes stewardess, and so forth. Is that true?" Fawcett stopped grinning,
Quite true, but it also says physically able to carry out the normal duties of the position. Master-at-Arms is a police officer aboard ship. Master-at-Arms, unarmed, is a cop who can keep order without having to resort to weapons. He can wade into a fight and arrest the center of the disturbance barehanded. Obviously, you can't, so don't give me any quack about taking it to the Union.
I shan't, but you didn't read my brag sheet.
Can't see that it matters, however.
He glanced casually down the page.
Says here you're a combat courier, whatever that is.
That means that when I have a job to do, nobody stops me. If somebody tries too hard, he's dog meat. A courier goes unarmed. I sometimes carry a laser knife or one-shot tear gas, but I depend on my hands. Note my training. He looked it over.
Okay, so you've been to a martial arts school. That still doesn't mean that you can cope with some big bruiser over 100 kilos heavier and a head taller than you are. Don't waste my time, girlie. You couldn't even arrest me.
I went over his desk, then Turkey walked him to the door and turned him loose before anyone outside could see. Even his assistant did not see it. She most carefully did not see it. There, I said. That's how I do it without hurting anyone. But I want to be tested against your biggest male master-at-arms. I'll break his arm, unless you tell me to break his neck.
You grabbed me when I wasn't looking.
Of course I did. That's how to handle a nasty drunk. But you're looking now, so let's run through it again. Are you ready? This time I might have to hurt you a little, but not much. I won't break any bones.
Stay where you are. This is ridiculous. We don't hire master-at-arms merely because they've been trained in some oriental tricks. We hire big men so big they carry authority just by their size. They don't have to fight.
Okay, I said. Hire me as a plain-clothes cop. Put me into an evening dress. Call me a dance hostess. When somebody about my size and hopped up on sleet pokes your big cop in his solar plexus and he goes down, I stop pretending to be a lady and go in and rescue him.
Our master-at-arms don't need to be protected.
Maybe. A really big man is usually slow and clumsy. He hardly even knows much about fighting because he's never really had to fight. He's okay to keep order at a card party, or to handle one drunk. But suppose the captain really needs help. A riot. A mutiny. Then you need someone who can fight. Me.
Leave your application with my assistant. Don't call us. We'll call you.
I went home and thought about where else I could look. Or should I go to Texas? I had made the same silly, unpardonable mistake with Mr. Fawcett that I had made with Brian, and Boss would have been ashamed of me. Instead of picking up his challenge, I should have insisted on a fair test. But I should never have laid a finger on the man I was asking to hire me. Stupid Friday. Stupid. It was not losing that job that bothered me. It was losing any chance of getting a space-side job with hyperspace lines. I was going to have a job pretty soon to accomplish the sacred duty of seeing to it that Friday eats. Let's face it, I eat like a pig. But it didn't have to be this job. I had decided to ship out with hyperspace because one voyage with them would let me size up more than half of the colonized planets in explored space. While I had made up my mind to migrate as Boss had advised, the idea of picking a planet solely from brochures written by advertising copywriters, with no return and exchange privilege, bothered me. I wanted to shop first. For example, Eden has received more favorable publicity than any other colony in the sky. Hearken to its virtues. A climate much like Southern California over most of its landmass. No dangerous predators, no noxious insects. Surface gravity 9% less than Earth. Oxygen content of air 11% higher. Metabolic environment compatible with Terran life and soil so rich that 2 or 3 bumper crops a year are routine. Scenery delightful no matter where you look. Population today just under 10 million. So what's the catch? I found out one evening in Luna City through letting a ship's officer pick me up and take me to dinner. The company placed a high price on Eden from the time it was discovered and touted it as the perfect retirement home. And it is. After the pioneer party had prepared it, 9/10 of the people who moved there were elderly and wealthy. The government is a democratic republic, but not one like the California Confederacy. To be eligible to vote, a person must be 70 Terran years old and a taxpayer, i.e., landowner. Residents from ages 20 to 30 perform public service, and if you think that means waiting on the elderly hand and foot, you are utterly right. But it includes also anything else unpleasant that needs to be done, and therefore would command high wages if it were not done by conscript labor. Is any of this in any of the company brochures? Hollow laugh. I needed to know the unadvertised facts about each colonial planet before buying a one-way ticket to one of them. But I spoiled my best chance by proving to Mr. Fawcett that an unarmed female can place a come-along on a male bigger than she is. That merely got me on his blacklist. I do hope I grow up before Shane Stokes' breathing sets in. Boss scorned crying over spilt milk quite as much as he despised self-pity. Having killed my chances of being hired by hyperspace, it was time to leave Las Vegas while I was still solvent. If I couldn't make the grand tour myself, there was still a way to get the ungarnished word about colonial planets the way I had acquired the truth about Eden. Cultivate ship's crew members. The way to do that was by going to the one place where I was sure to find them. Stationary station, up the beanstalk. Freighters were not likely to come farther down Earth's gravity well than to L4 or 5, that is, to lunar orbit, without the disadvantages of entering Luna's own gravity well. But passenger ships usually touched at stationary station. All of Hyperspace Line's giant liners, Dirac, Newton, Forward, and Maxwell, left from there, returned there, received maintenance and chandlery there. Shipstone Complex had a branch there, Shipstone Stationary, primarily to sell power to ships, and especially these big ships. Officers and ratings going on leave arrived and left from there. Those not on leave might sleep in their ships, but they were likely to drink and eat and party a bit in the station. I dislike the beanstalk, and I don't care much for the 24-hour station. Aside from its spectacular and always changing view of Earth, it has nothing to offer but high prices and cramped quarters. Its artificial gravity surges uncomfortably, and always seems to go out just in time to put soup in your face. But there are jobs to be had there, if you are not fussy. I should be able to support myself there long enough to be sure that I received frank opinions concerning each of the colonized planets from one or more jaundiced spacemen. It was even possible that I might bypass Fawcett and ship out from there with hyperspace. Ships are reputed always to sign on a few at the last minute to fill unexpected vacancies. If such a chance opened up, I would not compound my folly. I would not ask for a master-at-arms billet. Waitress, scullery, chambermaid, bath attendant. If the job would swing me around the grand tour, I would grab it. Having thus picked my new home, I looked forward to boarding the same ship, by choice, as a luxury class passenger. Passage paid under the odd terms of my foster father's will. I gave notice to the leaseholder of the mousetrap I lived in, then took care of some chores before leaving for Africa. Africa. Would I have to cross via Ascension? Or would SBs be running again? Africa made me think of Goldie, and Anna and Bert, and sweet Doc Krasny. I might reach Africa before they did. Irrelevant, as there was only one probable war there now that I knew of, and I intended to shun that area like the plague. Plague. I must at once prepare a report on plague for Gloria Tomasawa and for my friends at L5, Mr. and Mrs. Mortensen. It seemed preposterously unlikely that anything I could say would persuade them or anyone else that a Black Death epidemic was coming in only 2.5 years. I hadn't believed it myself. But If I could make responsible people uneasy enough so that anti-rat measures were tightened and health checks at CHI barriers be made more than a meaningless ritual, it just might, save space colonies and Luna. Unlikely, but I had to try. The only other thing I had to do was make one more check on my missing friends, then let the matter rest until I came down from Stationary Station, or, one may hope, returned from the grand tour. Surely one can call Sydney or Winnipeg or anywhere from Stationary Station, but at a much higher cost. I had learned lately that wanting something and being able to pay for it were not the same. I punched the Tormy's Winnipeg call code, resigned to hearing, "The code you have signaled is temporarily out of service at the subscriber's request." What I got was, "Pirate's Pizza Palace." I muttered, "Sorry, I punched wrong," and cleared the board. Then I punched again most carefully, and got, "Pirate's Pizza Palace." This time I said, "I'm sorry to bother you. I'm in Las Vegas Free Station and have been trying to reach a friend in Winnipeg, but twice I've reached you. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. What code did you punch?" I told the friendly voice. "That's us," she agreed. "Best giant pizzas in British Canada, but we opened just 10 days ago. Maybe your friends used to have this call code." I agreed with that, thanked the pleasant voice, and cleared, sat back, and thought. Then I punched Anzac, Winnipeg, while wishing mightily that this minimum service terminal could bring in a picture from farther away than Las Vegas itself. In trying to play Pinkerton, it helps to watch faces. Once Anzac's computer answered, I asked for the operations duty officer, I having become somewhat more sophisticated in how to handle that computer. I told the woman who answered, "I'm Friday Jones, a New Zealand friend of Captain and Mrs. Tormy. I tried to call their home and could not reach them. I wonder if you can help me." "I'm afraid not." "Really? Not even a suggestion?" "I'm sorry. Captain Tormy resigned. He even cashed in his pension rights. I understand that he sold his house, so I assume that he is gone for good. I do know that the only address we have for him is his brother-in-law's address at the University of Sydney, but we can't give out addresses." I said, "I think you mean Professor Federico Farnese, biology department at the university." "That's right. I see you know it." "Yes, Freddie and Betty are old friends. I knew them when they lived in Auckland." "Well, I'll wait till I'm home to call Freddie, and that will get me Ian. Thanks for being so helpful." "My pleasure. When you talk to Captain Tormy, please tell him that Junior Piloting Officer Pamela Harrisford sends her best." "I will remember." "If you are home soon, I have good news for you. The semi-schedule for Auckland is now fully restored. We've run 10 days of cargo only, and we are now certain that there is no longer any way our ships can be sabotaged. We're offering a 40% discount on all fares now, too. We want to get our old friends back." I thanked her again, but told her that, since I was in Vegas, I expected to leave from Vandenberg, then switched off before I had to improvise more lies. Again I sat and thought. Now that the SBs were running, should I go to Sydney first? There was, or used to be, a weekly trajectory from Cairo to Melbourne, and vice versa. If it was not running, it was possible to go by tube and float craft via Singapore, Rangoon, Delhi, Tehran, Cairo, then down to Nairobi. But it would be expensive, long, and uncertain, with squeeze at every move, and always the chance of being grounded by some local disturbance. I might wind up in Kenya without money enough to go to the Beanstalk. A last resort. A desperate one. I called Auckland. Was unsurprised to be told by the computer that Ian's call code was not operative. I checked to see what time it was in Sydney, then called the university, not doing it in the routine way through its admin office, but punching straight through to its biology department, a call code I had obtained a month back. I recognized a familiar Strine accent. "Marjorie Baldwin here, Irene. Still trying to find my lost sheep." "My word! Love, I did try to deliver your message, but Professor Freddy never did come back to his office. He's left us. Gone." "Gone? Gone where?" "You wouldn't believe how many people would like to know. I'm not even supposed to be telling you this. Somebody cleaned out his desk. There's no hide nor hair in his flat. Gone. I can't tell you more than that, because nobody knows." After that dismaying call, I sat still and thought, then called the Winnipeg Werewolves security guards. I went as high as I could, to a man who described himself as Assistant Commandment, and told him truthfully who I was, Marjorie Baldwin, where I was, Las Vegas, and what I wanted, a lead to my friends. "Your company was guarding their home before it was sold. Can you tell me who bought it, or who the agent was who sold it, or both?" Then I certainly wished for vision as well as sound. He answered, "Look, sister, I can smell a cop even through a terminal. Go back and tell your chief that he got nothing off us last time, and he gets nothing off us this time." I held my temper and answered quietly, "I am not a cop, although I can see why you might think so. I really am in Las Vegas, which you can confirm by calling me back. Collect." "Not interested." "Very well. Captain Tormey owned a matched pair of black Morgans. Can you tell me who bought them?" "Capper, get lost." Ian had shown excellent judgment. The werewolves really were loyal to their clients. If I had plenty of time and money, I might dig up something by going to Winnipeg and or Sydney and rooting at it myself. If wishes were horses, forget it, Friday. You are at last totally alone. You've lost them. Do you want to see Goldie badly enough to get involved in a war in East Africa? But Goldie did not want to stay with you badly enough to stay out of that war. Doesn't that tell you something? It tells me something I know but always hate to admit. I always need people more than they need me. It's your old basic insecurity, Friday. And you know where it comes from, and you know what Boss thought about it. All right. We go to Nairobi tomorrow. Today we write up the Black Death report for Gloria and for the Mortensons. Then get a full night's sleep and leave. 11 hours time difference. Try to get an early start. Then don't worry about Janet and Co. until you get back from the Beanstalk with your mind made up about where to colonize. Then you can afford to spend your last gram in a flat-out attempt to find them, because Gloria Tomasawa will handle things once you tell her what planet you have picked. I actually did get a long night's sleep. The next morning I had packed, same old jump bag, nothing much in it, and was puttering around the kitchen, dumping some items and saving others with a note to my landlord, the leaseholder, when the terminal buzzed. It was the nice gal with the 6-year-old boy at hyperspace. "Glad I caught you," she said. "My boss has a job for you." "Timeo daneos e donaferentes." I waited. Fawcett's silly face showed. "You claim to be a courier." "I'm the best. In this case, you had better be. This is an off-planet job, okay?" "Certainly. Take this down. Franklin Mosby, Finders, Inc., Suite 600, Shipstone Building, Beverly Hills. Now hurry. He wants to interview you before noon." I didn't write down the address. "Mr. Fawcett, that costs you 1 kilobuck plus round-trip tube fare. In advance." "Huh? Ridiculous." "Mr. Fawcett, I suppose that you may hold a grudge. It might strike you as funny to send me on a wild goose chase and cause me to waste a day and the price of a round-trip fare to Los Angeles." "Funny girl. Look, you can pick up your fare here at the office, after the interview. You've got to leave now. As for that kilobuck, shall I tell you what to do with it?" "Don't bother. For master-at-arms, I would expect only master-at-arms wages. But as a courier, I am the best. And if this man really does want the best, he will pay my interview fee without a second thought." I added, "You're not serious, Mr. Fawcett. Goodbye." I cleared. He called back 7 minutes later. He talked as if it hurt him. "Your round trip and the kilobuck will be at the station. But that kilobuck is against your salary, and you pay it back if you don't get the job. Either way, I get my commission." "It will not be paid back under any circumstances, and you get no commission from me because I have not appointed you my agent. Perhaps you can collect something from Mosby, but if so, it does not come out of my salary or my interview fee. And I'm not going down to the station to wait around like a boy playing snipe hunt. If you mean business, you'll send the money here.
You're impossible.
His face left the screen, but he did not clear it. His assistant came on. Look, she said, this job really does have heat behind it. Will you meet me at the station under the new Cortez? I'll get there as fast as I can make it, and I'll have your fare and your fee. Certainly, dear. A pleasure. I called my landlord, told him I was leaving the key in the refrigerator, and be sure to salvage the food. Whatever Fawcett did not know was that nothing could have induced me not to keep this appointment. The name and address was that which Boss had caused me to memorize just before he died. I'd never done anything about it because he had not told me why he wanted me to memorize it. Now I would see. 28. All the sign on the door said was Finders, Inc. and Specialists in Off-Planet Problems. I went in and a live receptionist said to me, They filled the job, dearie. I got it. I wonder how long you will keep it. I'm here by appointment to see Mr. Mosby. She looked me over carefully, in no hurry. Call, girl? Thank you. Where do you get your hair dyed? Look, I'm sent here by Hyperspace Line's Las Vegas office. Every second is costing your boss Bruins. I'm Friday Jones. Announce me. You're kidding. She touched her console, spoke into a hush phone. I stretched my ears. Frankie, there's a floozy out here says she has an appointment with you. Claims to be from Hypo in Vegas. God damn it, I told you not to call me that at work. Send her in. I don't think she's from Fawcett. Are you two timing me? Shut up and send her in. She pushed aside the hush phone. Sit down over there. Mr. Mosby is in conference. I'll let you know as soon as he is free. That isn't what he told you. Huh? Since when do you know so much? He told you not to call him Frankie at work and to send me in. You gave him some back talk, and he told you to shut up and to send me in. So I'm going in. Better announce me. Mosby appeared to be about 50, trying to look 35. He had an expensive tan, expensive clothes, a big toothy smile, and cold eyes. He motioned me toward a visitor's chair. What took you so long? I told Fawcett I wanted to see you before noon. I glanced at my finger, then at his desk clock. 12:04. I've come 450 kilometers, plus a crosstown shuttle, since 11 o'clock. Shall I go back to Vegas and see if I can beat that time, or shall we get down to business? I told Fawcett to see to it that you caught the 10 o'clock. Oh, well, I understand you need a job. I'm not hungry. I was told that you needed a courier for an off-planet job. I took out a copy of my brag sheet, handed it to him. Here are my qualifications. Look it over, and if I'm what you want, tell me about the job. I'll listen and tell you whether or not I'm interested. He glanced at the sheet. The reports I have tell me that you are hungry. Only in that it is getting on toward lunchtime. My fee schedule's on that sheet. It is subject to negotiation. Upwards. You're pretty sure of yourself. He looked again at my brag sheet. How's Kettle Belly these days? Who? It says here that you worked for System Enterprises. I asked you, how is Kettle Belly? Kettle Belly Baldwin? Was this a test? Had everything since breakfast been carefully calculated to cause me to lose my temper? If so, the proper response would be not to lose my temper no matter what. The chairman of System Enterprises was Dr. Hartley Baldwin. I've never heard him called Kettle Belly. I believe he does have some sort of doctor's degree, but everybody in the trade calls him Kettle Belly. I asked you how he is. Watch it Friday. He's dead. Yeah, I know. I wondered if you knew. In this business, you get a lot of ringers. All right, let's see this marsupial pouch of yours. Excuse me? Look, I'm in a hurry. Show me your belly button. Just where did the leak occur? No, we killed that gang. All of them. Or so Boss thought. Doesn't mean it couldn't have leaked from there before we killed them. No matter. It did leak, as Boss said it would. Frankie boy, if you want to play belly buttons with me, I must warn you that the bleached blonde in your outer office is listening, and almost certainly recording. Oh, she doesn't listen. She has her instructions about that. Instructions she carries out the way she carries out your injunction not to call you Frankie during working hours? Look, Mr. Mosby, you started discussing classified matters under not secure conditions. If you want her to be part of this conference, bring her in. If not, get her out of the circuit, but let's have no more breaches of security. He drummed on his desk, then got up very suddenly, went into his outer office. The door was not totally soundproof. I heard angry voices, muffled. He came back in, looking annoyed. She's gone to lunch. Now don't give me any more guff. If you are who you say you are, Friday Jones, also known as Marjorie Baldwin, formerly a courier for Dr. Baldwin, managing director of System Enterprises, you have a pouch created by surgery back of your navel. Show it to me. Prove your identity. I thought about it. A requirement that I prove my identity was not unreasonable. Fingerprint identification is a joke, at least inside the profession. Clearly, the existence of my courier's pouch was now a broached secret. It would never be useful again, except that right now it could be used to prove that I was me. I was I? It sounds silly either way. Mr. Mosby, you paid $1 to interview me. I certainly did so far. I've had nothing from you but static. I'm sorry. I've never been asked to show my trick belly button before, because up to recently it has been a closely held secret. Or so I've thought. Evidently it is no longer a secret since you know of it. That tells me that I can no longer use it for classified work. If the job you have for me requires the use of it, perhaps you had better reconsider. A secret just a little bit broached is like a girl just a little bit pregnant. Well, yes and no. Show me. I showed him. I keep a smooth nylon sphere 1 centimeter in diameter in my pouch so that the pouch won't shrink between jobs. I popped out the sphere, letting him watch, and then replaced it. Then let him see that it was not possible to tell my navel from a normal navel. He studied it carefully. It doesn't hold very much. Maybe you would rather hire a kangaroo? It's big enough for the purpose. Barely. You'll be carrying the most valuable cargo in the galaxy, but it won't occupy much space. Zip up and adjust your clothing. We're going to lunch, and we must not be late. What is all this? Tell you on the way. Hurry up. A carriage was already waiting for us. Back of Beverly Hills, in the hills that name that town, is a very old hotel that is also very swank. It has the stink of money, an odor I don't despise. Between fires and the big quake, it has been rebuilt several times, always to look just as it did, but, so I hear, the last time it was rebuilt to be totally fire and earthquake-proof. It took about 20 minutes to drive, at a spanking trot, from the Shipstone building to the hotel. Mosby used it to fill me in. During this ride is about the only time that both of us can be sure that we don't have an ear planted on us. I wondered if he believed that. I could think of 3 obvious places for an ear: my jump bag, his pockets, and the cushions of the carriage. And there were always endless unobvious places. But it was his problem. I had no secrets. None, now that my belly button was a window to the world. So let me talk fast. I'm meeting your price. Furthermore, there will be a bonus on completed performance. The trip is from Earth to the realm. That's what you're paid for. The trip back is deadhead, but since the round trip is 4 months, you'll be paid for 4 months. You collect your bonus at the far end at the Imperial Capital. Salary. 1 month in advance, the rest as you go, okay? Okay. I had to avoid sounding too enthusiastic. A round trip to the realm? My dear man, only yesterday I was anxious to make this trip at petty officers' wages. What about my expenses? You won't have much in the way of expenses. Those luxury liners are all expense deals. Gratuities, squeeze, groundside excursions, walking around money, bingo, and such aboard ship? At a minimum, such expenses are never less than 25% of the price of the ticket. If I'm going to pretend to be a rich tourist, I must behave like one. Is that my cover? Well, yes. All right. Nobody's going to fuss if you spend a few thousand pretending to be Miss Rich Bitch. Keep track and bill us at the end. No. Advance the money, 25% of the ticket cost. I won't keep records, as it would not be in character. Miss Rich Bitch would not keep track of such trivia. All right, already, shut up and let me talk. We'll soon be there. You're a living artifact. Act. 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 I had not felt that cold chill in quite a while. Then I braced up and resolved to make him pay heavily for that one crude, rude remark. Are you being intentionally offensive? No, I'm not. Don't get in a flutter. You and I know that an artificial person can't be told offhand from a natural person. You'll be carrying, in stasis, a modified human ovum. You will carry it in your navel pouch, where the constant temperature and the cushioning will protect the stasis. When you reach the realm, you will catch a flu bug or some such and go to hospital. While you're in this hospital, what you are carrying will be transferred to where it will do the most good. You'll be paid the bonus and will leave the hospital with the happy knowledge that you have enabled a young couple to have a perfect baby, when they were dead certain almost to have a defective one. Christmas disease. I decided that this story was mostly true. The Dauphiness. What? Don't be silly. And it is considerably more than Christmas disease, which, by itself, might be ignored in a royal person. The first citizen himself is concerned with this, since this time succession is passing through his daughter rather than through a son. This job is much more important and much more hazardous than you told me, so the price goes up. That pair of beautiful bays went clopping up on Rodeo Drive, another 100 meters before Mosby answered. All right. God help you. If you talk, you wouldn't live long. We'll increase the bonus, and you'll damn well double the bonus and deposit it to my account before we warp. This is the kind of job where people grow forgetful after it's over. Well, I'll do what I can. We are about to have lunch with Mr. Sigma, and you are expected not to spot the fact that he is a personal representative of the first citizen, with an interworld rank of ambassador extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary. Now, straighten up and mind your table manners. 4 days later, I was again minding my table manners at the right of the captain of H.S. Forward. My name was now Miss Marjorie Friday, and I was so offensively rich that I had been fetched up from groundside to stationary station in Mr. Sigma's own anti-grav yacht, and whisked through into the Forward without having to bother with anything so plebeian as passport control, health, and so forth. My luggage had come aboard at the same time. Box after box of expensive, stylish clothing, appropriate jewelry, but others took care of it. I did not have to bother with anything. 3 of those days I had spent in Florida, in what felt like a hospital, but was, I knew, a superbly equipped genetic engineering laboratory. I could infer which one it was, but I kept my guesses to myself, as speculation about anything was not encouraged. While I was there, I was given the most thorough physical examination I have ever heard of. I did not know why they were checking my health in a style ordinarily reserved for heads of state and chairmen of multinationals, but I presume that they were jumpy about entrusting to anyone not in perfect health the protecting and delivering of an ovum that would become, in the course of years, first citizen of the fabulously wealthy realm. It was a good time to keep my mouth shut. Mr. Sigma used none of the sharpshooting that both Fawcett and Mosby had tried. Once he decided that I would do, he sent Mosby home and catered to me so lavishly that I had no need to dicker. 25% for casual money? Not enough. Make that 50%. Here it is. Take it, in gold and Luna City gold certificates. And if you need more, just tell the purser and sign for it, a draft on me. No, we won't use a written contract. This is not that sort of a mission. Just tell me what you want and you shall have it. And here is a little booklet that tells you who you are and where you went to school and all the rest. You will have plenty of time in the next 3 days to memorize it, and if you forget to burn it, don't fret. The fibers are impregnated so that it self-destroys in the next 3 days. Don't be surprised if the pages are yellow and somewhat brittle on the 4th day. Mr. Sigma had thought of everything. Before we left Beverly Hills, he brought a photographer in. She shot me from several angles, me dressed in a smile, in high heels, in low heels, and bare feet. When my luggage showed up in the forward, every item fitted me perfectly. All the styles and colors suited me, and the clothes carried a spread of famous designers' names from Italy, from Paris, from Beijing et al. I'm not used to haute couture and don't know how to handle it, but Mr. Sigma had that covered too. I was met at the airlock by a pretty little oriental creature named Shizuko, who told me that she was my personal maid. Since I had been bathing and dressing myself since I was 5, I felt no need for a maid. But again, it was time to roll with the blow. Shizuko conducted me to cabin BB, not quite big enough for a volleyball court. Once there, it appeared that, in Shizuko's opinion, there was just barely time enough to get me ready for dinner. With dinner 3 hours away, this struck me as excessive, but she was firm, and I was going along with whatever was suggested. I did not need a diagram to tell me that Mr. Sigma had planted her there. She bathed me. While this was going on, there was a sudden surge in the grav control as the ship warped away. Shizuko studied me and kept it from being a wet disaster, and did it so skillfully that she convinced me that she was used to warp ships. She didn't look old enough. She spent a full hour on my hair and my face. In the past, I had washed my face when it seemed to need it, and styled my hair mostly by whacking it off enough to keep it out of way. I learned what a bumpkin I was. While Shizuko was reincarnating me as the goddess of love and beauty, the cabin's little terminal chimed. Letters appeared on the screen while the same message extruded from the printout, an imprudent tongue. The master of hyperspace ship Forward requests the pleasure of the company of Miss Marjorie Friday for sherry and bon ami in the captain's lounge at 1900 hours. Regrets only. I was surprised. Shizuko was not. She had already hung out and touched up a cocktail dress. It covered me completely, and I have never been so indecently dressed. Shizuko refused to let me be on time. She led me to the captain's lounge, timed so that I went through the receiving line at 7 minutes after the hour. The cruise hostess already knew my current name, and the captain bowed over my hand. It is my considered opinion that being a VIP in a spaceship is a better deal than being a spaceship master-at-arms. Sherry includes highballs, cocktails, Icelandic Black Death, spring rain from the realm, deadly, don't touch it, Danish beer, some pink stuff from Fiddler's Green, and, I have no doubt, panther's sweat if you asked for it. It also includes 31 different sorts, I counted, of tasty tidbits you eat with your fingers. I was a credit to Mr. Sigma. I really did take sherry in only one small glass, and I greatly restrained myself when offered again and again and again and again those 31 tasty temptations. And it is well that I resisted. This ship puts on the nose bag 8 times a day. Again, I counted. Early morning coffee, café complète, that is, with pastry. Breakfast, mid-morning refreshment, tiffin, afternoon tea with sandwiches and more pastry. Cocktail hour hors d'oeuvres, those 31 sinful traps. Dinner, 7 courses if you can stay the route. Midnight buffet supper. But if you feel peckish at any hour, you can always order sandwiches and snacks from the pantry. The ship has 2 swimming pools, a gymnasium, a Turkish bath, a Swedish sauna, and a girth control clinic. 2 1/3 times around the main promenade is a kilometer. I don't think that is enough. Some of our shipmates are eating their way across the galaxy. My own major problem will be to arrive at the imperial capital still able to find my belly button. Dr. Jerry Madsen, junior medical officer, who doesn't look old enough to be a sawbones, cut me out of the mob at the captain's sherry, then was waiting for me after dinner. He does not eat at the captain's table or even in the dining room. He eats with the other young officers in the wardroom. He took me to the Galactic Lounge, where we danced. Then there was a cabaret show. Singing, specialty dancing, and a juggler who did magic tricks on the side, which made me think of those pigeons and of Goldie, and I felt suddenly wistful, but suppressed it. Then there was more dancing, and 2 other young officers, Tom Udell and Jamie Lopez, rotated with Jerry. And finally the lounge shut down, and all 3 took me to a little cabaret called the Black Hole. And I firmly declined to get drunk, but danced whenever I was asked. Dr. Jerry managed to outsit the others and took me back to cabin BB at an hour quite late by ship's time, but not especially late by the Florida time by which I had gotten up that morning. Shizuko was waiting, dressed in a beautiful formal kimono, silk slippers, and high makeup of another sort. She bowed to us, indicated that we should sit down at the lounge end, the bedroom end is shut off by a screen, and served us tea and little cakes. After a short time Jerry stood up, wished me a good night, and left. Then Shizuko undressed me and put me to bed. I did not have any firm plans about Jerry, though no doubt he could have persuaded me had he worked on it. My heels are quite short, I know, but both of us were sharply aware that Shizuko was sitting there, hands folded, watching, waiting. Jerry did not even kiss me good night. After putting me to bed, Shizuko went to bed on the other side of the screen, some deal with bedclothes she took out of a cupboard. I was never before quite so closely chaperoned, even in Christchurch. Could this be part of my unwritten contract? 29. A spaceship, a hyperspace ship, is a terribly interesting place. Of course it takes very, very advanced knowledge of wave mechanics and multidimensional geometry to understand what pushes the ship. Education that I don't have and probably never will. Although I would like to back up and study for it, even now. Rockets, no problem. Newton told us how. Antigrav? A mystery until Dr. Forward came along and explained it. Now it's everywhere. But how does a ship massing about 100,000 tons, so the captain told me, manage to speed up to almost 1,800 times the speed of light, without spilling the soup or waking anyone? I don't know. This ship has the biggest shipstones I've ever seen, but Tim Flaherty, he's second assistant engineer, tells me that they are charged down only at the middle of each jump. Then they finish the voyage having used only parasitic power, ship's heat, cooking, ship's auxiliary services, etc. That sounds to me like a violation of the law of conservation of energy. I was brought up to bathe regularly and to believe that there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. I told him so. He grew just a touch impatient and assured me that it was indeed the law of conservation of energy that caused it to work out that way. It worked just like a funicular. You got back what you put in. I don't know. There aren't any cables out there. It can't be a funicular. But it does work. The navigation of this ship is even more confusing. Only they don't call it navigation. They don't even call it astrogation. They call it cosmonautics. Now, somebody is pulling Friday's leg, because the engineer officers told me that the officers on the bridge, it's not a bridge, who practice cosmonautics are cosmetic officers because they're there just for appearances. The computer does all the work. And Mr. Lopez, the second officer, says that the ship has to have engineering officers because the union requires it, but the computer does it all. Not knowing the math for either one is like going to a lecture and not knowing the language. I've learned one thing. Back in Las Vegas, I thought that every grand tour was Earth, Proxima, Outpost, Fiddler's Green, Forest, Botany Bay, Halcyon, Midway, the Realm, and back to Earth, because that's how the recruiting posters read. Wrong! Each voyage is tailored. Usually, all 9 planets are touched, but the only fixed feature in the sequence is that Earth is at one end and the Realm, almost 100 light-years away, 98.7 plus, is at the other. The 7 way stations can be picked up either going out or coming back. However, there is a rule that controls how they are fitted in. Going out, the distance from Earth must be greater at each stop. Coming back, the distance must decrease. This is not nearly as complex as it sounds. It simply means the ship does not double back, just the way you would plan a shopping trip of many stops. But this leaves lots of flexibility. The 9 stars, the suns of these planets, are lined up fairly close to a straight line. See the sketch with the centaur and the wolf. Looking from Earth, all those stars, as you can see, are either at the front end of the centaur or close by in the wolf. I know the wolf doesn't look too well, but the centaur has been clobbering him for thousands of years. Besides, I've never seen a wolf, a 4-legged wolf that is, and it's the best I can do. Come to think of it, I've never seen a centaur either. That's the way those stars cluster in Earth's night sky. You have to be about as far south as Florida or Hong Kong to see them at all, and even then, with bare eyes, you will see only Alpha Centauri. But Alpha Centauri, Rigel Kentaurus, really shines out, 3rd brightest star in Earth's sky. 3 stars it is, actually, a brilliant one that is the twin brother of Sol, one not as bright that it is paired with, and a distant, dim, small companion that swings around both of them about a 15th of a light-year away. Years ago, Alpha Centauri was known as Proxima. Then somebody bothered to measure the distance to this inconsequential 3rd cousin and found that it was a hair closer. So the title of Proxima, or nearest, was moved to this useless chunk of real estate. Then, when we set up a colony on the 3rd planet of Alpha Centauri A, the twin of Sol, the colonists called their planet Proxima. Eventually, the astronomers who tried to shift the title to the dim companion were all dead, and the colonists got their way. Just as well, because that dim star, while a hair closer today, will soon be farther away. Just hold your breath a few millennia. Being ballistically linked, it averages the same distance from Earth as the other 2 in the triplet. Look at the second sketch, the one with right ascension across the top and light years down the side. I must be the only person out of the hundreds in this ship who did not know that our first stop on this voyage would not be Proxima. Mr. Lopez, who was showing me the bridge, looked at me as if I were a retarded child who had just made another unfortunate slip. But that did not matter because he is not interested in my brain. I didn't dare explain to him that I had been snatched aboard at the last moment. It would have blown my cover. However, Miss Rich Bitch is not required to be bright. The ship usually stops at Proxima, both going and coming. Mr. Lopez explained that this time they had little cargo and only a few passengers for Proxima, not enough to pay for the stop. So that cargo and those passengers were put off until the Maxwell warps next month. This trip the Forward will call at Proxima on the way home, with cargo and, possibly, passengers from the other 7 ports. Mr. Lopez explained, and I did not understand, that traveling many light years in space costs almost nothing, mostly rations for passengers. But stopping at a planet is terribly expensive, so any stop has to be worthwhile on the balance sheet. so here is where we are going this trip. First to Outpost, then to Botany Bay, then to the Realm, on to Midway, Halcyon, Forest, Fiddler's Green, Proxima, at last, and on home to Earth. I'm not unhappy about it, quite the contrary. I will get rid of this most valuable cargo in the galaxy less than a month after warping away from Stationary Station. Then the whole long trip home will be a real tourist trip. Fun, no responsibilities. Lots of time to look over these colonies squired around by eager young officers who smell good and are always polite. If Friday, or Miss Rich Bitch, can't have fun with that setup, it's time to cremate me. I'm dead. Now see the third sketch, declination across the top, light years down the side. This one makes the routing seem quite reasonable. But if you look back at the second sketch, you will see that the leg from Botany Bay to Outpost, which seems on the third sketch to skim the photosphere of Forest Sun, in fact, misses it by many light years. Picturing this voyage actually calls for 3 dimensions. You can take the data from the sketches and from the table below and punch it into your terminal and pull out a 3-dimensional hologram. It all makes sense seen that way. There's one on the bridge, frozen so that you can examine it in detail. Mr. Lopez, who made these sketches, all but Joe Centaur and the Sad Wolf, warned me that a flat plot simply could not portray 3-dimensional cosmonautics. But it helps to think of these 3 sketches as plan view, side view, and front elevation. As in visualizing a house from its plans, that is exactly analogous. When Mr. Lopez gave me a printout of this table, he warned me that the data are of about grammar school accuracy. If you aim a telescope by these coordinates, you will find the right star. But for science and for cosmonautics, you need more decimal places, and then correct for epoch, a fancy way of saying you must bring the data up to date, because each star moves. Outpost Sun moves the least. It just about keeps up with the traffic in our part of the galaxy. But the star of Fiddler's Green, NU 2 Lupi, has a vector of 138 kilometers per second, enough that Fiddler's Green will have moved more than 1.5 billion kilometers between 2 visits 5 months apart by the forward. This can be worrisome. According to Mr. Lopez, it can worry a skipper right out of his job because whether or not a trip shows a profit depends on how closely a master can bring his ship out of hyperspace to a port planet without hitting something, such as a star, like driving an APV blindfolded. But I will never pilot a hyperspace ship, and Captain Van Kooten has a solid, reliable look to him. I asked him about it at dinner that night. He nodded. "We find it. Only once have we had to send some of the boys down in the landing boat to buy something at a bakery and read the signs." I didn't know whether he expected me to laugh or to pretend to believe him, so I asked what they bought at the bakery. He turned to the lady on his left and pretended not to hear me. "The bake shop in this ship makes the best pastry I have ever tasted and should be padlocked." Captain Van Kooten is a gentle, fatherly man, yet I have no trouble visualizing him with a pistol in one hand and a cutlass in the other, holding off a mob of mutinous cutthroats. He makes the ship feel safe. Shizuko is not the only guard placed on me. I think I have identified 4 more, and I'm wondering if I have them all. Almost certainly not, as I've sometimes looked around and not spotted any of them. Yet the drill seems to be to have someone near me at all times. Paranoid? It sounds like it, but I'm not. I'm a professional who has stayed alive through always noticing anything offbeat. This ship has 632 first-class passengers, some 60-odd uniformed officers, crew also in uniforms, and the cruise director's staff of hosts and hostesses and dancing partners and entertainers and such. The latter dress like passengers, but they are young and they smile, and they make it their business to see that the passengers are happy. The passengers. In this ship, a first-class passenger under age 70 is a rarity. Me, for example. We have 2 teenage girls, 1 teenage boy, 2 young women, and a wealthy couple on their honeymoon. All others in first class are candidates for a geriatrics home. They are very old, very rich, and extremely self-centered, save for a bare handful who have managed to grow old without turning sour. Of course, none of these old dodderers are my guards, and neither are the youngsters. The cruise staff I got sorted out in the first 48 hours, whether they were musicians or whatever. I might have suspected that some of the young officers had been assigned to watch me, were it not that all of them stand duty watches, usually 8 hours out of 24, and therefore can't take on another full-time job. But my nose does not play me false. I know why they follow me around. I don't get this much attention dirtside, but there is an acute shortage of bettable young females in this ship. 30 young male officers versus 4 young single females in first class, other than Friday. With those odds, a nubile female would have to have very bad breath indeed not to carry a train like a comet. But, with all these categories accounted for, I found some men not accounted for. First class? Yes, but they eat in the ambrosia room. Business travelers? Maybe. But according to the first assistant purser, business travelers go second class. Not as swank, but just as comfortable, at half the cost. Item. When Jerry Matson takes me to the black hole with his friends, here is this solitary bloke nursing a drink over in the corner. Next morning, Jimmy Lopez takes me swimming. This same bloke is in the pool. In the card room, I'm playing one thumb with Tom. My shadow is playing solitaire over on the far side. Once or twice can be a coincidence, but at the end of 3 days, I am certain that, any time I'm outside of Suite BB, some one of 4 men is somewhere in sight. He usually stays as far from me as the geometry of the space permits, but he's there. Mr. Sikma did impress on me that I was to carry the most valuable package any courier ever carried. But I did not expect him to find it necessary to place guards around inside this ship. Did he think that someone could sneak up and steal it out of my belly button? Or are the shadows not from Mr. Sikma? Was the secret broached before I left Earth? Mr. Sikma seemed professionally careful, but how about Mosby and his jealous secretary? I just don't know, and I don't know enough about politics in the realm to make any guesses. Later. Both of the young women are part of the watchful eye over me, but they close in only when and where the men cannot. The beauty parlor, the dress shop, the women's sauna, etc. They never bother me, but I'm tired of it already. I'll be glad to deliver the package so that I can fully enjoy this wonderful trip. Luckily, the best part is after we leave the realm. Outpost is such a frost, literally, that no groundside excursions are planned there. Botany Bay is said to be very pleasant, and I must see it because it's a place to which I may migrate later. The realm is described as rich and beautiful, and I do want to see it as a tourist, but I won't be moving there. While it is reputed to be quite well governed, it is about as absolute a dictatorship as the Chicago Imperium. I've had enough of that. But for a stronger reason, I would not consider asking for an immigrant's visa. I know too much. Officially, I don't know anything, as Mr. Sikma never admitted it, and I didn't ask. But I won't stretch my luck by asking to live there. Midway is another place I want to see, but don't want to live. 2 suns in its sky are enough to make it special. But it is the Pope in exile that makes it very special. To visit, not to stay. It really is true that they celebrate Mass there in public. Captain Van Kooten says so, and Jerry tells me that he has seen it with his own eyes, and that I can see it too, no charge, but a contribution for charity on the part of a genteel is good manners. I'm tempted to do it. It's not really dangerous, and I'll probably never have a chance like this again in my whole life. Of course, I'll check out Halcyon and Fiddler's Green. Each must be extra special, or they would not command such high prices. But I'll be looking for the joker in the deck every minute, such as that at Eden. I would hate to ask Gloria to pay a high fee to get me in, then discover that I hated the place. Forest is supposed to be nothing much for a tourist, no amenities, but I want to give it a very careful look. It is the newest colony, of course, still in the log cabin stage and totally dependent on Earth and/or the realm for tools and instruments. But isn't that just the time to join a colony in order to feel great gusty joy in every minute? Jerry just looks sour. He tells me to go look at it and learn for myself that life in the forest primeval is greatly overrated. I don't know. Maybe I could make a deal for stopover privilege. Pick up this ship or one of her sisters some months from now. Must ask the captain. Yesterday there was a holo at the Stardust Theater that I wanted to see, a musical comedy, The Connecticut Yankee and Queen Guinevere. It was supposed to be quite funny, with romantic revival music and loaded with beautiful horses and beautiful pageantry. I avoided my swains and went alone, or almost alone. I could not avoid my guards. This man, number 3 in my mind, although the passenger list said that he was Howard J. Bullfinch, San Diego, followed me in and settled down right behind me. Unusual, since they normally stayed as far away from me as the size of a room permitted. Perhaps he thought he might lose track of me after they lowered the lights. I don't know. His presence behind me distracted me. When the Queen sank her fangs into the Yankee and dragged him into her boudoir, instead of thinking about the fun going on in the holotank, I was trying to sort out and analyze all the odors that reached me. Not easy in a crowded theater. When the play was over and the lights came up, I reached the side aisle just as my shadow did. He gave way. I smiled and thanked him, then made my exit by the forward door. He followed. That exit leads to a short staircase, 4 steps. I stumbled, fell backward, and he caught me. "Thank you," I said. "For that, I'm taking you to the Centaur Bar to buy you a drink." "Oh, not at all." "Oh, most emphatically. You're going to explain to me why you have been following me, and who hired you, and several other things." He hesitated. "You have made some mistake." "Not me, Mac. Would you rather come quietly, or would you rather explain it to the captain?" He gave a little quizzical smile. Or was it cynical? "Your words are most persuasive, even though you are mistaken. But I insist on paying for the drinks." "All right, you owe me that." "And then some." I picked a table in the corner where we could not be overheard by other customers, thereby ensuring that we could be overheard by an ear. But aboard a ship, how can one avoid an ear? You can't. We were served. Then I said to him almost silently, "Can you read lips?" "Not very well," he admitted at the same low level. "Very well. Let's keep it as low as possible and hope that random noise will confuse the ear. Mac, tell me one thing. Have you raped any other helpless females lately?" He flinched. I don't think anyone can be hit hard and not flinch. But he paid me the courtesy of respecting my brain and showed that he was a brain too by answering, "Miss Friday, how did you recognize me?" "Odor," I answered. "Odor at first. You sat too close to me. Then, as we left the theater, I forced you on a voice check, and I stumbled on the stairs and forced you to put your arms around me. That did it. Is there an ear on us here?" "Probably, but it may not be a recording, and it's possible that no one is monitoring it now." "Too much." I worried it. Walk side by side on the promenade? An ear would have trouble with that setup without continuous tracking, but tracking could be automatic if Mac had a beacon on him, or I myself might be booby-trapped. Aquarius pool? Acoustics in a swimming pool are always bad, which was good, but damn it, I needed more privacy. "Leave your drink and come with me." I took him to cabin BB. Shizuko let us in. So far as I could tell, she stood a 24-hour watch, except that she slept when I did. Or I thought she did. I asked her, "What do we have later, Shizuko?" "Purser's party, missy. 19 o'clock. "I see. Go and take a walk or something. Come back in 1 hour. "Too late. 30 minutes. 1 hour. She answered humbly, "Yes, missy." but not before I caught her glance at him and his scant 5mm nod. With Shizuko gone and the door bolted, I said quietly, "Are you her boss, or is she yours?" "Some argument," he admitted. "Maybe cooperating independent agents describes it." "I see. She's quite professional. Mac, do you know where the ears are in here, or will we have to work out some way to defeat them? Are you willing to have your sordid past discussed and recorded on tape somewhere? I can't think of anything that would embarrass me. After all, I was the innocent victim. But I want you to speak freely." Instead of answering, he pointed. Over my couch on the lounge side. Over the head of my bed, into my bathroom. Then he touched his eye and pointed to a spot where the bulkhead met the overhead opposite the couch. I nodded. Then I dragged 2 chairs off into the corner farthest from the couch and out of line of sight for the eye location he had indicated. I switched on the terminal, punched it for music, selected a tape featuring the Salt Lake City Choir. Perhaps an ear could reach through and sort out our voices, but I did not think so. We sat down and I continued. "Mac, can you think of any good reason why I should not kill you right now?" "Just like that? Without even a hearing?" "Why do we need a hearing? You raped me. You know it? I know it. But I am giving you this much of a hearing. Can you think of any reason why you should not be summarily executed for your crime?" "Well, since you put it that way, no, I can't." "Men will be the death of me. Mac, you are a most exasperating man. Can't you see that I don't want to kill you and am looking for a reasonable excuse not to do so? But I can't manage it without your help. How did you get mixed up in so dirty a business as a gang rape of a blindfolded, helpless woman?" I sat and let him stew, and that's just what he did. At last he said, "I could claim that I was so deep into it by then that if I balked at raping you, I would have been killed myself right then." "Is that true?" I asked, feeling contempt for him. "True enough, but not relevant. Miss Friday, I did it because I wanted to, because you are so sexy you could corrupt a stylite or cause Venus to switch to Lesbos. I tried to tell myself that I couldn't avoid it, but I knew better. All right, do you want my help in making it look like suicide?" "Not necessary." So sexy I could corrupt a stylite? What in the world is a stylite? Must find out. He seemed to mean it as a superlative. He persisted. "Aboard ship, you can't run away. A dead body can be embarrassing." "Oh, I think not. You were hired to watch over me. Do you think anything would be done to me? But you already know that I intend to let you get away with it. However, I want explanations before I let you go. How did you escape the fire? When I smelled you, I was astonished. I had assumed that you were dead." "I wasn't at the fire. I ran for it before that." "Really? Why?" "2 reasons. I planned to leave as soon as I learned what I'd come for, but mostly on your account." "Mac, don't expect me to believe too many unlikely things. What was this you had come there to learn?" "I never found out. I was after the same thing they were after. Why you had gone to L5. I heard them interrogate you, and I could see that you did not know. So I left. Fast." "That's true. I was a carrier pigeon, and when does a carrier pigeon know what a war is about? They wasted their time torturing me." "Swelt me?" He looked shocked. "They tortured you?" I said sharply, "Are you trying to play innocent?" "Huh? No. I'm as guilty as sin, and I know it, of rape, but I didn't have any notion that they had tortured you. That's stupid. That's centuries out of date. What I heard was straight interrogation. Then they shot you with babble juice, and you told the same story, so I knew you were telling the truth, and I got out of there. Fast." "The more you tell me, the more questions you raise. Who are you working for? Why were you doing it? Why did you leave? Why did they let you leave? Who was that voice that gave you orders, the one called Major? Why was everybody so anxious to know what I was carrying? So anxious that they would mount a military attack and waste a lot of lives and wind up torturing me and sawing off my right tit. Why? They did that to you? Swelp me, Mac's face was utterly impassive until I mentioned damage done to my starboard milk gland. Will somebody explain males to me? With diagrams and short words? Oh, complete regeneration, functional as well as cosmetic. I'll show you. Later. If you answer my questions fully, you can check it against how it used to look. Now, back to business. Talk. Mac claimed to have been a double agent. He said that, at the time, he was an intelligence officer in a quasi-military hired out to Muriel Shipstone Laboratories. As such, and working alone, he had penetrated the Major's organization. Wait a minute, I demanded. Did he die in the fire? The one called the Major? I'm fairly sure he did, although Mosby may be the only one who knows. Mosby? Franklin Mosby? Finders Incorporated? I hope he doesn't have brothers. One is too many. Yes, but Finders Inc. is just a front. He's a stooge for Shipstone Unlimited. But you said you were working for Shipstone, too, the laboratories. Mac looked surprised. But the whole Red Thursday ruckus was an intramural fight amongst the top boys. Everybody knows that. I sighed. I seem to have led a protected life. All right, you were working for Shipstone, one piece of it. And, as a double agent, you were working for Shipstone, another piece of it. But why was I the bone being fought over? Miss Friday, I don't know. That is what I was supposed to find out. But you were believed to be an agent of Kettlebelly Stop right there. If you're going to talk about the late Dr. Baldwin, please do not use that dreadful nickname. Sorry, you were thought to be an agent of System Enterprises, that is to say of Dr. Baldwin, and you confirmed it by going to his headquarters. Stop again. Were you part of the gang that jumped me there? I am happy to say that I was not. You killed 2 and 1 died later, and none of them was unhurt. Miss Friday, you're a wildcat. Go on. Dr. Baldwin was a mugwump, a maverick, not part of the system. With Red Thursday being mounted, what's Red Thursday got to do with this? Why, everything. Whatever it was that you carried was bound to affect the timing at least. I think the Council for Survival, that's the side Mosby's goons were working for, got the wind up and moved before they were ready. Perhaps that's why nothing much ever came of it. They compromised their differences in the boardrooms, but I've never seen any analysis. Nor had I, and now I probably never would. I longed for a few hours at the unlimited service terminal I had had at Pajaro's Sands. What directors, if any, had been killed on Red Thursday and its sequelae? What had the stock market done? I suspect that all really important answers never get into the history books. Boss had been requiring me to learn the sort of things that would eventually have led me to the answers. But he had died, and my education stopped abruptly. For now. But I would still feed the elephant's child. Someday. Mac, did Mosby hire you for this job, guarding me in this ship? No. I've only had that one contact with Mosby, and that under a phony. I was hired for this through a recruiter working for a cultural attaché of the ambassador for the realm in Geneva. This job isn't one to be ashamed of, truly. We're taking care of you. The best care. Must be dull with no rape. Ouch. What are your instructions about me? And how many of you are there? You're in charge, are you not? He hesitated. Miss Friday, you're asking me to tell my employer's secrets. In the profession, we don't do that, as I think you know. Fiddlesticks. You knew when you walked in that door that your life depended on answering my questions. Think back to that gang that jumped me on Dr. Baldwin's farm. Think what happened to them. Then speak up. I've thought about it many times. Yes, I'm in charge. Except possibly for Tilly. Which one is Tilly? Sorry, Shizuko. That's a professional name. At UCLA, she was Matilda Jackson. We all had been waiting in the Sky High Hotel almost 2 months. We? Plural? Name them. Ship's roster names. And don't try to stall me with guff about the mercenaries code. Shizuku will be back in a few minutes. He named them. No surprises. I had spotted them all. Clumsy. Boss would never have tolerated it. Go on. We waited and the Dirac warped without us, and only 24 hours before warping time for the forward, we were suddenly alerted to leave in the forward. Then I was supplied with color holos of you for us to study, and, Miss Friday, when I saw your picture, I almost fainted. Pictures were that bad? Oh, come now. Huh? No, they were quite good. But consider where I saw you last. I thought that you had died in that fire. Well, you might say I had grieved over you. Some at least. Thank you. I think. Okay, 7 with you in charge. This trip isn't cheap, Mac. Why do I need 7 chaperones? I thought you might tell me. Not that it's any of my business why you're making this trip. All I can tell you are my instructions. You are to be delivered to the realm in perfect condition. Not a hangnail, not a bruise, not a sniffle. When we arrive, an officer of the palace guard comes aboard, and then you're his problem. But we don't get paid our delivery bonus until you've had a physical examination. Then we are paid, and we deadhead home. I thought about it. It was consistent with Mr. Sikma's worry over the most valuable package a courier ever carried. But there was something phony about it. The old belt and suspenders redundant backups principle was understandable. But 7 people, full-time, just to see that I did not fall downstairs and break my neck? It did not taste right. Mac, I can't think of anything else to ask you now, and Tilly, is due back. We'll talk later. Very well. Miss Friday, why do you call me Mac? That's the only name I've ever heard you called. Socially, I mean. At a gang rape we both attended? I'm reasonably sure that you are not Howard J. Bullfinch. What do you prefer to be called? Oh, yes, I was Mac on that mission, but I'm usually called Pete. Your name is Peter? Well, not exactly. It's Percival, but I'm not called that. I refrained from laughing. I don't see why not, Pete. Brave and honorable men have been named Percival. I think that's Tilly at the door, anxious to bathe me and to dress me. One last word. Do you know why you are still breathing? Not dead? No. Because you let me pee. Thank you for letting me pee before you handcuffed me to that bed. He suddenly looked wry. I got chewed out for that. You did? Why? The major intended to force you to wet the bed. He figured that it would help to make you crack. So, the bloody amateur. Pete, that was the point at which I decided that you were not totally beyond hope. 30. Outpost isn't much. Its sun is a G8 star, which puts it pretty far down the list of Sol-like stars, since Sol is a G2. This is markedly cooler than our solar system star, but the star is not that important, as long as it's a Sol-type, G-type star. It may be possible to colonize around types of stars someday, but it seems reasonable to stick to stars with spectral distributions that match the human eye and don't pass out too much lethal radiation. I'm quoting Jerry. Anyhow, there are over 400 G-type stars no farther from Earth than is the realm, so says Jamie Lopez, which could keep us busy for a few years. But assume a G-type star. Then you need a planet the right distance from it for it to be warm, but not too warm. Then its surface gravity should be strong enough to hold its atmosphere firmly in place. The atmosphere must have had time to cook, in connection with evolving life. Long enough to offer air suitable for life as we know it. Life as we don't know it is a fascinating subject, but has nothing to do with colonization by Earth people. Not this week. Nor are we discussing colonies of living artifacts or cyborgs. This is about colonists from Dallas or Tashkent. Outpost just barely qualifies. It's a poor relation. Its sea-level oxygen is so scanty that one needs to walk slowly, as on top of a high mountain. It sits back so far from its star that it has just two sorts of weather, cool and freezing. Its axis stands almost straight up. It gets its seasons from an eccentric orbit, so you don't go south for the winter because the winter comes to you wherever you are. There is a growing season of sorts about 20 degrees each side of the equator, but the winter is much longer than the summer, of course. That, of course, refers to Kepler's laws, this one about radius vectors and equal areas. I cribbed most of this out of the Daily Forward. When the prizes were handed out, Outpost was a hint the door. But I was frantically eager to see it. Why? Because I'd never been farther away from home than Luna, and Luna almost is home. Outpost is over 40 light-years from Earth. Do you know how many kilometers that is? Neither did I. Here's what it is. 300,000 times 40.7 times 31,557,600 equals 385,318,296,000,000 kilometers. Rounded off, 400 million kilometers. Ship's schedule called for us to achieve stationary orbit, 22.1 hours orbital period, that being the length of the day at Outpost, at 0247, and for the starboard landing boat to drop away very early in the morning, ship's time morning, 0300 sharp. Not many signed up for the ride. That's all it would be, since no passenger would set foot on the ground, as the mid-watch isn't too popular an hour with most of our passengers. But I would as lief miss Armageddon. I left a good party and went to bed at 2200 in order to soak up several hours of sleep before rise and shine. I got up at 2 o'clock and ducked into my bathroom, latching the door behind me. If I don't latch it, Shizuko comes straight in behind me. I learned that my first day in the ship. She was up and dressed when I woke up. Latched the door behind me and promptly threw up. This surprised me. I was not immune to motion sickness, but I had not been bothered this trip. Riding the beanstalk plays hob with my stomach, and it goes on for endless hours. But in the forward, I had noticed one surge when we warped into hyperspace. Then, just before dinner last night, when we broke into normal space, I had felt a similar tremor. But the bridge had warned us to expect it. Did the artificial gravity feel steady now? I couldn't be sure. I was quite dizzy, but that might be an after effect of vomiting, for I'd certainly thrown up as thoroughly as if I had been riding that goddamn beanstalk. I rinsed my mouth, brushed my teeth without dentifrice, rinsed my mouth again, and said to myself, Friday, that's your breakfast. You are not going to let an unexpected case of beanstalk tummy keep you from seeing Outpost. Besides, you've gained 2 kilos, and it's time to cut down on the calories. Having given my stomach that fight talk, and then turned it over to mind-control discipline, I went out, let Tilly Shizuko help me into a heavy wool jumpsuit, then headed for the starboard landing boat airlock, with Shizuko paddling along behind, carrying heavy coats for each of us. At first, I had been inclined to be chummy with Shizuko, but after deducing, then confirming her true role, I tended to resent her. Petty of me, no doubt, but a spy is not entitled to the friendly consideration that a servant always rates. I was not rude to her. I simply ignored her much of the time. This morning, I did not feel sociable at best. Mr. Wu, purser's assistant in charge of ground excursions, was at the airlock with a clipboard. Miss Friday, your name isn't on my list. I certainly signed up. Either add it to your list or call the captain. I can't do that. So, then, I'm going on a sit-down strike right in the middle of your airlock. I don't like this, Mr. Wu. If you're trying to suggest that I should not be here because of some clerical error in your office, I shall like it still less. I suppose it is a clerical error. There's not much time, so why don't you go in? Let them show you to a seat, and I'll straighten it out after I get these other people checked off. He did not object to Shizuko's following me. We went forward along a long passageway. Even the landing boats of the forward are enormous, following arrows that said, "This way to bridge," and arrived in a fairly large room. Something like the interior of an omnibus APV, dual controls up front, seats for passengers behind, a big windshield. And for the first time since we left Earth, I was seeing sunlight. The light of Outpost sun it was, lighting a white, very white curve of planet ahead, with black sky beyond. The sun star was itself not in sight. Shizuko and I found seats and fastened seatbelts, the five-way sort used in SBs. Knowing that we were going by anti-grav, I was going to let it go simply with fastening the lap belt. But my little shadow twittered over me and fastened everything. After a while, Mr. Wu came looking, finally spotted me. He leaned across the man between me and the aisle and said, "Miss Friday, I'm sorry, but you still aren't on the list." "Indeed. What did the captain say?" "I couldn't reach him." "That's your answer, then. I stay." "I'm sorry. No." "Really? Which end are you going to carry? And who's going to help you carry me? For you will have to drag me kicking and screaming, and I assure you, I do kick and scream." "Miss Friday, we can't have this." The passenger next to me said, "Young man, aren't you making a fool of yourself? This young lady is a first-class passenger. I've noticed her in the dining room at the captain's table. Now, get that silly clipboard out of my face and find something better to do." Looking worried, junior pursers always look worried, Mr. Wu went away. After a bit, the red light came on, the siren sounded, and a loud voice said, "Leaving orbit, prepare for surges in wait." I had a miserable day. 3 hours to get down to the surface, 2 hours on the ground, 3 hours to get back up to stationary orbit. The trip down had music varied by an amazingly dull lecture on Outpost. The trip back had nothing but music, which was better. The 2 hours on the ground might have been okay, had we been able to leave the landing craft, but we had to stay inboard. We were allowed to unbelt and go aft to what was called the lounge, but was really just a space with a coffee and sandwich bar on the port side and transparent ports on the after end. Through these you could see the migrants getting out on the deck below and cargo being unloaded. Low rolling hills covered with snow. Some sort of stunted growth in the middle distance. Near the ship, low buildings connected by snow sheds. The immigrants were all bundled up, but they wasted no time in hurrying toward the buildings. The cargo was going onto a string of flatbed trucks, pulled by a machine of some sort that puffed out clouds of black smoke. Exactly the sort of thing you pictured in children's history books. But this was not a picture. I heard one woman say to her companion, "Why would anyone decide to settle here?" Her companion made some pious answer about the Lord's will, and I moved away. How can anyone get to be 70 years old, she was at least that, without knowing that no one decided to settle on Outpost, except in the limited sense that one decides to accept transportation as the only alternative to death or life imprisonment? My stomach still felt queasy, so I did not risk the sandwiches, but I thought a cup of coffee might help, until I whiffed it. Then I went straight to the restrooms forward of the lounge and won the title of Iron Jaw Friday. I won it fair and square, but nobody knows about it but me. I found the stalls all occupied and had to wait. And wait I did. Jaw muscles rigid. After a century or two, a stall was vacated and I grabbed it and threw up again. Dry heaves, mostly. I should not have smelled the coffee. The trip back was endless. Once in the forward, I called my friend Jerry Madsen, the junior ship surgeon, and asked to see him professionally. By ship's rules, the medical department holds clinic at 0900 each day, then handles only emergencies at other times. But I knew that Jerry would be willing to see me, whatever the excuse. I told him that it was nothing serious. I just wanted to get from him some of those pills he prescribed for old ladies with jumpy tummies, the motion sickness pills. He asked me to meet him at his office. Instead of having the pills waiting for me, he ushered me into an examination room and closed the door. "Miss Friday, Shall I send for a nurse, or would you rather be seen by a female doctor? I can call Dr. Garcia, but I hate to wake her. She was up most of the night. I said, Jerry, what is this? When did I stop being Marge to you? And why the prissy protocol? I just want a handful of those seasick pills. The little pink ones? Sit down, please. Miss Friday? Okay, Marge. We don't prescribe that drug or its derivatives for young females. To be precise, females of childbearing age, without making certain that they are not pregnant. It can cause birth defects. Oh, set your mind at rest, lover boy. I am not knocked up. That's what we are here to find out, Marge. If you are, or if you become so, we have other drugs that will make you comfortable. Ah, so? The dear thing was just trying to take care of me. Boss man, I suppose I tell you, Cub Scout honor, that I ain't done nothing at all for my last 2 periods, although several have tried, you among them. Why, I would say, take this cup and get me a urine sample, and then I'll take a blood sample and a saliva sample. I've dealt before with women who hadn't done nothing. You're a cynic, Jerry. I'm trying to take care of you, dear. I know you are, you sweet thing. All right, I'll go along with the nonsense. If the mouse squeals, it's a gerbil. If the gerbil says yes, you can notify the Pope in exile that it's happened at last, and I'll buy you a bottle of champagne. This has been the longest dry spell of my life. Jerry took his samples and did 19 other things, and gave me a blue pill to take before dinner, and a yellow pill to make me sleep, and another blue pill to take before breakfast. These don't have quite the authority of the stuff you asked for, but they will do, and they don't cause a baby to be born with his feet on backwards or some such. I'll call you tomorrow morning as soon as I'm through with office hours. I thought the pregnancy tests today were service while you wait. Get along with you. Your great-grandmother used to find out through her waistband becoming too tight. You're spoiled. Just hope I don't have to run the test over. So I thanked him and kissed him, which he pretended to try to avoid, but not very hard. Jerry is a lamb. The blue pills did let me eat dinner and breakfast. I stayed in my cabin after breakfast. Jerry called about on time. Brace yourself, Marge. You owe me a bottle of champagne. What? Then I quieted down for Tilly's benefit. Jerry, you are certifiably insane, out of your skull. Certainly, he agreed. But that's no handicap in this business. Stop in and we'll discuss a regime for you. Say at 14? Say it right now. I want to talk to that gerbil. Jerry convinced me. He went over the details, showing just how each test was conducted. Miracles do happen, and I was demonstrably pregnant. So that's why my breasts had been feeling sort of tender lately. He had a little pamphlet for me, telling me what to do, what to eat, how to bathe, what to avoid, what to expect, and dreary so forth. I thanked him and took it and left. Neither of us mentioned the possibility of abortion, and he made no wisecracks about women who hadn't done nothing. Only, I hadn't. Bert was the last time, and that was 2 periods back, and anyhow, I had been rendered surgically sterile at Menarche, and had never used contraception of any sort in all my very busy social life. All those hundreds and hundreds of times, and now he tells me I'm pregnant? I am not totally stupid. Having accepted the fact, the old Sherlock Holmes rule told me when, and where, and how it had happened. Once back in cabin BB, I went into the bathroom, latched the door, took off my clothes, and lay down on the floor, spread both hands around my navel, tensed my muscles, and pushed. A little nylon sphere popped out, and I grabbed it. I examined it carefully. No doubt about it. This was the same little marble I had worn in there since the trick surgery was done to me. Always worn, except when I was carrying a message there. Not a container for an ovum in stasis. Not a container for anything. Just a small, featureless, translucent sphere. I looked at it again and popped it back in. So they had lied to me. I had wondered at the time about stasis at body temperature, because the only stasis for living tissues I have ever heard of involved cryogenic temperatures, liquid nitrogen, or lower. But that was Mr. Sikma's problem, and I don't claim to be a biophysicist. If he had confidence in his scientists, it was not my place to argue. I was a courier. My sole responsibility was to deliver the package. What package? Friday. You know darn well what package. Not one in your navel. One about 10 centimeters farther inside. One that was planted in you one night in Florida when you were induced to sleep sounder than you knew. One that takes 9 months to unload. That postpones your plans to complete the grand tour, does it not? If this fetus is what it has to be, they won't let you leave the realm until after you unload. If they wanted a host mother, why the blinkin' hell didn't they say so? I would have been reasonable about it. Wait a moment. The Dauphiness has to give birth to this baby. That is what the whole hanky-panky is about, an heir to the throne, free of any congenital defects, from the Dauphiness. Unarguably from the Dauphiness, born in the presence of about 4 court physicians and 3 nurses and a dozen members of the court. Not you, you mongrel AP with the phony birth certificate. Which took me back to the original scenario with just the slightest variation. Miss Marjorie Friday, wealthy tourist, goes groundside on the realm to enjoy the glories of the imperial capital, and catches a bad cold and has to go to the hospital. And the Dauphiness is brought to the same hospital and... No. Hold it. Would the Dauphiness do anything so plebeian as to be a patient in a hospital open to tourists? Okay. Try this. You enter hospital with a bad cold as instructed. About 3 in the morning, you go out the back door on a meat wagon with a sheet draped over you. You wind up in the palace. How soon? How long will it take the palace physicians to fiddle her royal body chemistry into receptiveness for the fetus? Oh, forget it, Friday. You don't know and don't have to know. When she is ready, they place both of you on operating tables and spread your legs and take it out of you and plant it in her, while it's small and no problem. Then you get paid a fancy price and you leave. Does the first citizen thank you? Probably not in person, but possibly incognito if... Stop it, Friday, don't daydream. You know better. At a lecture, clear back in basic, one of Boss's orientation lectures, it was,
"The trouble with this sort of mission is that, after an agent has successfully completed it, something permanent happens to that agent, something that keeps him from talking, then or later. So, no matter how lavish the fee, it is well to avoid this class of mission."
"31. During the leg to Botany Bay, I mulled that thought over and over, trying to find some flaw in it. I recalled the classic case of John F. Kennedy. His putative assassin had been killed, assassinated, too quickly for even a preliminary hearing. Then there was that dentist who had gunned down Huey Long, gunned down himself a few seconds later, and any number of agents during the long Cold War who had lived just long enough to carry out their missions and just happened to walk in front of speeding vehicles. But the picture that kept coming back to my mind was so old that it is almost mythology. A lonely beach and a pirate chief supervising the burying of treasure. The hole is dug, the chests of loot placed therein, and the men who dug the hole are shot, their bodies help to fill the hole. Yes, I'm being melodramatic, but it is my womb we are talking about, not yours. Everybody in the known universe knows that the father of the present first citizen climbed to the throne over uncounted dead bodies, and his son stays on that throne by being even more ruthless than his father. Is he going to thank me for having improved his line? Or is he going to bury my bones in his deepest dungeon? Don't kid yourself, Friday. Knowing too much is a capital offense. In politics, it always has been. If they had any intention of treating you fairly, you would not be pregnant. Therefore, you are forced to assume that they will not treat you fairly after they take this royal fetus out of you. What I had to do was obvious. What was not obvious was how I could do it. It no longer seemed a clerical error that my name had not been on the list to go down to the surface at Outpost. At the cocktail hour the next evening, I saw Jerry and asked him to dance with me. It was a classic waltz, which brought my face close enough to his to talk privately. "How's the tummy?" he asked. "The blue pills do the trick," I assured him. "Jerry, who knows about this besides you and me?" "Now, there's an odd thing. I've been so busy that I haven't had time to enter anything in your medical folder. The notes are in my safe." "So, how about the lab technician?" "He's been so overworked that I ran those tests myself." "Well, well. Do you think that there is a possibility that those notes might be lost? Burned, maybe?" "We never burn anything in the ship. It annoys the air conditioning engineer. Instead, we shred and recycle. Fear not, little girl. Your shameful secret is safe with me." "Jerry, you are my pal. Dear, if it hadn't been for my maid, I think I could have blamed this baby on you. My first night in the ship, remember?" "I'm not likely to forget. I had an attack of acute frustration." "Having a maid along is not my idea. My family planted her on me, and she sticks to me like a leech. One would think my family does not trust me merely because they know they can't, as you know all too well. Can you think of a way to avoid her chaperonage? I'm feeling very pliable. With you, a man I can trust with secrets." I must give it some thought. My stateroom is no good. You have to pass 24 other officers' rooms and go through the wardroom to reach it. Watch it. Here comes Jimmy. Yes, of course, I was trying to bribe him into silence. But besides that, I was grateful and felt that I owed him something. If Congress with my unvirgin carcass was what he wanted, and it was, I was willing. And willing on my account, too. I had been quite underprivileged lately, and Jerry is an attractive man. I was not embarrassed over being pregnant, although the idea was decidedly novel to me. But I did want to keep my condition secret, if possible, if there were not already a platoon of people in the ship who knew of it. Keep it secret, if it was, while I sorted out what to do. The extent of my predicament may not be clear. Maybe I'd better draw a diagram. If I went on to the realm, I expected to be killed in a surgical operating room, all quiet and legal and proper. If you don't believe that such things can happen, we aren't living in the same world, and there's no point in your reading any more of this memoir. Throughout history, the conventional way of dealing with an awkward witness has been to arrange for him to stop breathing. This might not happen to me, but all the signs suggested that it would if I went to the realm. Just stay aboard? I thought of that, but Pete Mack's words echoed in my ears. When we arrive, an officer of the palace guard comes aboard, and then you're his problem. Apparently they weren't even going to wait for me to go groundside and pretend to fall ill. Ergo, I must leave the ship before we reach the realm, i.e., Botany Bay. No other choice. Simple. Just walk off the ship. Oh, sure. Walk down the gangway and wave goodbye from the ground. This is not an ocean ship. The closest the Forward ever gets to a planet is its stationary orbit. For Botany Bay, that is about 35,000 kilometers. That's a long way to go in some very thin vacuum. The only possible way I could get down to the surface of Botany Bay would be in one of the ship's landing boats, just as I had at Outpost. Friday. They are not going to let you walk aboard that landing boat. At Outpost, you bowled your way aboard. That has alerted them. You won't manage it a second time. What will happen? Mr. Wu or somebody will be at the airlock with a list, and again your name is not on it. But this time he has an armed master-at-arms with him. What do? Why, I disarm him, bang their heads together, step over their unconscious bodies, and take a seat. You can do it, Friday. You've been trained for it, and genetically designed for just that sort of rough stuff. Then what happens? The landing boat does not leave on time. It waits in its cradle while a squad of 8 comes in, and by brute force and a tranquilizer dart, takes you out of the boat and locks you into cabin BB, where you stay until that officer of the palace guard takes custody of your carcass. This is not a problem rough stuff can solve. That leaves sweet talk, sex appeal, and bribery. Wait, what about honesty? Huh? Certainly. Go straight to the captain. Tell him what Mr. Sikma promised you. Tell him how you were swindled. Get Jerry to show him the pregnancy report. Tell him that you're frightened and have decided to wait on Botany Bay until some ship calls that is headed back to Earth, not to the realm. He's a sweet fatherly old dear. You've seen pictures of his daughters. He'll take care of you. What would Boss's opinion be of that? He would take note that you sit on the captain's right. Why? You were given one of the ship's most posh cabins at the last minute. Why? Space was found for 7 others, people who spend all their time watching you. Do you think the captain does not know this? Someone took your name off the ground trip list for Outpost. Who? Who owns Hyperspace Lines? 30% is owned by Interworld, which in turn is owned or controlled by various segments of the Shipstone Group. And you noticed that 11% was owned by 3 banks on the realm. You noticed this because other chunks of Shipstone companies were owned from the realm. So don't expect too much from sweet old Captain Van Kooten. You can hear him now.
Oh, I don't think so. Mr. Sikma is a good friend of mine. I have known him for years. Yes, I did promise him that no chances would be taken with your safety. That's why I can't tell you go down to wild, uncivilized planets. But when we go back, I show you real good time on Halcyon, I promise. Now, you just be a good girl and not make any more troubles, eh?
He might even believe it. He almost certainly knows that you are not Miss Rich Bitch, and probably has been told that you contracted as a host mother. Probably not told that it was for the royal family, although he may guess it. And he would simply think that you are trying to welch on a legal and equitable contract. Friday, you have not one word in writing that would even tend to indicate that you were swindled. Don't expect help from the captain. Friday, you're on your own. It was only 3 days before our scheduled arrival at Botany Bay that any change took place. I did a lot of pondering, but most of it was maundering, futile and time-wasting imaginings about what I would do if I could not manage to jump ship in Botany Bay. Like this. You heard me, Captain. I'm locking myself in my cabin until we leave the realm. If you have the door broken down so that you can turn me over to that palace guard officer, I can't stop you. But a dead body is all you'll find. Ridiculous. Sleepy gas through the air pipes is all it would take to outflank me. Or, Captain, have you ever seen a knitting needle abortion? You are invited to come watch. I understand that one can be quite bloody. Even more ridiculous. I can talk about abortion. I can't do it. Even though this wart inside me is no kin to me, it is nevertheless my innocent guest. I tried not to waste time on such useless thoughts, but to concentrate my mind on subversion while continuing to behave normally. When the purser's office announced that it was time to sign up for excursions on Botany Bay, I was one of the first to show up, going over all the possibilities, asking questions, taking brochures to my cabin, and signing up for and paying cash for all the best and most expensive trips. That night at dinner, I chattered to the captain about the trips I had picked, asked his opinions on each, and complained again about my name having been left off the list at Outpost, and asked him to check on it for me this time. As if the captain of a giant liner had nothing better to do than to run errands for Miss Rich Bitch. So far as I could see, he did not flinch under any of this. He certainly did not tell me that I could not go groundside. But he may be as steeped in sin as I am. I learned to lie with a straight face long before I left the creche. That evening, ship schedule time, I found myself in the Black Hole with my first 3 swains, Dr. Jerry Madsen, Jamie Jimmy Lopez, and Tom Udell. Tom is first assistant supercargo, and I had never known quite what that is. All that I really knew was that he wore one more stripe than the other 2. That first night aboard, Jimmy had told me solemnly that Tom was the head janitor. Tom had denied it. He answered, "You forgot furniture mover." This night, less than 72 hours out from Botany Bay, I found out part of what Tom did. The starboard landing boat was being loaded with cargo for Botany Bay. "The port boat we loaded at Beanstalk," he told me, "but we had to load the starboard boat for Outpost. We need both of them to handle Botany Bay, so we have to shift cargo this leg." He grinned. "Lots of sweaty work." "It's good for you, Tommy. You're getting fat." "Speak for yourself, Jamie." I asked how they loaded the boat. "That airlock looks pretty small to me." "We don't move cargo through that. Would you like to see how we handle it?" So I made a date with him for the next morning, and learned things. The holds in the forward are so enormous that they breed agoraphobia rather than claustrophobia. But even the holds in the landing boats are huge. Some of the items shipped are enormous too, especially machinery. Botany Bay was receiving a Westinghouse turbo generator, big as a house. I asked Tom how in the world they would move that. He grinned. Black magic. 4 of his cargo men placed a metallic net around it and fastened a suitcase-sized metal box to it. Tom inspected it, then said, "Okay, fire it up." The leader, the snapper, did so, and this metal behemoth quivered and lifted a touch. A portable anti-grav unit, not unlike that for an APV, but out in the open instead of built into a shell. With extreme care, by hand, using lines and poles, they moved this thing through an enormous door and into the hold of the starboard boat. Tom pointed out that, while this huge monster was floating, free of the ship's artificial gravity, it was as ponderously massive as ever, and could crush a man as easily as a man can crush an insect. "They depend on each other, and have to trust each other. I'm responsible, but it's no use to a dead man for me to take the blame. They must take care of each other." What he was really responsible for, he told me, was being certain that each item was placed by plan and was tied down solidly against surges, and also being absolutely certain that the big cargo doors, both sides, were actually vacuum-tight each time they were closed after being opened. Tom showed me through the landing boat's migrant passenger spaces. "We've got more new colonists for Botany Bay than for anywhere else. When we leave there, 3rd class will be almost deserted." "Are they all Aussies?" I asked. "Oh, no. Lots of them are, but about 1/3 of them are not. But one thing they all do have in common, they're all fluent in English. It's the only colony with a language requirement. They're trying to ensure that their whole planet will have a single language." "I heard something about that. Why?" "Some notion that they're less likely to have wars? Maybe so. But the bloodiest wars in history have been fratricidal wars, no language problem." I didn't have an opinion, so I didn't comment. We left the boat through the passenger airlock, and Tom closed it behind us. Then I recalled that I had left a scarf behind. "Tom, did you see it? I know I had it in the migrants' hold." "No, but we'll find it." He turned back and unlocked the airlock door. The scarf was where I had dropped it, between 2 benches in the migrant space. I flipped it around Tom's neck and pulled his face down to mine and thanked him, and let my appreciation progress as far as he cared to push it, which was pretty far, but not that far, as he was still on duty. He deserved my best thanks. That door has a combination lock. Now I could open it. When I returned from inspecting the cargo holds and the landing boat, it was almost lunchtime. Shizuko, as usual, was doing some sort of busy work. It can't take all of one woman's time to see that another woman is well-groomed. I said to her, I don't want to go to the dining room. I want to take a quick shower, grab a robe, and eat here.
What will Missy have? I will order.
Order for both of us. For me? For you. I don't want to eat alone. I just don't want to have to dress up and go to the dining room. Don't argue, just punch for the menu. I headed for the bath. I heard her start to order, but by the time I switched off the shower, she was ready with a big fluffy towel, with a smaller one wrapped around her, the perfect bath girl. When I was dry and she had helped me into a robe, the dumbwaiter was chiming. While she opened the delivery drawer, I pulled a small table over into the corner where I had talked with Pete Mac. Shizuko raised her eyebrows, but did not argue. She started laying out lunch on it. I set the terminal for music and again punched up a tape with some loud singing, classic rock. Shizuko had set only one plate at the table. I said, facing her so that my words would reach her through the music, Tilly, put your plate there too.
What, Missy?
Knock it off, Matilda. The farce is over. I've set this up so that we can talk. She barely hesitated.
Okay, Miss Friday.
Better call me Marge so that I won't have to call you Miss Jackson. Or call me Friday, my real name. You and I have got to take our hair down. By the way, your lady's maid act is perfect, but there's no longer any need to bother with it when we're in private. I can dry myself after a bath. She almost smiled.
I rather enjoy taking care of you, Miss Friday. Marge. Friday.
Why, thank you. Let's eat. I spooned sukiyaki over into her plate. After some chomping, conversation goes better with food, I said, What do you get out of it?
Out of what, Marge?
Out of riding herd on me, turning me over to the palace guard on the realm.
Contract rates, paid to my boss. There is supposed to be a bonus in it for me, but I believe in bonuses only when I spend them.
I see. Matilda, I'm cutting out at Botany Bay. You're going to help me.
Call me Tilly.
I am? You are, because I'm going to pay you a large chunk more than you would get otherwise.
Do you really think you can switch me that easily?
Yes, because you have just two choices. Between us was a large stainless steel serving spoon. I picked it up, squeezed the bowl, crushed it. You can help me, or you can be dead, rather quickly. Which is it? She picked up the mutilated spoon.
Marge, you don't have to be so dramatic. We'll work something out.
With her thumbs, she ironed out the crumpled steel.
What's the problem?
I stared at the spoon. Your mother was a test tube.
And my father was a knife. So was yours. That's why I was recruited. Let's talk. Why are you jumping ship? I'll catch hell if you do.
I'll be dead if I don't. Without trying to hold back, I told her about the deal I had made, how I had turned up pregnant, why I thought my chances of living through a visit to the realm were slim. So what does it take to persuade you to look the other way? I think I can meet your price.
I'm not the only one watching you.
Pete? I'll handle Pete. The other 3 men and the other 2 women, I think we can ignore. If I have your active help. You and Pete are the only professionals. Who recruited these others? Clumsy.
I don't know. I don't know who hired me for that matter. It was done through my boss. Perhaps we can forget the others. Depends on your plan.
Let's talk money.
Let's talk plan first.
Do you think you can imitate my voice?
Tilly answered,
do you think you can imitate my voice?
Do that again. Do that again.
I sighed. Okay, Tilly, you can do it. The Daily Forward says that breakout near Botany Bay is sometime tomorrow, and if the figures are as sharp as they were for Outpost, we'll hit stationary orbit and put boats down about midday the day after tomorrow, less than 48 hours from right now. So, tomorrow, I fall ill. Very sad, because I had my heart set on going down to the surface for all those wonderful excursions. The exact timing on my plan depends on when those landing boats are scheduled, which must wait, if I understand the matter, until we break out into normal space, and they can predict exactly when we'll hit stationary orbit. Whenever that is, the night before the boats go down, around 0100, when the corridors are empty, I leave. From there on, you're both of us. You don't let anyone in. I'm too ill. If anyone calls for me by terminal, be careful not to switch on the video pickup. I never do. You're both of us on anything you can handle. Or if you can't, I'm asleep. If you start to impersonate me and it gets too sticky, why, you're just so fogged up with fever and medicine that you're not coherent. You'll order breakfast for both of us. Your usual breakfast for you, and tea and milk toast and juice for the invalid.
Friday, I can see that you're planning on stowing away in a landing boat, but the doors to the landing boats are always locked when not in use. I know.
So they are. Not to worry, Till.
All right, not my worry. Okay, I can cover for you after you leave. What do I tell the captain after you've gone?
So the captain is in on it. I thought so.
He knows about it, but we get our orders from the purser.
Makes sense. Suppose I arrange for you to be tied up and gagged, and your story is that I jumped you and did it to you. I can't, of course, because you have to be both of us from very early morning to whatever time the boats leave, but I can arrange to have you tied and gagged. I think.
That would certainly improve my alibi. But who is the philanthropist?
You remember our first night in the ship? I came in late with a date. You served us tea and almond cakes.
Dr. Madsen?
You're counting on him? I think so. With your help. That night he was kind of eager.
She snorted. His tongue was dragging on the rug.
Yes, it still is. Tomorrow I become ill. He comes to see me professionally. You're here as usual. We have the lights turned off in the bedroom end. If Dr. Jerry has the steady nerves I think he has, he'll take what I offer. Then he'll cooperate. I looked at her. Okay, he comes to see me the next morning and ties you up. Simple. Tilly sat and looked thoughtful for long moments.
No.
No?
Let's keep it really simple. Don't let anyone else in on it, not anybody. I don't need to be tied up. That would just cause suspicion. Here's my story. Sometime not very long before the boats go down, you decide that you are well. You get up, get dressed, and leave the cabin. You don't tell me your plans. I'm just the poor dumb maid. You never tell me such things. Or maybe you've changed your mind and are going on the ground excursion anyhow. It doesn't matter either way. I am not charged with keeping you in the ship. My sole responsibility is to keep an eye on you here in the cabin. I don't think it's Pete's responsibility to keep you in the ship either. If you manage to jump ship, probably the only one who gets burned is the captain, and I'm not crying over him.
Tilly, I think you're right on all points. I'd assumed that you would want an alibi, but you're better off without one. She looked at me and smiled.
Don't let that keep you from taking Dr. Madsen to bed. Enjoy yourself. One of my jobs was to keep men out of your bed, as I think you know.
I figured it out, I agreed dryly.
But I am switching sides, so that is no longer the case.
Suddenly she dimpled.
Maybe I should offer Dr. Madsen a bonus. When he calls on his patient the next morning, and I tell him that you're well and have gone to the sauna or something.
Don't offer him that sort of bonus unless you mean business. As I know that he means business. I shivered. I'm certain.
If I advertise, I deliver. Are we all straight?
She stood up. I followed. All but what I owe you.
I've been thinking about that. Marge, you know your circumstances better than I do. I'll leave it up to you.
But you didn't quite tell me what you're being paid.
I don't know. My master hasn't told me.
Are you owned?
I felt sudden distress. Any AP would. No longer, or not quite. I was sold on a 20-year indenture, 13 years to go, then I'm free.
But, oh God, Tilly, let's get you off the ship too.
She put a hand on my arm. Take it easy. You've got me thinking about it. That's the main reason I don't want to be tied up. Marge, I'm not on the ship's rolls as indentured. Consequently, I can take a groundside excursion if you can pay for it. And I can. Maybe I'll see you down there.
Yes. I kissed her. She pulled me to her strongly, and the kiss gained speed. She was moaning against my tongue, and I felt her hand inside my robe. Presently I broke the kiss and looked into her eyes. Is that how it is, Tilly?
Hell yes. From the first time I bathed you.
That evening, the migrants leaving the ship at Botany Bay staged a lounge show for the first-class passengers. The captain told me that such shows were traditional, and that the first-class passengers customarily contributed to a purse for the colonists, but that it was not compulsory. He himself went to the lounge that night, also traditional, and I found myself sitting with him. I used the opportunity to mention that I was not feeling well. I added that I might have to cancel my reservations for dirtside excursions. I groused about it a bit. He told me that, if I did not feel perfectly well, I certainly should not risk exposing myself on the surface of a strange planet. Not to worry about missing Botany Bay, which wasn't much at best. The rest of the trip was the wonderful part. So be a good girl, or should I lock you in your room? I told him that if my tummy didn't stop acting up, it wouldn't be necessary to lock me up. The trip down to Outpost had been horrid, space-sick all the way, and I wouldn't risk anything like that again. I had laid groundwork for this by pecking at my food at dinner. The show was amateurish but jolly. Some skits, but mostly group singing. Tie Me Kangaroo Down, Waltzing Matilda, Botany Bay, and for an encore, The Walloping Window Blind. I enjoyed it, but would have thought nothing of it if it were not for a man in the second row of the group singers. A man who looked familiar. I looked at him and thought, Friday, have you become the sort of careless, sloppy slitch who can't remember whether she slept with a man or not? He reminded me of Professor Federico Farnese, but this man was wearing a full beard, whereas Freddie had been smooth-shaven. Which proves nothing, as there had been time enough to grow a beard, and almost all men get overtaken by the beard mania one time or another. But it did make it impossible for me to be certain by looking at him. This man never sang a solo, so voice did not help. Body odor. At a range of 30 meters, no way to sort it out from the dozens of others. I was greatly tempted not to be a lady. Stand up, walk straight across the dance floor, confront him. Are you Freddie? Didn't you take me to bed in Auckland last May? What if he says no? I'm a coward. What I did do was tell the captain that I thought I had spotted an old acquaintance from Sydney among the migrants, and how could I check? That resulted in my writing Federico Farnese on a program, and the captain passed it to the purser, who passed it to one of his assistants, who went away and came back soon with a report that there were several Italian names among the migrants, but no name, Italian or otherwise, even vaguely like Farnese. I thanked him, and thanked the purser, and thanked the captain, and thought about asking for a check on Tormey and Perot, but decided that it was damn foolishness. I certainly had not seen Betty or Janet, and they didn't grow beards. I had seen a face behind a full beaver, meaning I hadn't seen it. Put a full beard on a man, and all you see is the shredded wheat. I decided that all the old wives' tales about pregnant women were probably true. 32. It was 2 hours past midnight ship's time. Breakout into normal space had taken place on time, about 11 in the morning, and the figures had been so good that the Forward was expected to achieve stationary orbit around Botany Bay at 0742, several hours better than had been estimated before breakfast. I was not pleased because an early morning landing boat departure increased the hazard, I judged, that people might be prowling around the corridors in the still hours of the night. No choice. It was rushing to me, no second chance. I finished last-minute adjustments, kissed Tilly goodbye, cautioned her with a finger to make no noise, and let myself out the door of cabin BB. I had to go far aft and down 3 decks. Twice I slowed down to avoid night watchmen making their rounds. Once I ducked through a transverse passage to avoid a passenger, continued aft to the next passageway across the ship, then went back to starboard. Eventually I reached the short dead-end corridor that led to the passenger airlock door for the starboard landing boat. I found Mac Pete Percival waiting there. I moved quickly to him, smiling, put a finger to my lips for silence, and clipped him under the ear. I eased him to the deck, pulled him out of my way, and got to work on that combination lock, and discovered that it was almost impossible to read the marks on the dial, even with my enhanced night sight. There was nothing but nightlights in the corridors, and this short dead end had none of its own. Twice I muffed the combination. I stopped and thought about it. Go back to cabin BB for a torchlight? I had none there, but perhaps Tilly had one. If she did not, should I wait until morning lights were turned on? That would be cutting it too fine. People would be stirring. But did I have a choice? I checked Pete, still out, but his heart was strong. And lucky for you, Pete, had I been fully triggered, you would be dead. I searched him. I found, with no surprise, a pencil light on him. His job, tailing me, could need a torchlight, whereas Miss Rich Bitch does not bother with such things. A few seconds later, I had the door open. I dragged Pete through, closed and locked the door, spinning the wheel both clockwise and counterclockwise. I turned back, noted that Pete's eyelids moved a touch, clipped him again. There followed a bloody awkward chore. Pete masses about 85 kilos, not gross for a man. But it's 25 kilos more than I do, and he's much bigger. I knew from Tom that the engineers were holding the artificial gravity at 0.97 G to match Botany Bay. At the moment, I could have wished for free fall or anti-grav gear, as I could not leave Pete behind, dead or alive. I managed to get him up into that cross-shoulder carry that some call fireman's carry, then discovered that the best way for me to see ahead and still have a hand free for dogs on airtight doors and such was to hold Pete's pencil light in my mouth like a cigar. I really needed that light, but, given a choice, I would have felt my way through in the dark, sans unconscious body. With only one false turn, I arrived at last in that biggest cargo hold, which seemed even bigger with only a pencil beam to cut through the total darkness. I had not anticipated total darkness. I had visualized the landing boat as faintly illuminated with nightlights, as was the ship proper from midnight to 0600. At last, I reached the hidey hole I had picked out the day before, that giant Westinghouse turbo generator. I guessed that this big mass was intended to run off gas of some sort, or possibly steam. It certainly was not meant for shipstones. There is a lot of obsolete engineering that is still useful in the colonies, but is no longer used anywhere that shipstones are readily available. None of it is familiar to me, but I was not concerned with how this thing worked. My interest lay in the fact that half of it was somewhat like a frustrum of a giant cone laid on its side, and this formed a space in the middle under the narrow end of the frustrum, a space over a meter high. Big enough for a body. Mine. Even for 2, luckily, since I had this unwelcome guest whom I could neither kill nor leave behind. That space was made downright cozy by the fact that the cargo men had placed a fitted glass tarpaulin over this monster before tying it down. I had to wiggle in, between tie-downs. Then I had to strain like the very devil to drag Pete in after me. I made it, minus some skin. I checked him again, then peeled him. With any luck, I would get a little sleep. Impossible had I left one of my guards loose behind me. Pete was wearing trousers, belt, shirt, shorts, socks, sneakers, and a sweater. I took everything off, then tied his wrists behind him with his shirt, tied his ankles with his trouser legs, fastened his ankles to his wrists with his belt behind his back. This is one hell of an awkward position, taught to me in basic as a way to discourage attempts to escape. Then I started to gag him, using his shorts and sweater. He said quietly, "No need to do that, Miss Friday. I've been awake quite a while. Let's talk." I paused. "I thought you were awake, but I was willing to go along with the pretense as long as you were. I assumed that you would realize that if you gave me any trouble, I would tear off your gonads and stuff them down your throat." "I figured something of the sort, but I didn't expect you to be quite that drastic." "Why not? I've run into your gonads before. Not favorably. They are mine to tear off if I wish." "Any argument?" "Miss Friday, will you let me talk?" "Sure, why not? But one peep out of you louder than a whisper and these toys come off." I made sure he knew what I meant. Easy there, please. "The purser put us on double watch tonight. Double watch? How?" "Ordinarily, Tilly, Shizuko, is the only one on duty from the time you go to your cabin until you get up. When you do get up, she punches a button that tells me to set the watch. But the purser, or maybe the captain, is itchy about you, worries that you might try to jump ship at Botany Bay." I made my eyes round. Goodness gracious, how can anyone have such wicked thoughts about little old me? "I can't imagine," he answered solemnly. "But why are we here in this landing boat?" "I'm getting ready to go sightseeing. How about you?" "Me too, I hope. Miss Friday, I realize that if you were going to try to jump ship at Botany Bay, the most likely time would be tonight during the mid-watch. I didn't know how you expected to get into the landing boat, but I had confidence in you, and I see that my confidence is justified." "Thank you. Some, anyhow. Who's watching the portside boat, or is there someone?" "Graham, that Sandy bloke. Perhaps you've noticed him?" "Too often." "I picked this side because you toured this boat with Mr. Udell yesterday. Day before yesterday, depending on how you figure it." "I don't care how you figure it. Pete, what happens when you are missing?" "I may not be missed. Joseph Steuben, the other is just my private name for him. I've instructed to relieve me after he eats breakfast. If I know Joe, he'll make no fuss at not finding me at the door. He will just sit down on the deck with his back to the door and sleep until someone comes along and unlocks it. Then he'll stay there until this boat drops away, whereupon he will go to his room and sack in until I look for him. Joe is steady but not bright, which I figured on." "Pete, it sounds as if you had planned this." "I didn't plan to get a sore neck and a headache out of it. If you had waited long enough to let me speak, you wouldn't have had to carry me." "Pete, if you're trying to sweet-talk me into untying you, you're barking down the wrong well." "Don't you mean up the wrong tree?" "The wrong one in any case, and you aren't improving your chances by criticizing my figures of speech. You're in deep trouble, Pete. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you and leave you here. For the captain is right. I'm jumping ship. I can't be bothered with you." "Well, one reason is that they'll find my body later this morning while they're unloading. Then they'll be looking for you." "I'll be many kilometers the other side of the horizon." "But why would they look for me? I'm not going to leave my fingerprints on you, just some purple bruises around your neck." "Motive and opportunity. Botany Bay is a pretty law-abiding community, Miss Friday. You can probably talk your way out of trouble in jumping ship there. Others have. But if you are wanted for a murder aboard ship, the local people will cooperate." "I'll plead self-defense." "A known rapist. For God's sake, Pete, what am I going to do with you? You're an embarrassment. You know I won't kill you. I can't kill in cold blood. It has to be forced on me. But if I keep you tied up, let me see, 5 and 3 is 8, then add at least 2 hours before they work back to here and unloading. That's 10 hours at least, and I'll have to gag you. And it's getting cold. You bet it's getting cold. Could you sort of drape my sweater around me? All right, but I'll have to use it later when I gag you. And besides being cold, my hands and feet are going to sleep. Miss Friday, if you leave me tied up this way for 10 hours, I'll have gangrene in both hands and both feet and lose them. No regeneration out here. By the time I'm back where they can do it, I'll be a permanent basket case. Kinder to kill me. Damn it, you're trying to work on my sympathy. I'm not sure you have any. Look, I told him, if I untie you and let you put your clothes back on so that you won't freeze, will you let me tie you up and gag you later without fussing about it? Or must I clip you a good deal harder than I did and knock you out cold? Run a risk of breaking your neck? I can, you know. You've seen me fight. I didn't see it, I just saw the results. Heard about it. Same thing. Then you know. And you must know why I can do such things. My mother was a test tube. And my father was a knife, he interrupted. Miss Friday, I didn't have to let you clip me. You're fast, but I'm just as fast and my arms are longer. I knew that you were enhanced, but you did not know that I am, so I would have had the edge. I was sitting in Lotus facing him when he made this astounding statement. I felt dizzy and wondered if I was going to throw up again. Pete, I said almost pleadingly, you wouldn't lie to me. I've had to lie all my life, he answered, and so have you. However, he paused and twisted his wrists. His bonds broke. Do you know the breaking strength of a twisted sleeve of a good shirt? It's more than that of a manila line of equal thickness. Try it. I don't mind ruining the shirt, he said conversationally. The sweater will cover, but I would rather not ruin my trousers. I expect to have to appear in public in them before I can get more. You can reach the knots more easily than I can. Will you untie them, Miss Friday? Stop calling me Miss Friday, Pete. We're APs together. I started working on the knots. Why didn't you tell me a long time ago? I should have. Other things got in the way. There. Oh, your feet are cold. Let me rub them, get the circulation back. We got some sleep, or I did. Pete was shaking my shoulder and saying quietly, Better wake up. We must be about to ground. Some lights have come on. A dim twilight trickled in, under, around, and through the tarpaulin covering the dinosaur we slept under. I yawned at it. I'm cold. Complaints. You at the inside of the snuggle. That's warmer than the outside. I'm frozen. Just what you deserve, rapist. You're too skinny. You don't make much of a blanket, Pete. We've got to put some fat on you. Which reminds me that we didn't have breakfast. And the thought of food... I think I'm about to throw up. Slide past me and sort of heave it back into that corner. Not here where we would have to lie in it. And keep as quiet as you can. There may be someone in here by now. Brute. Unfeeling brute. Just for that, I won't throw up. On the whole, I felt fairly good. I had taken one of the little blue pills just before leaving cabin BB, and it seemed to be holding. I had a butterfly or two in my tummy, but they weren't very muscular butterflies. Not the sort that shout, "Let me out of here!" I had with me the rest of the supply Dr. Jerry had given me. Pete, what are the plans? You're asking me? You planned this jailbreak, not me. Yes, but you are a big, strong, masculine man who snores. I assumed that you would take charge and have it all planned out while I napped. Am I mistaken? Well, Friday, what are your plans? The plans you made when you didn't expect to have me along. It wasn't much of a plan. After we ground, they're going to have to open a door. Either a people door or a big cargo door, I don't care which, 'cause when they do, I go out of here like a frightened cat, running roughshod over anything or anybody in my way, and I don't stop until I'm a long way from the ship. I don't want to hurt anybody, but I hope nobody tries too hard to stop me, for I won't be stopped. That's a good plan. You think so? It's not really a plan at all, just a determination. A door opens, I crush out.
It's a good plan because it doesn't have any fancies to go wrong, and you have one big advantage. They don't dare hurt you.
I wish I could be sure of that.
If you are hurt, it will be by accident, and the man who does it will be strung up by his thumbs. At least. After hearing the rest of your story, I now know why the instructions to me were so emphatic. Friday, they don't want you dead or alive. They want you in perfect health. They'll let you escape before they will hurt you.
Then it's going to be easy.
Don't be too sure of it. Wildcat that you are, it has already been proved that enough men can grab you and hold you. We both know that. If they know you are gone, and I think they do, this boat was over an hour late in leaving orbit. Oh! I glanced at my finger. Yes, we should have grounded by now. Pete, they're searching for me. I think so. But there was no point in waking you until the lights came on. By now, they have had about 4 hours to make certain that you are not on the deck above with the first-class excursionists. They will have mustered the migrants as well. So if you're here and not simply hiding out in the ship proper, you have to be in this cargo hold. That's an oversimplification, as there are all sorts of ways to play hide-and-seek in a space as big as this boat, but they'll watch the two bottlenecks, the cargo door on this level and the passenger door on the level above. Friday, if they use enough people, and they will, and if those Jimmy legs are equipped with nets and sticky ropes and tanglefoot, and they will be, they'll catch you without hurting you as you come out of this boat.
Oh. I thought about it. Pete, if it comes to that, there will be some dead and wounded first. I may wind up dead myself, but they'll pay a high price for my carcass. Thanks for alerting me.
They may not do it quite that way. They may make it very obvious that the doors are being watched in order to cause you to hang back. So they get the migrants out. I suppose you know that they go out the cargo door?
I didn't.
They do. Get them out and checked off, then close the big door and shoot this place full of sleepy gas, or tear gas, and force you to come out wiping your eyes and tossing your cookies.
Brr! Pete, are they really equipped in the ship with those gases? I wondered.
Those and worse. Look, the skipper of this ship operates many light years from law and order, and he has only a handful of people he can depend on in a crunch. In fourth class, this ship carries, almost every trip, a gang of desperate criminals. Of course he is equipped to gas every compartment selectively. But Friday, you won't be here when they use the gas.
Huh? Keep talking.
The migrants walk down the center aisle of this hold. Almost 300 of them this trip. They'll be packed into their compartment tighter than is safe. So many of them this trip that I'm assuming that they can't possibly all know each other in the short time we've had to get acquainted. We'll use that. Plus a very, very old method, Friday. The one Ulysses used on Polyphemus.
Pete and I were hanging back in an almost dark corner formed by the high end of the generator and a something in a big crate. The light changed, and we heard a murmur of many voices.
"They're coming," Pete whispered. "Remember, your best bet is someone who has too much to carry. There'll be plenty of those. Our clothes are okay, we don't look first class. But we must have something to carry. Migrants are always loaded down. I got the straight word on that." "I'm going to try to carry some woman's baby," I told him. "Perfect, if you can swing it. Hush, here they come."
They were indeed loaded down, because of what seems to me a rather chinchy company policy. A migrant can take on his ticket anything he can stuff into those broom closets they call staterooms in third class, as long as he can carry it off the ship unassisted. That's the company's definition of hand luggage. But anything he has to have placed in the hold, he pays freight charges on. I know that the company has to show a profit, but I don't have to like this policy. However, today, we're going to try to turn it to our advantage. As they passed us, most of them never glanced our way, and the rest seemed uninterested. They looked tired and preoccupied, and I suppose they were, both. There were lots of babies, and most of them were crying. The first couple of dozen in the column were strung out, with those in front hurrying. Then the line moved more slowly.
more babies, more luggage, and clumped together. It was coming time to pretend to be a sheep. Then suddenly, in that medley of human odors, of sweat and dirt and worry and fear and musk and soiled diapers, one odor cut through, as crystal clear as the theme of the golden cockerel in Rimsky-Korsakov's Hymn to the Sun, or a Wagnerian leitmotif in the Ring Cycle, and I yelped, "Janet!" A heavy-set woman on the other side of the queue turned and looked at me, and dropped 2 suitcases and grabbed me. "Margie!" And a man in a beard was saying,
"I told you she was in the ship. I told you."
And Ian said accusingly, "You're dead." And I pulled my mouth away from Janet's long enough to say, "No, I'm not. Junior Piloting Officer Pamela Harrisford sends you her warmest greetings." Janet said, "That's Slitch." Ian said, "Now, Jan." And Betty looked at me carefully and said, "It is she. Hello, love. Good on you, my word." And Georges was being incoherent in French around the edges while trying gently to take me away from Janet. Of course we had fouled up the progress of the queue. Other people, burdened down and some of them complaining, pushed past us, through us, around us. I said, "Let's get moving again. We can talk later." I glanced back at the spot where Pete and I had lurked. He was gone. So I quit worrying about him. Pete is smart. Janet wasn't really heavy-set, not corpulent. She was simply 7 months gone. I tried to take one of her suitcases. She wouldn't let me. Better with 2. They balance. So I wound up carrying a cat's travel cage, Mama Cat, and a large brown paper parcel Ian had carried under one arm. "Janet, what did you do with the kittens?"
"They," Freddie answered have, through my influence, gained excellent positions with fine prospects for advancement as rodent control engineers on a large sheep station in Queensland. And now, Helen, pray tell me how it chances that you, who only yesterday, it seems, were seen on the right hand of the lord and master of a great superliner, today find yourself consorting with peasantry in the bowels of this bucket."
"Later, Freddie, after we're through here." He glanced toward the door.
"Ah, yes, later with a friendly libation and many a tale. Meanwhile, we have yet to pass Cerberus."
2 watchdogs, both armed, were at the door, one on each side. I started saying mantras in my mind while chattering double-talk inanities with Freddie. Both masters-at-arms looked at me. Both seemed to find my appearance unexceptionable. Possibly a dirty face and scraggly hair acquired in the night helped, for up to then I had never once been seen outside cabin BB unless Shizuko had labored mightily to prepare me to fetch top prices on the auction block. We got outside the door, down a short ramp, and were queued up at a table set just outside. At it sat 2 clerks with papers. One called out, "Francis, Frederick J., come forward."
"Here,"
answered Federico, and stepped around me to go to the table. A voice behind me called out, "There she is!" And I sat Mama Cat down quite abruptly and headed for the skyline. I was vaguely aware of much excitement behind me, but paid no attention to it. I simply wanted to get out of range of any stun gun or sticky rope launcher or tear gas mortar as fast as possible. I could not outrace a radar gun or even a slug rifle, but those were no worry if Pete was right. I just kept placing one in front of the other. There was a village off to my right and some trees dead ahead. For the time being, the trees seemed a better bet. I kept going. A glance back showed that most of the pack had been left behind. Not surprising. I can do 1,000 meters in 2 minutes flat. But 2 seemed to be keeping up and possibly closing the gap. So I checked my rush, intending to bang their heads together or whatever was needed.
"Keep going," Pete rasped. "We're supposed to be trying to catch you."
I kept going. The other runner was Shizuko, my friend Tilly. Once I was well inside the trees and out of sight of the landing boat, I stopped to throw up. They caught up with me. Tilly held my head and then wiped my mouth, tried to kiss me.
I turned my face away. Don't. I must taste dreadful. Did you come out of the ship like that? She was dressed in a leotard that made her look taller, more slender, more Western, and much more female than I was used to in my quondam maid.
No, a formal kimono with obi. They're back there somewhere. Can't run in them.
Pete said irritably, "Stop the chatter. We gotta get out of here." He grabbed my hair, kissed me. "Who cares what you taste like? Get moving." So we did, staying in the woods and getting farther from the landing boat. But it quickly became clear that Tilly had a sprained ankle and was becoming more crippled each step. Pete grumbled again. "When you broke for it, Tilly was only halfway down the gangway from the first-class deck, so she jumped and made a bad landing. Till, you're clumsy."
"It's these damn nip shoes. They give no support. Pete, take the kid and get moving. The busies won't do anything to me."
"Like hell," Pete said bitterly. "We three are in it together all the way. Right, miss? Right, Friday?" "Hell yes. One for all for one. Take her right side, Pete. I'll take this side." We did pretty well as a 5-legged race, not making fast time, but nevertheless putting more bush between us and pursuit. Somewhat later, Pete wanted to take her piggyback. I stopped us. "Let's listen." No sound of pursuit. Nothing but the strange sounds of a strange forest. Bird calls? I wasn't sure. The place was a curious mix of friendly and outre. Grass that wasn't quite grass. Trees that seemed to be left over from another geological epoch. Chlorophyll that was heavily streaked with red. Or was this autumn? How cold would it be tonight? It didn't seem smart to go looking for people for the next 3 days, in view of the ship's schedule. We could last that long without food or water, but suppose it froze. "All right," I said, "piggyback, but we take turns."
"Friday, you can't carry me."
"I carried Pete last night. Tell her, Pete. You think I can't handle a little Japanese doll like you?"
"Japanese doll, my sore feet. I'm as American as you are."
"More so, probably, because I'm not very. Tell you later. Climb aboard." I carried her about 50 meters, then Pete carried her about 200, and so on, that being Pete's notion of 50-50. After an hour of this, we came to a road. Just a track through the bush, but you could see marks of wheels and horses' hooves. To the left, the road went away from the landing boat and the town, so we went left, and Shizuku walking again, but leaning quite a lot on Pete. We came to a farmhouse. Perhaps we should have ducked around it, but by then I wanted a drink of water more than I yearned to be totally safe, and I wanted to strap Tilly's ankle before it got bigger than her head. There was an older woman, gray-haired, very neat and prim, sitting in a rocking chair on the front veranda, knitting. She looked up as we got closer, motioned to us to come up to the house. "Hi, Mrs. Dundas," she said. "You're from the ship?" "Yes," I agreed. "I'm Friday Jones, and this is Matilda Jackson, and this is our friend Pete." "Pete Roberts, ma'am." "Come, sit down, all of you. You'll forgive me if I don't get up. My back is not what it used to be. You're refugees, are you not? You've jumped ship." "Bite the bullet, but be ready to duck." "Yes, we are." "Of course. About half the jumpers wind up first with us. Well, according to this morning's wireless, you'll need to hide out at least 3 days. You're welcome here, and we enjoy visitors. Of course, you are entitled to go straight to the transient barracks. The ship's authorities can't touch you there, but they can make you miserable with their endless lawyer arguments. You can decide after dinner. Right now, would you like a nice cup of tea?" "Yes," I agreed. "Good. Malcolm? Oh, Malcolm!"
"What, Mom?"
"Put the kettle on."
"What?"
"The billy," Mrs. Dundas added. To Tilly, "Child, what have you done to your foot?"
"I think I sprained it, ma'am."
"You certainly did. Friday is your name. Go find Malcolm. Tell him I want the biggest dishpan filled with cracked ice. Then you can fetch tea, if you will, while Malcolm cracks ice. And you, sir, Mr. Roberts, can you help me out of this chair, because there are more things we'll need for this poor child's foot.
Must strap it after we get the swelling down. And you, Matilda, are you allergic to aspirin?
No, ma'am. Mom, the billy's boiling.
You, Friday, go, dear.
I went to fetch tea, with a song in my heart. 33. It has been 20 years. Botany Bay years, that is, but the difference isn't much. 20 good years. This memoir has been based on tapes I made at Pajaro Sands before Boss died, then on notes I made shortly after coming here. Notes to perpetuate the evidence when I still thought I might have to fight extradition. But when it became impossible to keep their schedule through using me, they lost interest in me. Logical, as I was never anything but a walking incubator to them. Then the matter became academic when the First Citizen and the Dauphiness were assassinated together, that bomb planted in their coach. Properly, this memoir should end with my arrival on Botany Bay, because my life stopped having any dramatic highlights at that point. After all, what does a country housewife have to write memoirs about? How many eggs we got last season? Are you interested? I am, but you're not. People who are busy and happy don't write diaries. They are too busy living. But in going over the tapes and notes, and sloughing 60% of the words, I noticed items that, having been mentioned, should be cleared up. Janet's canceled Visa card. I was dead in the explosion that sank the Skip to Malou. Georges checked carefully in Vicksburg Lowtown, was assured that there were no survivors. He then called Janet and Ian when they were about to leave for Australia, having been warned by Boss's Winnipeg agent, so of course Janet canceled her card. The strangest thing is finding my family. But Georges said that the strange thing is not that they are here, but that I am here. All of them were browned off, disgusted with Earth. Where would they go? Botany Bay is not Hobson's choice, but for them it is certainly the obvious choice. It is a good planet, much like Earth of centuries back, but with up-to-date knowledge and technology. It is not as primitive as Forest, not as outrageously expensive as Halcyon or Fiddler's Green. They all lost heavily in forced liquidation, but they had enough to let them go steerage class to Botany Bay, pay their contributions to company and colony, and still have starting money. Did you know that here on Botany Bay, nobody locks doors? Many don't have locks. Mirabile visu. Georges says that the only long coincidence lies in my being in the same ship they migrated in, and it almost wasn't. They missed the Dirac, then barely caught the Forward because Janet crowded it, being dead set on traveling with a baby in her belly rather than in her arms. But of course, if they had taken a later ship or an earlier ship, I still would have met them here without planning it. Our planet is about the size of Earth, but our colony is still small and almost all in one area, and everyone is always interested in new chums. We were certain to meet. But what if I had never been offered that booby-trapped job? One can always what if, but I think that it is at least 50-50 that, after shopping as I had planned, I would still have wound up on Botany Bay. There is a destiny that shapes our ends, and I have no complaints. I like being a colonial housewife in an 8 group. It's not formally an S group here, because we don't have many laws about sex and marriage. We 8 and all our kids live in a big rambling house that Janet designed and we all built. I'm no cabinet maker, but I'm a wee of a rough carpenter. Neighbors have never asked snoopy questions about parentage, and Janet would freeze them if they did. Nobody cares here. Babies are welcome on Botany Bay. It will be many centuries before anyone speaks of population pressure or ZPG. This account won't be seen by neighbors because the only thing I intend to publish here is a revised edition of my cookbook. A good cookbook because I am ghostwriter for 2 great cooks, Janet and Georges, plus some practical hints for young housewives that I owe to Goldie. So here I can discuss paternity freely. Georges married Matilda when Percival married me. I think they drew straws. Of course, the baby in me fell under the old test tube and knife saying, a saying I have not heard even once on Botany Bay. Maybe Wendy derives some or most of her ancestry from a former royal house on the realm, but I have never let her suspect it, and officially, Percival is her father. All I really know is that Wendy is free of exhibited congenital defects, and Freddie and George say that she doesn't carry any nasty recessives either. As a youngster, she was no meaner than any of the others, and the usual moderate ration of spankings was enough to straighten her out. I think that she is quite a nice person, which pleases me, as she is the only child of my body, even though she is no relation to me. The only. When I got her out of the oven, I asked Georges to reverse my sterility. He and Freddie examined me and told me that I could get it done. On Earth, not in New Brisbane, not for years and years. That settled that, and I found that I was somewhat relieved. I've done it once. I don't really need to do it again. We have babies and dogs and kittens underfoot. The babies don't have to be from my body any more than the kittens do. A baby is a baby, and Tilly makes good ones, and so does Janet, and so does Betty. And so does Wendy. Were it not impossible, I would guess that she gets her horniness from her mother. Me, I mean. She had not yet turned 14 the first time she came home and said, "Mom, I guess I'm pregnant." I told her, "Don't guess about it, dear. Go see Uncle Freddie and get a mouse test." She announced the result at dinner, which turned it into a party, because by long custom, in our family, whenever a female is officially pregnant is occasion for rejoicing and merriment. So Wendy had her first pregnancy party at 14, and her next one at 16, and her next one at 18, and her latest one just last week. I'm glad she spaced them, because I reared them, all but the newest one. She got married for that one. So I have never been short of babies to pet, even if we didn't have 4, now 5, no, 6 mothers in this household. Matilda's first baby has a number 1 father, excellent stock. Dr. Jerry Madsen, so she tells me. So I believe. Like this. Her former master had just had her sterility reversed, intending to breed her, when he got this chance to sell her services for a high-pay 4-month job. So she became Shizuko with the shy smile and the modest bow and chaperoned me. But conversely, I chaperoned her without intending to. Oh, had she tried, she might have found a little nightlife in the daytime. But the fact was that she spent almost 24 hours of each day in cabin BB to be sure to be there whenever I came back. So when? The only time that it could happen. While I was huddled under that turbo generator, half frozen with Percival, my maid was in my bed with my doctor. So that young man has fine parents. Joke. Jerry now lives in New Brisbane with his sweet wife, Diane. But Tilly has not let him suspect that he has a son in our household. Is this another startling coincidence? I don't think so. Medical doctor is one of the contribution-free professions here. Jerry wanted to get married and stop spacing. And why would anyone choose to settle down on Earth when he has had opportunity to shop the colonies? Most of our family go to Jerry now. He's a good doctor. Yes, we have 2 MDs in our family, but they never have practiced. They used to be gene surgeons, experimental biologists, genetic engineers. And now they are farmers. Janet knows who are the fathers of her first child, too. Both her husbands of that time, Ian and Georges. Why both? Because she wanted it that way, and Janet has a whim of steel. I've heard several versions, but it is my belief that she would not choose between them for her first child. Betty's first one is almost certainly not a knife job and may be legitimate. But Betty is such a slashing outlaw that she would rather have you believe that she caught that child at a gangbang during a masquerade ball. New Brisbane is a very quiet place, but no household that has Betty Francis in it can ever be dull. You may know more about the return of the Black Death than I do. Gloria credits my warning with having saved Luna City, but it is more nearly correct to credit it to Boss. My short career as soothsayer was as Trilby to his Svengali. Plague did not get off Earth. That was surely Boss's doing. Although once, at the crucial time, New Brisbane signaled that a landing boat could not land unless it was first exposed to vacuum, then repressurized. Sure enough, this treatment killed some rats and mice, and fleas. Its captain stopped talking about charging the drill to the colony after this showed up. Contributions. Mail between Botany Bay and Earth/Luna takes 4 to 8 months round trip. Not bad for 140 light years. I once heard a tourist lady ask, why didn't we use radio mail? Gloria paid my contribution to the colony with all possible speed and was lavish in setting me up with capital. Boss's will gave her leeway. She didn't send gold here. These were bookkeeping entries in the colony's account in Luna City, under which farm implements or anything can be shipped to Botany Bay. But Pete had little on Earth to draw on, and Tilly, a quasi-slave, had nothing. I still had a piece left of that lottery windfall, and all of my final paycheck, and even a few shares of stock. This got my fellow jumpers out of hock. Our colony never turns back a jumper, but it may take him years to pay his share in the colony. They both fussed. I fussed right back and worse. Not only is it all in the family, but without the help of both Percival and Matilda, I almost certainly would have been caught, then wound up on the realm, dead. But they still insisted on paying me. We compromised. Their payments and some from the rest of us started the Asa Hunter Bread Upon the Waters revolving fund, used to help jumpers or any new chum. I no longer think about my odd and sometimes shameful origin. It takes a human mother to bear a human baby. Georges told me that long ago. It's true, and I have Wendy to prove it. I'm human, and I belong. I think that's all anybody wants, to belong, to be people. My word, do I belong. Last week I was trying to figure out why I was so short on time. I'm secretary of the town council. I'm program chairman of the Parents Teachers Association. I'm troop mistress of the new Toowoomba Girl Scouts. I'm a past president of the Garden Club, and I'm on the planning committee of the community college we're starting. Yes, I belong. It's a warm and happy feeling. This concludes the reading of Friday by Robert A. Heinlein, copyright 2003, by the Robert A. and Virginia Heinlein Prize Trust. This book was read by Hillary Huber. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Spectrum Literary Agency and was produced in 2008 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc. If you would like to obtain a complete catalog of our titles or our monthly update telling you about new releases and our new collection of books on CD and MP3 CD, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. You may also obtain the same information from our award-winning website. Our address, all one word, is www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you. 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 Thank you.